my dad, you're a synth pro, and I'm just a chat. I'm a black belt, you know what it is, and my carpet is all covered in jizz. I'm Jared Genesis, do you know what I am saying? I'm hanging at Playground, watching kids playing. I'm an alpha, I live with my dad, you're a synth pro, and I'm just a chat. I'm a black belt, you know what it is, and my carpet is all covered in jizz. I'm Jared Genesis, do you know what I am saying? I'm hanging at Playground, watching kids playing. Do you know what I am saying? I'm hanging at Playground, watching kids playing. I'm Jared Genesis. Do you know what I am saying? I'm hanging at Playground, watching kids playing.
In the beginning, there was nothing, and then there was the Drunken Peasants Podcast.
I gotta get a witness. No!
Say, man, you got a joint? No, not on me, man.
I don't have facts to back this up.
It'd be a lot cooler if you did.
That's true. Sometimes I cry.
Lick my butthole, he laughed.
From the strangest corners of the internet, here to bring you opinions of the world from an altered perspective. Here are your hosts, the Drunken Peasants.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Drunken Peasants Podcast.
Fuck it.
Episode
Do it live.
1419, 2024 Election Edition. And we got Hannibal back after a long time of not being here. Welcome back, Hannibal.
Thank you. It's good to be back.
We got Chef Jeff Holiday.
We.
Jefferson Aloysius Beauregard Holiday. You got to say the whole name.
Chef
That's right.
Jefferson Aloysius Beauregard Holiday.
Yes, what's going on, guys? It's good to be back. Jeff, it's good to see you, man. I haven't seen you in a minute.
It's been forever. I think the last time we hung out was actually in person.
Yeah, yes, it was. The last time we hung out was for the 1,000th episode of Drunken Peasants.
Man, what a time that was. Holy shit.
It was definitely a time was had. You walking up and down the streets of Seattle yelling, "White chowder! White chowder!" it was a good time. And just for context, guys, earlier that day, Ben Pye made it his absolute mission in life was to poison me on chowder. And
you're still alive. Looks like it did you good.
I listen. It definitely like toughened my stomach for sure.
There you go. You're welcome.
I was not prepared.
All right. So, yeah.
Goddamn good.
I have a poll up. Everyone can vote. I'm asking people to vote who they think will win, who they think will win is what I have the poll right now. So not even necessarily who you want to win, but most people just vote for who they want to win.
I feel fairly. No, I'm not certain. I'm leaning towards Trump winning.
We've got some early numbers in already, by the way.
I actually I've got a little bit. Yeah, I'm stirring my meat, so I'm going to be bouncing around a lot.
Sure.
I got some early hopium going on right now, and I'll explain why. So, Seltzer poll comes out, shows that Iowa might actually be in play. And even if Iowa isn't necessarily in play, it stays red. If it's only red by like 1 or 2 points, usually that tends to trend with other states and their voting tendencies. That means big boost to some of the swing states. I think a lot of the polling we've been fed for like the past month is largely a result of poll herding, and a lot of these pollsters being terrified of making any strong predictions. I think they're all beta bitches. So
it's a good way to look at it.
It might be in sight, man. It might work. I don't know.
We'll see. There are a few polls in parts of Kentucky, Indiana, and New Hampshire that have already closed. So we're getting like very, very early numbers. Like no one's surprised Trump is winning Indiana, even like early.
No.
Not Kentucky, not a surprise. There's also we'll also take a look at the Senate elections and the House elections, which everything that we're seeing now, no surprise. There's also gubernatorial elections. We're going to have a new governor here in Washington State by the end of the night because the incumbent is not seeking re-election.
Ooh.
Right. How you feeling about that? Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I'm kind of indifferent to him. He's like an establishment Democrat that he probably could just get elected again if he ran again. He ran for president unsuccessfully in the early days of he ran in 2017 for president, and then I think he ran again for the nomination against Biden, maybe too. I can't remember. His name is Inslee.
Inslee. Okay, I remember now. Yeah.
So he's not running again, and so now it's Ferguson versus Reichert, and Reichert's not going to win. Like the poll, well, more than likely not. I'd be surprised.
The other thing though, as far as like early indications, one thing that might be pointing towards Trump not doing as good as some people think. He's already over there on True Social starting to post about how they're dispatching law enforcement to Pennsylvania and to Michigan for fuckery going on with the polls. And like all the people, like the mayor of Philadelphia's like, we don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Everything's fine.
Of course.
I have a friend who my head songwriter actually has he owns a FedEx distribution center in Riverdale, Georgia, which is it's about 15 miles south of Atlanta. And he said that he had local law enforcement come to his business yesterday and urged him to board his store up.
Oh shit!
Like they would tell him ahead of time, like, hey man, you might want to board this up because they wouldn't tell him specifically why. They just told him they strongly thought that after he closed business at the end of business today, that he boarded his store up and that he had security measures in place just in case. And he said he had been at that location for 10 years. It's the first time the police ever came to him and was like, hey man, you might want to board this up tonight.
No,
but then Georgia is always kind of on some fuckery. So, like it kind of comes par with the course. And I'll tell you guys some of my Georgia election stories a little bit later on tonight.
Okay. I wanna ask everyone watching, please like the stream, and if you want to send us your thoughts in the form of Streamlabs, it's pinned at the top of the chat. Click on that $5 Here we go.
Nice to see Jeff and Hannibal on. Speaking of which, Hannibal, I was watching the Leprechaun review and it struck me that Monty could easily cosplay as Old Man Static from the Justice League Unlimited. Do you agree?
Yes, he could. Yes, I 1,000,000%. We've actually talked about doing that, as going as like young and old Static Shock, and Monty refuses to do it. I also wanted to do like King Ezekiel from Walking Dead. We tried to do like a Predator thing one time. Monty is very like resistant to doing like group costume projects.
Boo, Monty, boo. Hey, I wanted to ask both of you guys. Do you think we'll get a result tonight? And you and the people in the chat, you can let me know. Now, I would say it's about 50-50 in elections I've voted for.
Mhm.
The first election I voted for was Gore versus Bush Jr. And that one, it took forever because it went to court and everything. So that's the longest I think I've ever experienced it. And then it was Kerry versus Bush, and I think that one only took like a few days. I think maybe like 48 hours.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And then
that Bush and Gore election, that was fucked. That whole situation was completely fucked from beginning to end.
Yeah, and then both Obama elections we found out night of. We found out that night that Obama won both times.
Yeah.
Well, because that was a blowout. I mean, that was like, you can't really argue it. So that's really what it's going to come down to.
And then we also found out Trump won night of. We found out Trump won night of. So
yeah. If there's enough of a blowout that sends Trump packing, then we'll probably know. But he's still gonna it doesn't matter how much of a blowout. He's gonna fight tooth and fucking nail. Because
I think Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania will be close, but she'll win. Georgia and NC go Trump, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's gonna be close.
Wait, which one you don't think is close, Jeff?
Pennsylvania. I don't think Pennsylvania's going to be close. I think Pennsylvania's going to go hard for Harris. I really do.
Same.
That might be the nail in the coffin if that happens.
I think she wins. If she wins, it's going to be early. Like she's going to win North Carolina because I think a lot of people in North Carolina feel very negatively about Mark Robinson. I don't even know if it's Trump related. I think it might be Mark Robinson. I think the Republicans should have probably replaced him out earlier in the campaign before they kind of got stuck with him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think if Republicans lose North Carolina tonight, it'll almost certainly be because of him. And then if she wins North Carolina, this might be an early night. But if she don't win North Carolina, which is likely,
that's one of the early states to close the polling. So we'll see how close it is, once things start moving there.
I think she wins Michigan. I think she wins
Wisconsin,
Pennsylvania. I think she wins Wisconsin.
Oh, if she gets those three, then she pretty much wins. If she gets those three, right?
Yeah. I think she wins those three. But I think Trump takes everything else. Like maybe not Nevada, because I was in Vegas. I was telling Ben Pye this a couple of days ago. I was actually in Vegas last week because for a wedding, for one of my girlfriend's sister's weddings, and obviously, like Las Vegas is very different from the remainder of the state of Nevada, right?
Yes.
But
yeah.
But just based on just the local news that I was consuming in Vegas and just throughout the state, it seems like I would be inclined to believe that Nevada would go blue, but I expect him to win Arizona.
It's weird. Nevada is so weird because it looks like a huge state, but it has a really low population because like 90% of it is federally owned government land. And there's only a few real cities there and then like a bunch of really small towns. And that's pretty much it.
What's really fucking nuts about what I've been seeing in a lot of the polling and a lot of the discussion that's going on right now is the biggest shocker is old women, like elderly women splitting their families and actually voting for Harris. There's a lot of reasons for that. I usually tend to think Arizona's just going to go hard right anyway, just because it's fucking Arizona and it's Arizona. But women live longer than men, and there's a lot more old women in Arizona than there are old men. I don't know, dude. I don't know.
I actually, and speaking with a lot of my Latino friends,
winning those three U.S. not a guarantee. If Trump wins all other battlegrounds and all votes in Maine plus Nebraska, he could still win.
I guess we'll see. So I guess if you add North Carolina to that, then isn't Virginia in play too? Is it like, hold on, let's see. I think it's like leaning blue. Yeah, it's not dark blue. Let me see if I refresh this, yeah, okay. So
I don't buy it. I think Virginia is definitely going red.
You think so?
I listen. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it at all. Like like I said, I have been mentally preparing myself for years for Donald Jehoshaphat Trump to be the next president of the United States. I do.
Yeah.
I do.
Jehoshaphat.
I've been mentally preparing myself for it for quite some time. Just because I think Republicans have done I think conservative news outlets have done an excellent job of how they've marketed the Joe Biden presidency in terms of like making like highlighting so many things that can easily look like failures to an untrained eye, right? I think they did an excellent job there. I think
I was here for 2016. I was here for 2020, and I'm here tonight.
Yeah.
Be forever.
Thank you so much. Yeah, when we streamed in 2020, we actually did it on Twitch. For some reason, I was like, yeah, we'll just do it on Twitch. So we did it on Twitch instead.
How did it go on Twitch?
It was okay. It was like, I was like, man, there's going to be so many other streams on YouTube. Let me just try Twitch. But in reality, like, I'm just going to do it. I just decided this year to do it here. And I'm going to stream. I'm going to go probably until like midnight. I'm going to try to. And if we don't have a winner by then, I'm going to tap out. So... You know,
you really going for a lot. That's a stretch, man. Like just
we'll see. We'll see. That's the latest I'm willing to go, is what I'm saying.
Brett is doing a live election stream tonight. If Trump loses, he could be gone from the internet for good.
Yeah, I know, and maybe we'll check in with how he's doing. He is doing.
All like, look, if for some reason things go the way of sanity and Trump is not going to be the president again, I hope at least Elon Musk and Trumpster Bob take their own lives tonight. I think what I'm.
Oh my God! In Minecraft.
Sure. In Minecraft, yeah.
Sure.
You know what I do? I do have something you'll love in that case. You just reminded me. What?
I don't give a fuck anymore, dude. I don't give a fuck.
Well, you know.
In Minecraft.
In Minecraft.
Here's your Jeff, you'll want to watch this.
Well, I'll say it again, man. I think this was the last election. If Trump doesn't win, this is the last election.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
I think you're right. I think people, and a lot of people are waking up and realize that have been lifelong Democrats. Guys like Bill Ackman, guys like Chamath.
Yeah, exactly.
Tulsi Gabbard switched over to the Republicans.
Yep. It's funny because forever on the left, they've been saying if Trump wins, he'll try to find a way to stay in power. And now they're saying if Trump doesn't win, they're going to like never have another election to keep him out.
Yep. Every accusation, it's always a fucking confession. Always. Every accusation is a fucking confession.
Yeah.
And it's like there's a lot of people who their whole life they've been left wing and they realize like
a friend and weed is a friend indeed.
A friend with weed is better.
You and I used to be Democrats.
Yeah.
For our Halloween episode, we watched 3 black horror films, and one of them was Leprechaun in the Hood. And it was just, man, you know who's randomly in that movie, Ben Pye, that I did not realize?
Is it Ice-T?
Also Ice-T. Ice-T there, Coolio makes a cameo. But no, the guy who played fucking Travis from Enterprise.
Oh, what?
Huh.
Yeah, he's like the lead character. It's like Warwick Davis, Ice-T, and him.
Amazing.
I kept looking at the movie. I'm like, man, I know this motherfucker. Where I know him from? And then I had to pull up IMDb. It's Travis from Enterprise.
So we've got like 7 minutes, and then the polls close in a whole bunch of states, and we'll see what happens. Sometimes they call a state like immediately. Have you ever seen that? Like they close and then they call the state. So we'll go check in with some of the networks and see what they're about to say.
I've seen in some of the smaller states, like your New Hampshires and your Vermonts and stuff, like they can count them pretty quickly once the numbers come in.
Yeah, I was going to check in with Fox News too. They're not live yet. They're waiting. They're not going.
Yeah, I tried to watch Fox News earlier. They weren't live, but Newsmax is live right now.
Oh God, I'll check it with them. Oh, if Trump loses, I want to go there first and see what they're saying.
Listen, let's see what's happening on The Blaze right now. Okay,
we will.
Listen, if you want to get real hardcore, there's one called Red State. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It was like they had a headline one time like, "What's ruining America? Maybe we should."
Ice-T.
Oh.
Just the pays bring worms. IDJF if they drop out.
That's another reason that I really don't want Trump to win is because RFK Jr. is going to be put the head of like government health agencies and shit. I'm serious. That's intense.
Okay.
Another reason, the possibility of President J.D. Vance, that like an 80-year-old president could like kick the bucket. People are already trying to like assassinate him and shit too. You know what I mean?
Could you imagine a Theo bro as a Theo bro as the president of the United States? Somebody that's just like Christ, bro. Just like I don't need that in my life.
Yeah.
I don't need it. I don't need that at all. That is funny. I'm curious. Did you guys hear any of the recently released Jeffrey Epstein tapes?
No.
It's this released audio of Jeffrey Epstein talking about how close he and Trump are.
That's right. Yeah. He's talking about like, yeah, no, Trump, he's my boy. We were best friends. Yeah. I do.
Oh, what are you guys talking about? That's definitely AI. That's definitely AI. God, Emperor Trump wouldn't do that. He said he wasn't a fan of Epstein. He said that.
Oh.
Yeah, it was one of those things that I feel like they thought was going to make a bigger
You can't
splash.
trust RFK Jr. He's got a mind-flared tadpole in his head. Do you want a tentacle face being running our country?
He's
It's
actually
bad enough we accept hand animals.
He's actually a trill. That's the worm inside of him.
No, you remember the episode of TNG when those little worm guys will like manipulate the admirals and stuff. He was like, "Hey, Riker, come in my room. You want to see me do push-ups?" That like it's those worms.
We seek peaceful coexistence. Next, all fucking bulging out.
That was like,
yeah.
I think that was the end of season 1, right?
I think
it was close to it. Yeah, it was like if it wasn't the very last one, it was like second to the last. Yeah.
You know, I was thinking about TNG the other day, and I was thinking about, you remember when Picard and Worf had to do that secret Cardassian mission, and Captain Jellicoe had to take over the Enterprise?
Oh, yeah.
And then in that time, it was like when Deanna Troi comes on the bridge, she starts giving him advice. He's like, "Hey, I appreciate your advice. Also, whatever this little skimpy shit you be wearing around here, you got to put on some regular clothes. Bitch, this is Starfleet." I've never liked that character ever since. That was the last time I fucked with that actor on any movie or TV show. He was also on Stargate. I ain't like him either because he made Deanna Troi put on regular clothes.
I just thought of something.
And she kept on the uniform after that, too.
She did. You know, she was like, "Fuck the system. You're not going to tell me what to do."
I just thought of something. Back in 2020, Scott Henson kept saying that Trump was going to be America's last president. And then when Biden won, I was like, "Huh, you were wrong about that." He was like, "I guess I was." But now there could still be the chance that Trump could win and end up destroying America, and he would end up being America's last president.
Fingers crossed.
America's last president. You know,
the final season of America. Like, I have a bunch of friends that are. Well, let me rephrase that because I got to be careful how I phrase that. I know a bunch of people. I have not blocked a lot of people on social media who are very big Trump supporters. And they feel the same way. They feel like a Kamala Harris presidency would destroy America.
Yes.
They feel like if that woman wins today, then that means that all of our grocery prices are going to spike up to $100 tomorrow, and illegal immigrants are going to steal their jobs while, doing stuff to their children.
Captain Jellicoe, also played by the bad executive in RoboCop 1.
Damn!
By the way, Tori's actor actually wanted to put on a uniform and was sick of running around in the leotard.
Thank you, Dragon in the West. And
Wow,
we're gonna
okay, I did not know that.
we're gonna check in here with NBC News as soon as this closes here.
I early voted in Georgia about 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
I learned the hard way to always early vote in Georgia. Because listen, Georgia is always with the bullshit. I am right here, I'm just outside of Atlanta, Georgia. And I've been seeing people out voting for weeks now. So I'm pretty sure a large chunk of the city voted. Also, all the schools were shut down today, which is something I'm not used to seeing on election day.
Which that should be like kind of standard, though. I think like if elections are supposed to be so important, we should definitely make it like a national holiday where people can, time off to go vote, exercise democracy and shit, right?
Yeah, it that does seem like common sense. Jefferson holiday.
It should also be federally regulated instead of like making the rules different in every state and shit. That's how I feel about it.
So the way
No. All right, here it is. First poll about to close.
Alert now as we
it's like the Royal
They already have an alert.
Things are about to start getting interesting.
Election alert. Breaking news. All right. The music. This music's probably copyrighted.
All the big Ferris wheel downtown.
Remember that one episode of TNG where Worf gets his spine destroyed by the empty blue barrel and begs Riker to kill him cause the barrel stole his honor?
That's right.
Yes, I remember that one.
6 states and NBC News is ready to make our first
projection
of the night. Here we
it's
go.
probably a
Start with the state
no-brainer.
of Kentucky. NBC News
What a
projects
shocker.
Donald
Trump
will
wins
win in
Kentucky.
Kentucky tonight. Let's move to
Trump with the
Vermont.
points on the
NBC
board
News projects
to
that
start
Vermont will
the
go in
election.
Kamala Harris calling this evening. This is where it brings us.
So Harris got New Hampshire, or is it Vermont?
With 8
I missed
electoral
it.
votes, 3 for Harris. A
Vermont.
long way to go to get that 270, but that's where we are right now.
Well, polls closed in a handful of states, and these are the ones we haven't called yet: Indiana, South Carolina, Virginia, and that all-important state of Georgia. And here's how we're projecting it right now.
What do they project?
Too early to call. If they come tonight,
there you go. They're projecting that it's too early to call.
Shut the fuck up! Oh my God!
Early to call, but Georgia is one of the faster.
Breaking news. Too early to call.
Breaking news. We ain't got no fucking idea. All right.
No.
That's like when the Royal Rumble counter counts down to 0 and nobody comes out.
Guy show eventually. I wanted to leave unique comments on every episode I already watched when I couldn't comment, which has led me to procrastinating. But now it changes.
I think I missed part of it. Yeah. Let me replay that. Here it is.
Hannibal, I promise I will get around to watching the shit/Hannibal and that other guy show eventually. I wanted to leave unique comments on every episode I already watched when I couldn't comment, which has led me to procrastinating. But now it changes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I have noticed those comments, and I've also noticed how it trends in the engagement too. Like it's like I always feel like once your comment comes in, then it's like the videos start to like grow in the algorithm. I don't know if that's if that's a coincidence or if you're just special.
I think they're special.
I'd like to believe you special.
Yeah, you got to do them a solid. Start commenting again. Jesus Christ.
With about 49-50%.
So I can't believe they're saying Indiana's too close to call, but it's just because it's so early. Indiana's solid red.
So we're kind of parsing what we can so far. There are big areas like South Bend, Pete Buttigieg, who was the mayor there, obviously, where Notre Dame is as well.
That's so close to Chicago.
Evansville, there's a university
it's
down
very
there.
Close. You can throw a rock from Chicago and hit that place.
These are mostly rural counties, red counties where Trump can.
On this map, I can see the area that I grew up in.
He wants to be 60-70%
on the map right now.
He can overcome what he's going to get in Indianapolis, but still very early tonight.
Like where Michigan and Ohio meet at Lake Erie right there.
Is it the top left?
This is when we get the tea leaves out. This is
Yep.
tea leaves.
Top left of the map, not in Indiana. I'm from Ohio.
Most likely, same thing with Kentucky. But sometimes we can look into those counties and particularly the suburbs because that is where we are starting to see a trend. Did I read your mind? You're giving me that
Savannah,
look.
we're mind melding because I'm looking at Hamilton County and I'm going, okay, people at home are probably going, wait a second.
It's weird
Hamilton
because
County, was I supposed to know about that one? Was that one of the big ones?
I'll mute this. Of all three of us here on the show right now, Hannibal, your vote actually counts more.
Yes, I am staunchly aware of that fact.
Yeah.
And just for anybody wondering, I mean, you don't have to wonder too hard. I voted for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. Of the two options, obviously they make the more sense. But there are aspects of both of their policies that I'm not like crazy about. Very specifically, like their stance on like Israel and Gaza. But like I imagine like it doesn't really matter who I vote for in that respect because both sides are going to staunchly stand with Israel.
It looks like Florida. Trump is leading in Florida right now, and there's like 10% of the vote in.
Yeah, I definitely expect Donald Trump to win Florida.
Yeah, I mean, there's always a possibility because like Florida can be in play. It's just very unlikely, very, very unlikely. Unless we see something like really unprecedented, right? Like the notion that enough ladies got pissed off enough about the whole Roe v. Wade kind of thing. Maybe we see something surprising, but probably not. Politics is usually not that entertaining.
Yeah.
Which states have abortion on the ballot to like write it into the state constitution? I know a few states did that in the midterms. Because that's the thing. I think Arizona might be one of those states. I think.
States are voting on abortion.
If it's not Arizona, I think Arizona might have already passed one. There was go ahead.
There are 10 states that have abortion rights on the ballot today. It looks like it's Nevada, Arizona, Colorado, Montana, South Dakota, Nebraska, Missouri, Florida, New York, and what is this one? What are you? Is that Maryland?
MD?
Possibly Maryland.
Is it
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's Maryland.
Maryland.
Yeah.
There we go. Maryland is legislators rather than citizens initiated Maryland's measure, which would amend the state. This is on the Guardian's website. The state constitution to affirm individuals the right to reproductive freedom. I'm curious. Based on what you guys know, everybody in the chat, let us know. As well. Has there been a state that had abortion or reproductive rights on the ballot where the state overwhelmingly voted nay on it?
I don't. If there's going to be any, like you said, Montana, and you also said Utah, right?
No. It's it's Nevada, Arizona, Montana, South Dakota.
Those two, it might not pass there. The very small populations too, in comparison.
Very, very small populations, and you think those women would be more likely to stay conservative on that one? Yeah. So I know a lot of women that vote conservative, but are also like they're very conservative on all the issues except that one.
We have someone in the Patreon chat. Hell's Only says a state has never had a popular vote go against it. We'll see what happens in these very conservative states because Montana and South Dakota are red states.
Mm-hmm. And am I mistaken? And I thought about this, and I thought about you specifically, Ben Pye. Didn't Ohio have a weed measure on? They wanted to legalize weed, and then didn't the state the people voted to legalize it, and then the state walked it back? Am I
not exactly.
Am I is maybe what? Yeah, tell me what happened.
Well, 10 years ago they tried to legalize it, and the conservative government there made it almost impossible for it to pass, so it didn't. And then just this last year, it is legal there. They're just trying to still work out the infrastructure on like where it gets to be sold and. Like that kind of stuff. I think there's a few legal shops now, but they could have had this 10 years ago and already worked out all of these things, And we got our boy King Cobra JFS in the chat, and I know he wants Trump to win. So
do you tell like King Cobra? Can you let us know in the chat why you're pro-Trump and why? Like tell
Trump.
Me why I, as a black guy in Georgia, should vote for Donald Trump. You might change my mind. Listen, change my mind, and I eat a burger with you.
I will say, like I think overwhelmingly the ladies are going to appreciate a vote for body autonomy, my dude. Just saying.
Yeah, you would think, but I mean, listen. If I've learned nothing over the last few months or last few years, is that people will definitely do things and vote for things that are against their best interest.
Well, all I have to say is he'll vote for Trump when he wants to. Okay.
Listen, I always tell people, hey, make the case to me. You might change my mind. What you got?
I don't think anybody could make a case that would actually change my mind about Trump. And the thing is, too, I don't like cops. Like, I don't like cops. ACAB includes Kamala Harris.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. See, this is why I fuck with Jeff Holiday. He understands where I'm at. This is, yes, same pace. Continue, sir.
Yeah, dude. I mean, fucking 1213, man.
King Cobra's response.
212. What'd he say?
He says Biden said, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black. And his vice,
North Carolina had a question at the end. If you were for or against making it a requirement,
she should have said,
an
bro.
illegal citizen to vote in the state.
Okay.
Ooh.
But yeah, man. I mean, like, I don't like cops. I don't like prosecutors. I do know, because I looked into it, the whole like allegations of Kamala, like prosecuting people for weed and stuff. That's blown out of proportion. It's not what most people think it is. It's a bunch of horse shit. But I still don't like fucking cops. That being said, I'm still gonna vote for a cop because I don't like fascism. I just don't. I don't fuck with it.
You don't
man.
like fascism, just fat jism.
Listen, right. Yeah, I watched Destiny versus the 25 what is it? Yeah. Like Destiny versus 25 MAGA Republicans. And at one point somebody did that to him. It was like, okay, can you keep calling Donald Trump a fascist? Can you define fascism? So then he defines fascism. And then somebody said something along the lines of that, like fascism or fat jism.
Really?
Room applause. It was fun. It was a stressful watch. Like the Ben Shapiro one. I watched the Ben Shapiro one. I watched the Destiny one.
Are you talking about the Jubilee channel?
Yeah. I saw Jubilee. I watched Pete Buttigieg's. I haven't watched Charlie Kirk's yet. I want to watch that one.
Hey, everybody out there, please like the stream. Give the stream a big fat like. It helps more people come here. We got our mod King Cobra in the chat. Circle of Protection on America.
Hey, King Cobes, I'm curious, of all the things that you've made in the kitchen on your cooking channel, love your cooking channel, by the way, huge fan. Is there a thing that you've made that you're like, under no circumstances will you ever eat that shit again? Or is everything fair game? I'm curious. Because there are a couple of things that come to mind for me, but I'm curious to see for you, the man with the iron stomach.
Well, that's interesting because you're like the polar opposite. Like,
oh, for sure.
Yeah, because you can't handle much at all when it comes to, like, okay, so King Cobra eats pickled pig's brains. Would you eat that?
No.
I'd try it because I'm not gonna die from it. Like I'd try it. I don't know if I'd like it.
Fiery fish pizza. Fiery fish pizza. Ben, do you remember that? I haven't seen that episode.
Fiery fish? No, I don't remember.
Ooh, I don't know. I don't know if I do pickled brains. I'm like weird about prions and shit, like mad cow disease. You know, like
I mean, they're like they're out of a can. Okay, Virginia just turned red on the map here, and by the way, in like 15 minutes, the next polls close. So it's gonna be like rapid fire, like every 30 minutes, we're gonna get a bunch of polls closing. And maybe we will get an early surprise because a lot of the states that are really important are on the eastern side of the country. So
That's right. All I know is I'm making a bunch of tasty ass food right now, so that when my wife gets home, we're gonna sit down, we're gonna chill together, we're gonna clean all of our fucking guns, and like, I'm dead serious, dude. I'm dead serious. I'm gonna pull out all 22 of my fucking guns. I'm gonna clean all of them. I'm gonna line up all my bullets on my fucking counter up here. I'm gonna get my shit fucking ready. And then what's obviously gonna happen is what always happens is nothing that interesting is gonna fucking happen. I'm just gonna put it all away and
of course, like nothing's gonna not in like a neighborhood or something like that. If there's like civil unrest, it'll be like downtown or whatever.
I tell you what, if any of them roving bands of fucking neo-Nazis come charging on my little
happening.
Pop, 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 motherfucker.
Listen, they already had, I was telling Ben Pye right before we started, there was already a bomb threat at one of the polling places here in Atlanta. So
yeah, and a lot of them they're finding out come from like, the FBI confirmed this, by the way, that they're coming from like Russian email domains. It's just like, I hear a dog.
Oh, you know. Yeah. Oh. You see any neo-Nazis? Oh, it's cousin that motherfucker.
Oh, no. Did he become a neo-Nazi?
That's funny. If you had a dog that could just sniff out neo-Nazis, but very specifically neo-Nazis, right? Not skinheads, not the KKK, but, not Proud Boys, but very specifically neo-Nazis.
Wasn't there an episode of King of the Hill where Hank Hill had like a racist dog or something?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. It was there was a dog bit him, and his ladybird bit Bernie Mac's character.
Yeah,
was come and fix his water heater, and the issue wasn't that she bit him because he was black. She bit him because he made Hank Hill uncomfortable. Because why is another man fixing my water heater? Okay.
Yeah.
Love King of the Hill.
I remember that.
I actually just
it's coming back. It's coming back.
Is it really?
Yes, look it up. They've already shown what I guess Bobby Hill is like some kind of he makes like Asian food, like Asian fusion food.
Who are they gonna get to play Luann? Now that Brittany Murphy,
I have no idea,
has died.
There's only a little bit that's been leaked so far.
Brittany Murphy's dead, and her husband, played by Tom Petty, is dead.
Yeah.
Damn. Rest in peace, Tom Petty.
Tom
Petty's estate was one of the many estates that was like, "Hey, Trump, stop playing our music at your rallies."
Yes. Let's see. I'm guessing Fox and CNN should. Oh no, CNN isn't live for like 40 minutes. CNN isn't playing around. They're like, nah, we're not even going to cover that early shit. So here's Fox News.
Damn, they saying in the chat. Mike in the chat is saying that the actor that played Dale also died. Damn, that's.
Do you know who else died? Recently, Prince's sister that owned most of his music. Just died. She got rich because like Prince songs were never in commercials and shit before she got a hold of it. I mean, I would have done the same thing too. I guess they didn't even really like each other. It was Prince's like weird Jehovah's Witness beliefs that caused him to not have a will, so it just went to like next of kin, which was his sister. He never had any kids, and he wasn't married or anything. So, yeah.
Yeah, I have an opportunity to work with some people close to that work directly with Prince, and I kind of heard some of the internal legal issues that they were dealing with from a family perspective.
Yeah.
Also, Mike, what's going on, man? I ain't seen you in forever, man. Come hang out with us on Hannibal Monty. We ain't seen you in forever, Mike. Also, Mike, happy belated birthday, right? His birthday was last month, and I missed it. Damn, Mike. Good to see you, brother.
There's like no audio on this stream. It's just like Yeah,
they just showing their faces and
treats women, and then you see.
All right.
Okay, so this guy's talking to the people on the street.
Guys here at ASU, many of them wearing those MAGA hats that have been given out along this line from organizers here, and they have been telling us that the reason why they are turning out is because
originally we wanted to get Jeff and Matt in the
of,
studio for election
identity.
night.
And they've also
that would have been awesome. I thought you were going to say you wanted them on the street.
Wars here in this line, and Joe Rogan.
Shit!
That Joe
I think
Rogan
Jeff is
podcast,
frozen. Oh, there
we
he
were
is.
Talking to
He was
guys
you were
just
frozen
a
for
while
a
ago. They
second.
said that they were open to the possibility of voting for Kamala Harris, but when the decision was made not to sit down with Joe Rogan, that influenced their
look
vote.
at this.
So it wasn't
Arizona.
necessarily economy for them, but it was the idea that that Harris was not going to sit down, not going to show what they said was her true personality, and so that's why they decided to vote for Trump.
4% of the popular vote is in, and Trump is winning.
Both candidates have been courting Latino voters, a huge voting bloc, more than 36 million in the U.S.
We have Hallie Jackson here who's been looking at.
You gotta imagine once they start counting all of the early votes and absentee ballots, then it's gonna hugely shift.
We'll see. I mean, I don't
There's gonna
even know.
be huge dumps, lots and lots of dumps.
They've hardly counted.
Yeah. We were winning by a lot, and then the dumps. They took the dumps
by a lot.
They call it big massive dumps.
Donald Trump at 42%. But interestingly, if you look at the comparisons, former President Trump is doing slightly better with Latinos in Georgia than he did in 2020. He is slightly overperforming with that demographic.
I can attest. I've been having those conversations.
And Lester and Kristen, this is something the Trump campaign talks a lot about. They think that Donald Trump is going to do better than he did in 2020.
You do Uber electoral surveys?
Well, let us bring Jose Diaz.
I talk to a lot of people whenever I get the opportunity, and I had a guy about a month ago that was telling me how he was. Yeah, like we had us a nice conversation about hip hop, and then he started talking to me about how Donald Trump is awesome and how he's gonna make America great again, and he's gonna and then he started talking to me about how Donald Trump was gonna kick out all the illegals, and I was like, so let me ask you a question. As a man of Latin descent, when you hear him say he wants to, kick the illegals out the country and Mexicans and rapists and murderers and thugs and all that shit, how does that make you? How is that message resonating in your community, right? And what he told me was, those of us that came here the right way, we agree with what he's saying. Those people are making it harder for us to do our jobs. I have a friend, a really close friend of mine from El Salvador, a naturalized American citizen, and he's recently gone down that Jordan Peterson rabbit hole, right?
Oh my God!
Oh fuck me! Oh no!
Yeah, listen, I consume enough news and media where if I talk to somebody long enough, I could be like, oh, okay, I see where you got this argument from. So I'm talking to him, and he starts saying some real Peterson-y shit, and I'm just like, hey, man, like, that might not be the path you want to go down. But as we were having the conversation, he was telling me about, like building the wall, strengthening the border, stopping fentanyl and drugs coming in. We got to stop these illegals from coming in. And I was like, bro, you're from El Salvador. And he's like, right. He said, but they're talking about Mexicans. They're not talking about El Salvadorians. I was like, bro, let me tell you something. If you and a Mexican and somebody from Guatemala and somebody from Venezuela and somebody from Colombia was all hanging out, understand when they stop y'all, they're going to say all y'all is Mexicans, okay? Do not believe otherwise. And I'm sure he voted for Trump today. For sure.
Yeah, they're gonna be saying arriba, the whole fucking three, man.
Oh
they
my
ain't gonna
God.
take one fucking look at you, and they're gonna assume that you're illegal. They're gonna assume that you're from Mexico. They're gonna assume that you're like trafficking fentanyl. The main people that fucking bring fentanyl into the fucking country are usually, number one, legal citizens, and number two, white. They're usually white. Like, it's fucking crazy. So, all right, you guys remember the Charlottesville fucking riot, right? The Tiki Torch riot?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think I saw you there, Jeff. You were standing right next to me. Yep.
No. There's a famous picture with the guy yelling, This dude in a white shirt. Right next to him is a dude in a black shirt. That famous picture, the tiki torch fucking neo-Nazis. Dude in the black shirt. I don't remember what his name is, but that dude, years later, got paid by cartels to smuggle in about $17,000 worth of fentanyl. They paid him $285 to do it. He got arrested, was about to go to prison for a long time for doing that shit, and fucking necked himself. Like, that dude... Yeah, and that's you can't get whiter than a motherfucker that marched in Charlottesville with a tiki torch. That's the kind of bringing fentanyl in the fucking country. It's crazy.
Yeah, and there's also a lot of fentanyl that's flown in. You know, like it's a very interesting. Yeah, okay. It is like. You can tell when talking to, or at least I can tell when I talk to somebody where they get their news from. And I don't fault people for believing what they believe. What I try to do is offer context and additional sources, or sometimes I'll ask them for additional sources. It does require a bit of patience, and you know, in those one-on-one conversations, I feel like they've been very productive. The problem is you can't have a one-on-one conversation with everybody on earth. Hell, I can't even do it with everybody I personally know. Like I just I know quite a few people, and I had been saying this to I've been saying this to a lot of people. Like a couple of weeks ago, you know, Barack Obama came out and chastised black men for not openly supporting and not voting. You know, they're talking about them not wanting to vote for Kamala Harris. And I know a lot of people felt, you know, upset with him chastising black men for doing it. But I wasn't mad because I'm having these conversations with friends and coworkers and family members. And I know a lot of black men that will not vote for Kamala Harris. And to add to that, not only will they not vote for Kamala Harris, they will not vote for any woman to be president of the United States. There is no woman you could name that they would vote for.
That's different.
I know a lot of black men and I know a lot of Spanish men that are just like, there is no woman you could put on a ballot that they would vote for.
Virginia Virginia just switched to blue so far. Like with the votes coming in, it's still like 1.5% of the way there, but it was starting to be red and then it turned blue. So
I did have some success when I was talking about like the illegals and the fentanyl kind of thing by asking a basic like thought experiment question with people. I'm like, all right, so check this out. You're worried about cartels bringing in the fentanyl into the country. What would make more sense? Number one, they're able to either get it in through like people who are legal and they bribe them into doing it, or two, they fly it over in planes, three, they smuggle it in ships, or four, they grab a desperate motherfucker that has literally nothing, strap it into his backpack, and send him walking through the fucking desert. Which seems more likely? Like, why are you worried about these random people who are vulnerable and like fucking literally dying in the desert or getting cut up in razor wire trying to cross a river? And that's who you trust your fentanyl with? Dude, fuck off. Come on.
Yeah, and also it's I always challenge my conservative friends to be like, so you don't notice that like every 4 years, right around an election cycle, then all of a sudden this is the thing there. Like this year, it's like this year's like we got to build a wall because there's so much fentanyl coming in. 2020, it was the Venezuelan and Guatemalan caravan. In 2016, it was the 2016 Syrian refugees. We gotta keep them out of our country. Like there's always some other that becomes the enemy, you know. So I've seen the, and that isn't to say that there aren't issues at the border that don't need to be taken care of. Obviously, things absolutely need to be taken care of. The border needs to be more secure, and I think the asylum process specifically needs to be reinforced. Right, like let's find an easier way because like when we talk about people coming here as illegal immigrants, if they're coming here requesting asylum, that's not an illegal immigrant. That's something else. Right. You know, but it's also a nuance that I don't think a lot of people care to make, you know.
Well, I don't remember the actual like full on numbers, so don't necessarily quote me on this one. But if I'm not mistaken, it's somewhere upwards to like 80% of all illegal immigrants just came here legally and then just stayed longer than.
By the way, the polls are about to close, so we're gonna check this out here. Here's ABC News. What is this music? Do I have like? Hold on.
This just sounds like Twisted Metal on PlayStation.
It's this. There we go. I had 2 channels playing.
Oh, okay. I was.
Oh man, did you guys hear about the Giuliani stuff?
What now?
Did you hear about the Giuliani stuff?
The stuff that happened a while back where he got in trouble and he's losing.
No. So, Giuliani was ordered by a court. He had to give up a bunch of his personal assets, including a really nice Mercedes. Today, he drove into like this big political rally in the fucking Mercedes. And like immediately people just started messaging the judge and the lawyers like, hey, we found the car. Like, motherfucker's in it right now.
What a moron.
He had to get in his favorite whip one last fucking time, I guess, man.
Damn. Ain't gonna take his car on election day. Could you imagine the president of the United States, a self-purported billionaire owing you money for tax fees while you getting all your shit took? Like, hey man, could you just sign that check that you sent me for all of the times I was lawyering for you? No?
Oh yeah. Well, and Trump's having a bad day too. Just today, he got served papers at fucking Mar-a-Lago. He's being sued by the Central Park 5.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, defamation.
Let's see. Yeah, I don't think she's gonna win Georgia, but she can win North Carolina. I think Mark Robinson is so despised that he could end up costing he could end up causing the state to go blue. Like I think Trump's audience is largely insulated from any of the bullshit. So they hear stuff and they be like, they don't care.
From ABC News headquarters.
Let's see what they call
David Muir.
David Muir.
ABC News live election night coverage now 7:30 p.m. here in the East. Polls have now closed in 3 more states tonight, including another key battleground state, North Carolina, with its 16 electoral votes up for grabs. The polls have just closed there. The moment we get numbers on this board, we'll go right back to it. But as we mentioned earlier, Donald Trump has spent a lot of time in North Carolina in these final days of the campaign. We're also still watching the battleground state of Georgia. That closed about a half an hour ago now, and the numbers coming in there. Donald Trump taking a pretty sizable lead. Again, just 8% of the vote coming in. And the moment we have more, we'll come back to that as well. We do have something that we can report now, and that is West Virginia. Donald Trump has picked up the state of West Virginia.
West Virginia, not a surprise.
Trump won there by 39%.
He's racking up a lot of them early, though. Did Jeff
leave? West Virginia. Yeah, it looks like he fell out for a second.
It is likely GOP going into these presidential races become much more red over the years. The raw vote right there. Donald Trump, actually, we don't have the numbers coming in yet, but we will as soon as we can.
Ohio. Trump's going to take Ohio more than likely.
Take a look at the map. This is where things stand tonight. Again, this is the race to 270. You likely know what that's all about, the Electoral College. And as you can see right there, Kamala Harris has won 1 state tonight, 3 electoral votes on the way to 270. Donald Trump, 23 electoral votes. He's picked up 3 states here on the way to 270.
I've been to West Virginia a few times, and it is how you imagine it.
At the end of the night, take a look. You can see Jim Justice, the governor of West Virginia. He will fill the open seat. Senator Joe Manchin.
Okay, yeah. So this used to technically be a Democrat Senate seat. Even though it was
It depresses me how many Latinos like Trump. A lot of them say they came here legally. But it's also not quite true, since most of my family members and other immigrants are people who stayed past work visas.
Yeah. It's true, though. A lot of them do. I like how when Trump has a rally, he sits all the black people right behind him.
Oh, for sure. Well, yeah. We offset the color belt.
Blacks for Trump.
Democrats a whole lot of headaches when President Biden, during that first administration, his first couple of months in there. But the biggest one is probably this one right here, because it almost ensured that this seat was going to go toward Republicans, already netting 1 right now. David, you said it. They have to net 2 by the end of tonight. Also keeping our eye
So,
on
yeah.
Ohio and Montana. These are both states that Donald Trump
That would be hilarious. Like
statewide
Democrats get the
both
House back and then
Montana
they just
Ohio,
lose the Senate.
shared ground in Ohio. You have John Tester in Montana doing very tight races.
Sherrod Brown. Okay, there's a senator in Ohio. He's a Democrat. His name is Sherrod Brown, and Rush Limbaugh just assumed he was black because of his name.
You know what? That's a fair bet. That's a fair bet.
He's not though.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The cleanest path to victory will be just
But he might lose because the other senator in Ohio is J.D. Vance. Like, it's taken that turn.
And Georgia, we have some new numbers coming in from Georgia.
Yeah, we're starting to see a little bit more rolling.
Georgia.
We still have most of the vote.
Wow, look at this.
Still about 90% of the vote.
Oh
still
my
to
God.
come.
Yeah,
But I am
they get everywhere but Atlanta. So it's like once they get to Atlanta, it's gonna be so. There are roughly 10.5 million people that live in the state of Georgia. Like, and it's something like 60 or 65% of the state's population lives in Atlanta.
Yep.
You know, and for the Fulton County district alone makes up 10% of the electorate.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it is that's why there's always traffic here. Like, it's traffic like all day and all night.
Counting on Florida, that used to be a battleground state as well.
And
Republican and Donald
God
Trump
damn it.
quite well.
Yeah, and we don't have enough information to project the state, but with about 2/3 of the vote in right now, we are seeing a Republican romp in some formerly Democratic parts.
Like in Miami?
Yeah.
Wow, going red.
Very well. Hillary Clinton, even though she lost in 2016, she got almost 64% of the vote in that county. Harris so far only at 44%.
Some
That
of
is
the biggest
way below where
anti-immigration
she needs to be.
sentiments came
Not a
from
contested
previous
state.
immigrants. Germans hated the Irish. Irish hated Italians. Italians hated Mexicans and Hispanics. It's pretty sad.
Yeah, it is.
To add to that,
I tend to
think
think that
Latinos immigrants are just very ignorant to the political system, and are just not aware how much of a traitor he is to the U.S.
They're probably caught
Plus
up in the
high
memes.
amount of conservative values they tend to side with.
Oh, you know what? There's another there's an asterisk that I like to add to that. Whenever I'm listening to Mexican radio stations or Latin radio stations here in Atlanta, and there are like 3 or 4 stations. Whenever you listen to those stations and they go to commercial break, especially like during these political times, they always running Trump ads. I don't know if I've ever heard a Kamala Harris, Tim Walz ad on any of the Latino stations. Yeah, I think the Democrats are just missing out on marketing to a large voting block. And I don't know if it's because they're like, I don't know if they're looking at the numbers and they're like, oh, well, how many of these people can legally vote? So maybe it doesn't make sense for us to invest our time and energy in these spaces or not. I'm not entirely sure. But and again, this is purely anecdotal, right? So maybe it's just at the times of day when I'm listening to those stations that I'm not hearing the Harris Walz ads, but I definitely on those stations hear the Trump ads.
I think you're probably onto something with that though, because like the more I'm thinking about it now, like reflexively, the hindsight 2020 and shit. Yeah, the Democrats really haven't been like targeting towards Latino voters. They really don't seem like they have been. I mean, women, yes, black people, yes, but like Latinos, nah. It feels like maybe that was kind of a really
huge misstep. Yeah, a huge misstep. And as I've said for a very long time, like if you really just get into the cultural breakdowns of both Latinos and like Latinos, Muslims, and black folk tend to have very conservative lifestyle values, right? It's just the Republicans haven't necessarily courted those blocks because they spent so much time telling their base these people are bad. And it's like, oh shit, now it's an election year. Now it's like, well, they're not that bad, you know. So it's a weird thing when you spend your whole campaign telling somebody like, hey, weed is bad. It's the devil's grass, and it is like shit. But we couldn't win an election if we tell people it's good though. So
I need you to find me some votes. Find me some votes.
Yeah.
Invisible accordion.
Yeah, and like I said, Georgia is already on some fuckery. And just to give you guys, I was gonna save this a little bit, but I can tell you guys now. Like I've lived in Georgia almost 20 years now. Originally from New Orleans, Louisiana, moved to Georgia after Hurricane Katrina. When I voted in 2016, like I had voted in like small races and like local shit, and I had voted for Obama here. In 2016, when well, I guess the 2016, I went to go to my regular voting place, and I sat in line for an hour and a half, 2 hours. Right after sitting in line for 2 hours, I get to the front of the line, and they tell me I am at the wrong place to vote.
Blorgia 2, Blacktrick Bluegaloo.
Blacktrick Bluegaloo.
So look, listen. So I go to vote. I'm sitting in this line for 2 hours. I get to the front of the line. They tell me I am in the wrong place, right? And I have to go somewhere else to go vote. So they give me the new address. I go to the new address, and I end up having to sit in this line for 4 fucking hours before I was able to vote. I remember because it rained that day, and nobody had an umbrella. Right, so we were just standing outside in the rain waiting to vote, right? Like on some Jim Crow slavery shit, right? Fast forward to 2020, and me and my housemate were both on. We had both voted in the Democratic primary. We both voted for Joe Biden. Ugh, gross. And then when it came time for the actual presidential election, we both found that we had both been deregistered to vote. And it had to re-register to vote from the time we voted in June or July to the time we had to vote in October. Now we just we had gotten like a bunch of those text blasts that was like, "Hey, Republicans trying to do some fishy shit. Make sure you check, make sure that you're still registered to vote." And I'm like, man, I just voted like a month ago. Like I know I'm good, and I checked to see had been deregistered. That same housemate had the same thing happen to him this year as well. Like he voted. In the 2024 primary, and it went and checked his voting registration status in September, saw he was no longer registered to vote, and then had to register to vote again. This is why I vote early all the time. There was a bomb threat at one polling place, which Ben Pye has already said they found evidence that it came from like a Russian bot. Right, so like hopefully no real threats there. But I saw a video today of a woman that said that like she lives in Georgia, but she's been working in New York for the last few months, so she has to vote via absentee ballot. And the place that she's staying, she hadn't received her absentee ballot, so she starts making phone calls and sending out emails and stuff. And the person that she spoke to was just like, "Oh yeah, we got about 3,000 people that are all trying to get their absentee ballots." She's like, "Holy shit, y'all got 3,000 people in the state of Georgia that haven't gotten their absentee ballots yet?" She's like, "No, we have 3,000 people in Cobb County that haven't gotten the absentee ballots yet."
Wow.
Like this is very much in 2018 for the gubernatorial election between Stacey Abrams and Brian Kemp, they deregistered 40,000 voters in Gwinnett County. Like, and it was like, so imagine going to vote the day of the election. Like you get to your polling place and it's like, yeah, you can't vote. Like that very much happens in Georgia. That's why I tell everybody I know, is like, hey, if you live in Georgia, you got to get out and vote early. Yeah, it's some wild shit out here.
Wow, Florida is getting their numbers in so fast. They're already at 73%. And Trump's got a good lead.
We had three ballot boxes in Portland and Vancouver, Washington that got fucking
which basically
firebombed.
is Portland. It's just like over the state line.
Yeah. But like, why do that? Why bother doing that? Because like both these states are obviously just gonna go blue. You're not gonna be able to like impact it enough. I mean, I guess like some weirdo wingnut from on the right maybe thinks he might make a dent in it or something. But it's crazy. I love mail-in voting. I can't speak highly enough about it. Like, I just sat in my living room, marked my little fucking ballot, drove over to the fucking library, and popped it in the box. Easy, done. I don't know why we don't do this everywhere. Easy.
Yeah, and whenever I talk to my conservative friends about the dangers of mail-in voting, I always remind them that Utah has been doing mail-in voting for quite some time, and it always goes red, and there's never any issues. So, like, they are definitely conservative states.
That's
states
when they they eliminated voter fraud in Utah, so that's what makes it okay. And you know how you know why? Because Republicans win every time.
There you go.
Coming up here at the top of the hour, there's going to be a ton of states that are going to close their polls.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
yeah, like I said, I have been mentally preparing myself for what a Trump presidency could potentially look like. And not that I can imagine what a Harris presidency is going to look like. I think it's going to be a very difficult job. I think she made a lot of promises that I would love to see her keep. And I think it's very important for both, no matter who you voted for, whether you voted for Donald Trump, Kamala Harris, if you voted for Jill Stein or Cornel West, right? Like, whoever you elect to be in office, make them do the things they said they were going to fucking do. Right? Yeah, like, don't let them promise you something and then not commit to it.
See, the thing about it, though, is that there's no way to make them, and that's why they lie about it all the time. Like,
yeah, I know, and I think we need to do a better job. Look, what I would love to see is much like our good friend Jefferson Aloysius Beauregard Holiday state that Oregon has ranked choice voting on their as a prop ballot for this election. Idaho also has ranked choice voting, and I think America. I would love to see how the American political landscape could shift if the entire country shifted to ranked choice voting as opposed to the Electoral College.
Goddamn right.
I would love to see what that would look like.
Yeah, me too. You talk what it would look like for like having a Trump presidency again. The thing that fucks me up is how much of like what he talks about is he just bloviating, and how much does he fucking mean? Because like this idea of mass deportations, of making certain people illegal, that kind of shit. I mean, if he's serious about it, if he's got enough crazy ass motherfuckers, and keep in mind, it's not even really Trump that's the problem. JD Vance is the fucking bought and paid for little puppet boy for Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel's way worse than Trump. They actually try to do this kind of shit. You're gonna see some really, really crazy stuff happening. I know for a fact, Pacific Northwest, you start trying to round up illegals, there's gonna be a big fucking problem. Like a big fucking problem.
Yeah, Monty and I were talking. I'm not going to put anybody on blast, but we have a friend who is a very nice, sweet old lady, right? Like she is the nicest, sweetest. Like when I think about her, I think about Hank Hill from King of the Hill, right? Somebody who somebody who votes conservative, right? But it's not a bad person. It's not a demon. It's not racist. It's not classist. Just their value system tends to lean conservative. And she, much like Hank Hill, lives in a world that is rapidly changing around her. Right. And she's absorbing the changes in real time. Right. I definitely know this woman is voting for Trump for sure. And I have definitely heard her talk about us needing to get the illegals out of the country because they're bringing crime and they're stealing jobs. Right. But like also she's got this Guatemalan woman that like cleans her house once a week.
Lots of extra stuff on the ballot. In addition to candidates, there are judges and ballot initiatives. It's as big as a Scantron card and co.es with a booklet. No way I could do that without mail-in ballot.
Yeah, and that is another benefit to a mail-in ballot, because then you get a chance to sit with it. You can Google it. You can look up the choices, see what makes sense for you. Because there might be some things that you want to vote conservatively on, and there might be some things you might want to vote more progressively on. Like you might be pro Second Amendment, but also pro-choice. Right? Or you might be pro legalization of marijuana, but anti-death penalty or something. You know what I'm saying? Like that, like pro-death penalty. Like who knows? Like there are lots of different ways that you could vote And with a mail-in ballot, you at least have that opportunity versus the amount of people that say, let me tell you some other fuck shit they did in Georgia real fast. I'm sorry, I buried something real fast. So when me and my girlfriend went and voted a couple of weeks ago, we went and voted, and on the card, it was like, vote for president. Kamala Harris, or Donald Trump, Kamala Harris, or Cornel West, right? Jill Stein was not on the ballot, right? It was Donald Trump, Kamala Harris, Cornel West. So then you make your vote, right? You fill out the whole card. Then when you walk out of the building, there's a big ass sign on the wall that says, Cornel West's votes do not count in the state of Georgia.
What?
After you walk out of voting, they tell you that if you voted for Cornel West, that vote doesn't count.
Ah, great.
I mean, we had RFK Jr. on the ballot here, and a few people I had never heard of at all. We had a bunch of, I think Jill Stein was on it too. Pretty sure.
No, we didn't have Jill Stein on this one. We only had Donald Trump and Kamala Harris.
We still
I want to mix it up though. I want to vote for Kamala Harris and J.D. Vance. That's what I want. I want Kamala Harris looking over her shoulder the whole time.
Yeah. We still had RFK Jr. on the ballot here in Oregon.
Yeah, we had him on here too.
The soon-to-be National Director of Health, Robert F. Kennedy.
Oh my God!
He's excited that our national health is going to be dictated via brainworm. It's going to be great.
Like the fact that the amount of people that have no idea about the brainworm story it blows my mind. It is hilarious.
That's incredible. What a fucking lunatic that dude is. And you know what's crazy too? It's bizarre to me because I've been doing debunking and shit on YouTube for a long fucking time. Like that's my fucking bread and butter. That's what I've been training up for and doing shit for. I went and I infiltrated a fucking a chiropractic convention, a wellness chiropractic convention. I've seen RFK Jr. speak right in front of me. I've listened.
How
to the
can you deal
talk.
with that voice? Oh my God.
It's tough, dude. It's tough, but you do what you have to do for the memes. But for real though, he's fucking crazy. He's fucking crazy. He's a lunatic. But there are people, they listen to what he has to say, and they're like, "Oh yeah, that sounds good."
Do you think that RFK is more likely to pull people from the left, or people that would have voted more left, or people that would have voted more right?
When he first got into the picture, I would have told you the left, but I think it's actually probably going to be more people from the right these days. Okay. I don't think he's really got enough of a foothold anymore. The worst thing that could possibly happen to RFK Jr.
If anyone
is
read
more people
Animorphs as a kid, a brainworm in government hits close to home. RFK would be Visser 3 with a year in his head.
Yeah. I had to take a picture of that shit to my girlfriend. She's a big Animorphs fan. That's funny.
Yeah, but I mean, I like the worst thing that can happen for RFK Jr. is more press for RFK Jr. because the more you learn about him, the more insane he is. So the more people actually got to know about him, they're like, I'm not voting for this motherfucker. This guy is crazy. He is actually crazy. He's
nutty. He's nutty as squirrel shit. You know what I'm saying? This man, that running over the bear story, I thought was amazing. He just killed him he killed the bear and then left the body in Central Park.
Yes. Yeah. Yes, and there are no bears in Central Park.
It's so random.
He had this wife. She was extremely mentally ill, and rather than take care of her, he continued to cheat on her like a motherfucker. And when she found his diary detailing out all of the fucking he'd been doing, his response to her was so cold and so vicious and so fucking nasty. She fucking Robloxed herself. She did. Yeah, dude. He is a piece of shit. A piece of shit. He drove already a mentally unstable woman to just Roblox herself. and it was his wife, and like, you know, oh well, let's put him in charge of women's health. It's a good idea.
By the way, looks like Virginia. Kamala's got a good lead in Virginia with almost 20% of the vote in. So that's yeah.
I'll take it.
Georgia, Trump is doing really well in Georgia so far.
Yeah, like I said, the amount of people I know personally, like, so I have a couple of producer friends, really good guys, really talented, amazing guys that I've done music with, made money with, and going to do music and make money with in the future, that I'm both positive are going to vote for Donald Trump. Like, yeah, I've been seeing them on that path. Like, and for me, when I'm talking to other black men, I noticed that if they've been in those, like, if they've been a part of those Manosphere podcasts, like your Fresh and Fits, or they would be Kevin Samuels fans or Charleston White fans, I'm like, yeah, all them dudes was voting for Trump. All of them. Yeah.
So here's Florida right now.
That's Tallahassee up top? Okay.
Yeah, Tallahassee. Looks like the Panhandle, like none of it's come in yet, but that's usually red.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jacksonville.
Duval.
Yeah. And here's Georgia.
Yeah, I saw Socialism Train in the chat. If it was on my show, I'd be like, Zoe, drop one of the clues bombs for the Socialism Train in the chat. Looks like you're also in Georgia as well. I think he said earlier that on his ballot, he had 6 presidential nominees. On my early ballot, I did not have 6 nominees. I had 3 nominees. It was Trump, Harris, and Cornel West. I did not have a Jill Stein, and I'd love to know what your other ones were. Did you have a libertarian candidate on yours? Because I didn't have a libertarian candidate. I can't
remember. There were a few I didn't even recognize.
Yeah, mine definitely had a libertarian candidate for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm also.
I'm dealing with some fuck shit now.
Why? What's going on?
Well, so I wanted to. I'm making a bunch of pulled fucking pork. So I got like the cheapest pork I could. This because it's just slow cooker kind of shit, right? So I got the in between the ribs pork meat, which is fucking great. But I gotta pick out of every little fucking piece any tiny little bits of bone. So I'm just like I'm like finger knuckles deep in pork right now.
That's crazy.
It's gonna be awesome though. I'm making fucking tamales tomorrow, man. Fuck.
Yeah, listen, I made like my first day back from Vegas. The first thing I did was made some burritos. We went to this restaurant on the strip. We went to this taco place right off the strip. And after that, I really wanted to come home and make some mango salsa, some mango pico, and I did not. I forgot the fucking mango last night. You know what? Still delicious.
I don't expect this to continue, but Kamala is winning Ohio right now. But they're counting
Well, there have been murmurs and snap polls that have shown that like a lot of Ohioans is that the proper way to
it is
that a lot of Ohioans feel strongly about the Haitian immigrant story in Springfield. Like there've been a lot of snap polls and a lot of murmurs and brouhahas from people that they feel that their state is being misrepresented. And it was like, I can't believe Donald Trump is telling a lie right now. I'm like,
that town that they were talking about is like, it's kind of close to where Dave Chappelle lives. He lives in like Yellow Springs, I think it's called. Yeah. And they're near Dayton. Dayton is the major city over there.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Wait, can you show me with your mouse on the map where around where
which county it is? Hold on, let me see. Dayton, Ohio County. It's Montgomery.
Show me where Cuyahoga.
It's Montgomery.
Show me where Cuyahoga is.
I don't know.
That's what I want to see.
Where is it? It's like over here somewhere.
Yeah, I'm not good with county maps either.
Yeah. It's It's in Montgomery County, I guess is what it says. Seneca County, Wyandotte. I know it's like down here somewhere. Is it right there? No. I know I drove to Dayton once too to go to when I lived in Columbus. Montgomery County. I'm not sure actually. I know it's like south of Toledo. I don't even see it on the map. They didn't even bother putting it there. They're showing Akron, which is where Cyrax lives.
Okay.
Oh, good.
There's no numbers coming in for where Dayton is right now.
Moto Nerve in the chat says Dayton is southish west. So not southwestish, but southish west.
Oh, it's like
on my California ballot, Claudia de la Cruz, Peace and Freedom Party. Kamala Harris. Robert F. Kennedy, American Independent Party. Chase Oliver, Libertarian Party.
Right.
Jill Stein, Green Party. Donald Trump. Name.
This is Clark County, and this is where Springfield, Ohio is right here.
I mean, but real quick, can we just take a second and acknowledge that that's kind of fucked up that we have like I voted in Georgia and a couple people in the chat voted in Georgia and none of us had the same options for president on our ballot.
That's very strange.
Like that.
It's because each county has its own board of elections, right? Is that how it is? I don't know.
I think that's how it is. I guess so. Each the counties can elect. Okay, you know what? I'll do the research on another day. Yeah. Georgia is interesting, man. It's a very interesting state to vote in. Like now that I've lived it, like having lived in Louisiana my whole life, I was kind of like Louisiana is one of them places like, yeah, you know, New Orleans is going to be blue. Like they're like 4 counties or 4 districts that'll be like blue, and everything else is going to be red. In the
They're
state.
about to close some more polls here in like 2 minutes.
Right. You get about 4 parishes that are going to be blue. The rest of it's just going to be fucking red.
Douglas, you know what, Zoe? Drop one of Clues bombs for Jefferson, Aloysius, Beauregard, Holiday, knowing about parishes.
Yes, man. I lived in New Orleans. I lived in New Orleans a long time, man. I love it. Love it. Fuck.
You gotta come down and hang out with us sometime, man. I mean, I'm saying it like I'm in New Orleans now, but like, yeah, she come to Atlanta and hang out with us. You know who I've not hung out with in Atlanta at all, and it doesn't make any sense. Adam from Your Movie Sucks.
He just moved from there. Yeah. He doesn't live down there anymore.
Yeah, he just moved.
I was like, bro, we tried connecting a few times, and every time it was just we would just miss and then just never attempt again.
Yeah, I was coming down there to New Orleans once a year doing the motorcycle tours, and I didn't get a chance to get
Trump wins Florida
and take its 30 electoral votes. The state of Massachusetts, Kamala Harris, the projected winner tonight with 11 electoral votes. Donald
Tennessee goes to Trump.
In Tennessee tonight, 11 electoral votes there. In the state of Maryland, NBC News projects that will go in the Kamala
These are all
Harris
like ones
column.
you could guess.
We move on.
Right, yeah, nobody.
Missouri goes to Trump. That's 10 votes. Alabama goes to Trump. What a shocker. How'd he pull that one off? Oklahoma.
Be projected to go to Donald Trump.
Basically the SEC conference. The whole SEC conference.
3 electoral votes at stake. NBC
All the states that Kamala's winning right now are like low value, like a low electoral value states so far. Wow, look at this. 27 to 90.
But we await calls in those all-important battlegrounds.
Okay, so Pennsylvania just closed, so the voting for Pennsylvania should be coming in like over the next half hour here.
Well, let's show you what we got right now in Pennsylvania.
It's too early to call.
North Carolina, same story. They do
we got breaking news. We have no news.
Still too early to call. Just 5% of the vote in Georgia. We're seeing a lot
the breaking news is we will know something later on.
To make a projection.
That's right.
Tom, who's starting to look at some of the
yes. This is Hannibal on the show. This isn't Monty. Monty's got the luxurious dreadlocks, right? Which I didn't know until recently. Monty, the whole time he been getting his dreads done, he had a white lady doing his dreads. He just started getting a black person doing his dreads recently. Changed his fucking life.
Wow, looks like Kamala's going to win Virginia. They're 75% in. Anything, I guess it could change,
It
but
looks like Harris is slightly down with 75% of the vote in. This one stood out to me. 95% of the vote is in Loudoun County right now. Biden was at 61%. Harris is now at 56%. Again, there's a difference of about 35,000 votes. 95% is in, and we can actually see how much of the vote is left. Only about 36.
I wonder how North Carolina's
in Loudoun
doing.
County. So she's
Thank you,
underperforming
Zing
a little bit
Butcher.
there.
Zing Butcher was like, "Love you, Hannibal. I watched you a bunch of your videos from seeing you on DP. Yeah, like love hanging out with Ben Pride, Jefferson Holiday. Jeff Holiday was actually we had him on an Ultimate Comic Movie List episode. We had to rewatch the original Supergirl movie. And in that movie, at a certain point, she was getting her power while also eating Popeye's chicken. It really resonated with my spirit.
have you had Dave's Hot Chicken, Hannibal?
I've not had Dave's Hot Chicken.
I had it. It was pretty good.
Meat some years ago, so I've been, I've had to lay off of the meat. Now, like if that pulled pork that Jeff Holiday is making right now, I would eat it. It would be the best thing I had, and then my stomach would be fighting with me for the next 2 days. It's like, so
Texas.
you decided to eat shredded pork.
The early Texas polls coming in are Texas's blue right now, and then
would you rather Texas go? Would you rather Texas go blue, but then Ted Cruz remains a senator, or Texas stays red, but then Ted Cruz doesn't have a job anymore?
I'd fine with it. I'd be fine because Ted Cruz would lose the next time. Texas has 40 votes, man. That's like huge. She would win no matter what if that happened.
Yeah. Listen. I don't buy it. I love Texas. Been there. I almost moved to Texas, and like that when Texas finna be. Oh.
Yeah, I mean this is very early.
Very red.
There's some dope ass places in Texas. I don't have any hate for it. I mean, even like Dallas, Fort Worth. I had a great time when I went there. But Ben wants to bring up that hot chicken. What is it called again? The fucking Frank's Hot Chicken.
Dave's Hot Chicken.
Dave's Hot.
It's owned by it's owned by Drake, and I don't give a shit about Drake at all. But on his birthday, they gave away free sandwiches, and it was really good. I was like surprised how good it was.
Yeah. But the thing is, if you've ever been to fucking Nashville, like
I've been to
Dave's
Nashville
Hot
before.
Chicken it ain't the shit.
It's different than Nashville Hot. You're such a hater, Jeff. You're such a hater. He's drinking all the haterade. It's a totally different thing. You think you know about it and you don't like it, but you've never tried it, and you're just hating right now. It's okay.
I've had Dave's Hot Chicken. It's shit.
I asked you last time, and you said you haven't had it.
Yeah, listen, real quick, Carlos Rogers in the chat, and I have not verified this yet, says that Mark Robinson lost the governor race in North Carolina. North Carolina might fuck around and be blue. If North Carolina is blue, this shit might be an early night.
It might be an early night.
You might know who won the presidency in the next 4 hours.
Let's
Holy
see.
shit.
Yeah, I want to see it. I want to see it happen tonight. I'm looking. So like it's like almost 6% North Carolina, and Virginia is so they gave Virginia to Harris. No, they haven't. See, this is saying 25%. What's Pennsylvania? Pennsylvania's 3%. I can't believe Ohio. I can't believe she's winning Ohio right now with like 30% in. That's crazy.
So that was something that I was going to mention was like I was doing these motorcycle tours, and like a year and a half ago, it was right after we were all hanging out for DP 1000, and I was in New Orleans. I started messaging Monty. He invited me to the fucking cookout, but because of some bullshit with me trying to get like a box of old photo albums to my ex-girlfriend from when I lived in New Orleans, I didn't get to go to the New Orleans cookout. I was so fucking mad.
Man, shit. Who's your ex-girlfriend in New Orleans? I want to know shit. I want to know if I know her. Well, don't say it on stream, but message me later.
And like super tall, like 6 foot, very very thin, very waifish, kind of like Kate Moss looking chick. She was a pretty badass. She's a pretty cool person, but she just fucked around with me trying to get her shit back to her. So I missed the fucking cookout. I was so mad.
Oh man, listen, a Monty cookout is one of those. Like I don't say this often because Monty's ego is out of proportion. But like Monty, like there's like a handful of people that I will openly say will genuinely outcook me. Monty is like, if he makes you a meal, it will be one of the best home meals you've had in your life. Monty is God tier in the kitchen. And I don't like giving him that accolade. If any of y'all tell Monty I said that, I will deny it like a Trump supporter, okay? That's not what happened. No, he didn't.
You know what though? It doesn't matter. You can't let him have that over you, you know?
I can't, like Monty, like he's a fantastic chef. Like I give credit where credit is due. It's one of the few things I'll give him, other than the fact that you know
what it is. You know what it is.
Yeah,
I have fucked both of my parents.
Yes, he did. Yeah. Yeah. Me, Ma, and P-Pop. Monty don't give a fuck. Okay. give him some Astroglide and some Platinum Wet and some Viagra. He gonna go to town. Yeah, Monty makes every family dinner very uncomfortable.
Everyone, please like the stream if you haven't already. And thank you for getting us to 17% of the goal so far. We'll see how long this goes. Now, if no one thought, you know, and this is really early, but what if a state that no one thought was in play is suddenly in play, you know?
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, like,
Jeff,
I never anticipated seeing Ohio or Texas blue. So that is curious. But I gotta imagine that's just because these are like the early numbers coming in. And once you give it some time.
Oh, he's back.
Once you give it, Jefferson is back.
Yeah. My so memory's got a flat tire.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I gotta go pick her up.
Okay.
All right. So I'm gonna be sitting down and trying to get some food in with her and whatnot, but I'll try and pop back in a little bit, hang out with you guys tomorrow. Okay.
Okay.
Cool. Always a pleasure, Jefferson.
Man, we gotta hang out more often, man.
Yes, we do. Listen, I'm gonna message you. I'm gonna send you my number on one of the social media platforms because I know you got Monty's, but I don't think you don't got mine. We gotta change that.
Yeah, absolutely. Sounds good.
Yeah.
Thanks for stopping by.
Listen. Hey man, you and Memory ever come to Atlanta? Y'all got a place to stay. Y'all can come hang out with me. I got a whole house out here.
I'd fucking love to do that. That'd be amazing.
Yeah. I'll basically be like the Ben Pye of the DP universe, right? It's like you in Atlanta, just come stay with Hannibal.
Fuck yeah, dude. Sounds good. All right, I'll be back in a little bit. All right, bye guys.
All right, see you then. All right, so we're switching back to this mode.
Oh, nice. I like the wipe.
Yeah.
Like, so do you have it set to like when it wipes, it automatically just repositions the cameras and everything? Like
yeah, when it wipes, it switches scenes. I have a few different scenes that I can switch to, and I have other ones too, but this is the one that I have like set up right now. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So Texas red now. Let's see how Michigan's doing.
Which is to be expected.
Yes. Yeah, I think they were counting Dallas at first. Kamala, her lead in Ohio is slipping, which was also to be expected. They're at 33% of the vote. We'll see.
Like I said, Virginia and North Carolina would be huge because, like, she wins Virginia, North Carolina, and then fuck around win Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. So we can go to sleep. That'll be the election right there. Yeah, that is crazy. Are there any other states that you expect to flip stuff that may typically be blue that would go red this cycle, or stuff that was blue last time, red last time that goes blue this cycle?
Honestly, I have no clue. I was watching the polling and everything, and it seems so uncertain that I don't really have any strong feelings about any of this. I really don't know. I can't wait to see how it unfolds. Like, I wasn't sure about Georgia, like you were saying, but it's definitely trending that way, and they're at 36%.
Yeah, but you also, because Fulton County is the largest county and is going to have the most votes. Like that county alone is going to have well over 1 million votes. Right. So, and that's Fulton County directly. So like the neighboring corresponding counties, DeKalb County, Gwinnett County, the DeKalb, Cobb, Gwinnett, and Clayton County are all going to have like hundreds of thousands of votes that are all going to come in as well. So like you could have somewhere between like 2 million votes that get counted in that time period.
Sure.
So still got some time to go.
Yes, yeah.
You know, and also it's not all definitely blue either, right? Like you know, Atlanta is a very unique mix of people, and the I've seen I've talked to people that have come from Trump rallies in Atlanta and people that have gone to Harris rallies in Atlanta. You know, in the last few weeks they've both had quite a few. There was one Harris Walls rally I went to at Lakewood Amphitheater, and the same day that Kamala Harris was having hers at Lakewood Amphitheater, Donald Trump was having his at the Cobb Energy Center. Just for context, right?
Yeah.
The Cobb Energy Center holds about 4,000 to 5,000 people. Lakewood Amphitheater holds 18,000 to 20,000 people, right?
Crazy.
So like there were significantly more people at the Harris Walls rally, but I think it's also important to note that they had definitely advertised it like Usher was going to be there, but the way it was framed, it looked like Usher was going to be performing there, and he definitely did not perform.
They had
He was like, hey, y'all ready to vote? He came out and talked about democracy and shit. He didn't do he didn't do confessions, he didn't do let it burn, you got it bad, none of that shit. He just talked about politics and left. And not for nothing, my girlfriend said he was dressed like a wine mom. Okay. Said he looked like he was going by a Stanley Cup at Target.
I mean, Eminem did a rally with Obama in like recently, and Obama did more rap than Eminem did none, and Obama did some.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't watched those actual clips. God, there's so much to pay attention to.
Too much
in this news cycle, and I definitely spend a lot of time keeping an eye out on conservative news outlets. Like, you know, how is Fox News reporting this story? How is Breitbart? How is The Blaze? How is Newsmax? Red State? You know, Daily Wire? You know, how are they? You know, what's Candace Owens got to say about this?
I just keep looking at these. Let's see what they're doing. I need to pull Fox News back up too eventually here. See what they're saying over there.
Trump and Kemp made amends, although they rarely.
So Trump has almost 100
the
now.
two singing from the same hymnal in the race's closing weeks, along with a lot of these other Trump candidates.
We got 15 minutes until the next closures.
All right, we have a call to make. This is North Carolina.
North Carolina.
Josh Stein, the Democrat, takes the race there.
Oh, okay. I was like, so it's the governor. A Democrat just took North Carolina for governor. So think about that.
Well, we talked about ticket splitting.
Yeah, so I think now it means that Kamala has got a very good chance of winning North Carolina. Holy shit, man.
Josh Stein, the winner of the governor's race in North Carolina. Just a brief word about this controversial lieutenant governor candidate. You both are jumping to tell me who wants to take.
Let me just say one thing.
Yeah, the GOP should have replaced Mark Robinson when they had the chance.
Controversial this Republican gubernatorial candidate was. But just remember the ticket splitting piece. This is a state that has ticket split president, governor before. That's it, right? So this, I think,
they have a Democratic governor right now.
That's exactly right. So if somebody's looking at this going, well, the Democratic governor won in North Carolina, doesn't that mean maybe that Vice President Harris is a lock? It does not. And just to throw that out there, this is a state that where Republicans know how to check a Republican for president and a Democrat for governor.
But this was a campaign on Mark Robinson's behalf. It was beset by problems.
Beset by problems because he was determined that he posted some highly controversial comments on an adult website. And so the backlash was massive. This result was expected.
That man called himself a black
Nazi.
Nazi.
By the way, one of the
He
did. I'm giving you the biggest one. The question is, will he drag support for former President Trump? We don't know the answer, but we do know that in 2020, President Biden was not able to win this state because there was, in part, it's believed, a controversial Democratic candidate for Senate. And that did sink his chances. Now, just to zoom out a little bit, a Democrat hasn't won the state of North Carolina since 2008 when Barack Obama did it. Trump added 3 campaign stops in these closing days of the race.
But the whole weekend there, 3 days straight in North Carolina.
How important this state is to his path.
Also a sense that it might have been slipping away and trying to shore up there.
Absolutely.
North Carolina was very, very tight in 2022. Trump won it, but it was right up there in terms of narrow margin.
Yeah, King Cole, Republican governor nominee Mark Robinson in North Carolina went on. It was called Africa Nudes?
I don't like. I heard the story kind of, but I didn't. Look. This dude was basically like. First off, this dude was in the comment section of this adult video site, leaving comments about like politics and race and shit, right? And it was like, hey man. First off, that's not the place for this, right? And I think that every time I'm in the comment section of an adult video site, I'm like, hey man, this is not the place to be leaving your comments about politics and shit, but
right?
What if you want to run for governor someday? Isn't that the way to get started?
It's such a weird thing. And then for him to deny, it was like, listen, man, at that point they should have just switched candidates to somebody else, right?
They should have.
And then they committed to him. Donald Trump said he was he was as good a black man as Martin Luther King was. Like, God bless him.
Let's see. What states are in the next poll closure? So only Arkansas. Only Arkansas closes at 8:30 Eastern.
Mm-hmm.
But then a whole bunch of them at 9 Eastern. Arizona, Colorado, Iowa, Kansas, which, by the way, I'm already seeing Kansas on here, so I don't understand that. Let's see. Louisiana, Michigan, Minnesota, Nebraska, New Mexico, New York, North Dakota, South Dakota, Texas, which is weird because I'm seeing Texas on here now. I don't understand. Maybe they're getting early numbers in. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Is that they're getting early numbers in?
Okay, and then there's Wisconsin and Wyoming.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be. I initially thought that I've been mentally preparing myself for a Trump presidency for years now.
Had a quick tech issue. That's been happening lately. So that is unfortunate. Oh, God. Okay. All right. Hannibal, sorry about that. Had a quick computer poop. And now we're back. We're back live and everything. I just have to fix it.
All right.
Yeah, we just had to fix
no, you good, man. The computer I'm currently using, I randomly have these tech issues with it. Okay, cool. All right, and mute this.
Yeah.
What am I hearing myself? Oh, on my phone. I'm like, I'm hearing this echo right now. What am I hearing? Oh, it's on my phone. Okay, there we go. All right.
Yeah, everything took a massive dump, but we're back. It wasn't that long. I have to fix my camera, though. I think I can do it without having to get up. Just wanted to get us back on, you know?
Alex 3.0 says, G-Man trying to take down the stream.
Yeah, what the hell? It's Jared's hackers is what it was.
The Genesis?
Yeah, one moment.
Yeah. I am curious, guys, as we wait for Ben Pye to get back, is there any single ballot issue that really matters to you in your own election decision-making process? Right? Like, is there any single issue? Is it immigration, the economy? Is it crime or women's reproductive rights or or maybe it's some local or state thing. Maybe it's the legalization of marijuana, ranked choice voting.
Yeah.
Is there any single ballot issue that, and to you as well, Ben Parr, was there any single ballot issue that you were very passionate about or could have influenced you one way or another in how you voted?
Like locally for me?
Yeah, locally or nationally, like whatever. I'm curious to see what different things matter to different people,
I was gonna vote anyway because it's so easy to vote here that like there was nothing that swayed me or like convinced me that I had to vote. Because they just mail it to me and then I just send it in. There were a few things I didn't vote on because I didn't recognize who the people were, like there was like nonpartisan judges and I'm like, I don't know anything about these people, the judges and shit. By the way, everyone please like the stream if you haven't already. It sucks because like when tech issues happen like that, you lose a bunch of viewers.
Right, and then you have to, but like our viewers are tuned back in. For the Ben Parr experience. Yep. Which, man, when I was in Vegas, I wanted to tell you, I downloaded like a shit ton of Jackbox games. So like me and my girlfriend's family, it's like 10 of us all sitting there playing fucking Jackbox games on this 80-inch TV. And I say that because I learned about the awesomeness of Jackbox games from being here on DB with you.
Yeah, Jackbox are fun.
Yeah, it's like there's so many, like, and I got a bunch of them. There's actually one I got there's like the Jackbox Naughty Pack, and I don't know what that is, but I wanna see what it is. It's like, I wanna see how lewd Jackbox games can get.
Yeah.
Let's see. I was looking at some of the responses from the chat when I asked if there are any issues that were important to him. Scorpio Maxwell said weed in North Carolina. Yeah, weed is very important. Sapphire Cashburn says my issue is the cost of housing and everything. Yeah, the cost of housing is definitely going up, especially here in Georgia. We can feel it. Sadistica Houndsblood says I am in California and it was Prop 3 for me. I am not familiar with Prop 3, but when I was in Vegas last week, there were a lot of billboards about Prop 3 in Vegas that said don't let Nevada become California.
Well,
I don't know.
A lot of Californians are moving to other places. I'm guessing maybe that's what they mean. I don't know. I don't know, like, that's interesting.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I'm very curious to see how the rest of this plays out. Like I said, I in my head I had Trump winning. Like I've been preparing myself mentally for a Trump presidency. I think the Republicans have done a much better job of marketing and branding over the last 2 years. Every time, like there was a point where every time I went to any gas pump in the state of Georgia, I would see a sign that would say, "Thanks, Joe Biden," next to the gas prices.
Thanks. Yeah. I've seen one where he's like, "I did that," and he's pointing at the prices. I've seen one of those where it's Joe Biden and there's like a little like cartoon bubble and he's like saying, "I did that." Yeah. Let's take a look. I'm gonna pull up.
Frank Bannister said in the chat there was a state ballot question for me about medical shrooms and mescaline. I voted yes on. I saw, what state was it that I saw was trying to decide about legalizing psychedelics. And it was a real conservative state, like fucking North Dakota or some shit. I don't remember. I don't want to get it wrong. Frank Bannister, what state are you in? I'm curious. Yeah, Big Tito, I completely agree. I think shrooms should absolutely be legal.
Yeah. I mean, they're like pseudo legal here, not really, but kind of like gray area. Yeah, I lost all my stuff.
I saw those signs in court. It's not smart marketing as it is angry trolling.
Okay, yeah, and you know what? I'll give you that. Yeah, I do think it is more angry trolling than it is anything else. But angry, but effective, though. Like people will vote on stuff when they're emotionally connected to it, and that emotion does not have to be a positive one. Matter of fact, it probably works. It's probably easier to get people to vote on stuff that they're angry about, and angry and uninformed, But with that, all you can do is just give people the sources and just kind of hope that they, like I said, I read a lot of, I read a lot of conservative news. So
yeah, sometimes I do.
Yeah, I like seeing how stories get reported across the aisle. So like seeing how the stories reported, on the left leaning sites versus the way the stories reported on the right leaning sites. It was weird because once upon a time, Newsmax before 2020, Newsmax used to be like a fairly good source for conservative news. If you wanted something that was more down the line, less editorialized, and it was just like conservative news for conservative audiences without so much spin. Then but then after the election, when Fox News in 2020 was like, yeah, it looks like Donald Trump is going to lose this, Fox News was Newsmax was like, oh shit, this is our big break.
It's true.
And them motherfuckers they went super down. They went super hard right, but they grew their audience so much afterwards. There was a stretch of time where like a lot of Trump supporters were anti-Fox because they called the election for Joe Biden.
Sure, I remember. Yeah, I mean, that's even happened a few times in some other elections. Like, they got mad at the people who just worked at Fox News, whose job it was to actually make the call. And they're more analytical about it. They're not all, like, into the conspiracy bullshit and that kind of stuff. So it's kind of like the Georgia election workers that had to, like, actually count the votes. And they're like, yeah, the votes were counted right. And he's like,
there was that one, and there was another Georgia ballot measure recently that got shot down by the Supreme Court. It was that one. One was that they wanted all the votes in the state. No, all the votes in very specific Democrat strongholds like Fulton County, DeKalb County, Clayton County, Gwinnett County. It was like, yeah, we want all these ballots to be hand counted, right? And it was like, that is an objectively ridiculous thing to say.
Trump
right?
has pulled ahead in Georgia, by the way.
Oh yeah. I fully expect him to win Georgia. I fully expect. California wait, is this Prop 3? Hold on, I want to make sure I'm. Prop 3 is repeals same-sex marriage ban.
Oh my!
This proposed amendment to California's constitution would repeal a ban on same-sex marriage,
which they don't enforce.
Marriage, right? Which would be a fundamental right. Interesting. So the signs in Vegas was like, don't let Nevada become California. That's wild.
I'm not sure
that
how
is
effective
wild.
it is. Trump turns off as many people as get on board with him. He's very polarizing. Also, conservatives don't get how unplayable they are.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going based off of the conversations that I've had with people and the things that I'm seeing. So it is very anecdotal.
Yes.
What I'm saying, Fenrir. And I try to be very transparent about that. These aren't studies. These are people that I'm talking to. What are you seeing, Ben Parr?
Oh, North Carolina is getting closer now. So we'll see what happens. It's still not even 20% of the voting in, but now it's getting closer where they're, it's, and Virginia though looks pretty, no, actually that's pretty close too now. Ooh, man, that's,
yeah, if Georgia's starting to come in and if more, how much of the reporting in Georgia's coming?
53.
53. Okay, yeah. Like if the major counties come in and it's close, Trump is going to win it. And I feel very confident that he's going to win it. Like in 2016, Hillary lost Georgia by about 40 or 50,000 votes, or 50, 60,000 votes. Trump won. Sidebar, Ben Pye. My Skype screen is just me and you. I can't see the actual DP screen.
I'll fix it.
Which is not a big.
It helps. It helps.
I didn't realize you could fix it that quickly. I didn't know it was just a click of a button. Okay.
Yeah. I just forgot to do it because I was like trying to make everything work again.
But I think in 2016, Hillary lost. Trump won Georgia by about 50,000 votes. In 2018, Brian Kemp beat Stacey Abrams by about 40,000 votes, which was extremely close. In 2020, Joe Biden won Georgia by 11,000 votes. Right. In 2022, and I didn't mean to bring up Biden. And in 2022, Stacey Abrams lost by like 100,000 votes. My point is they didn't elect Hillary in 2016, Stacey Abrams in 2018 or 2022. I do not imagine Georgia being like, you know who we're gonna vote for president? This lady. Any lady. I don't think they would vote for Marjorie Taylor Greene if she was the option. I don't think they would vote any woman for the higher elected office.
We'll have to check and see how Lauren Boebert does.
Is she running opposed?
I'm pretty sure she's part of this. I'm pretty sure her. Yeah, right here, Boebert. Her seat is in this district right here, Colorado's 4th district. I think she switched districts. I think she used to have a different one. Yeah.
Yeah, she switched districts.
So I guess we'll see how that turns out.
Let's see. An hour ago, AP News says U.S. Representative Lauren Boebert will find out where the switching races worked in Colorado.
Yeah.
And then here's one. Kate, a local station in Colorado, had an update 50 minutes ago. What are you guys saying? What? Lauren Boebert ain't nothing in yet.
yeah, they haven't closed the voting there.
It was like
yet.
Click here for numbers, and then it was like you clicked there, and they'd be like, check back later.
Yep. Yeah. So Trump pulled ahead in Ohio. Michigan is still Kamala, but it's only 5.5%. Pennsylvania 9%. Pretty solidly for Harris so far.
Simple Country in the chat says, in most cases, the early vote is more rural votes. They have fewer votes to count. Hence, states start red and shift blue. Some states count early votes before election day votes. Yeah, like last election, the last 2 election cycles in Georgia, they wouldn't count the early votes until after the polls closed. So, but the thought process was also typically that, at least in Georgia, that those early voters were mostly Democrat-leaning voters or left-leaning voters.
She didn't even win 50% in her prior election. Because Colorado had enough of her. Lots of election deniers prosecuted there too.
I'll be right back. I have to go to the bathroom. I want to put you full screen.
I got you. I feel like you spelled deniers right. I don't know why they... Deniers. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I feel like Georgia feels very similar about Marjorie Taylor Greene, right? Like, I think the people in her district are kind of like they're kind of over her and they're ready for her to be shifted out into. One thing that I thought was very interesting just here in Georgia in the 2020 election that I saw carry over into 2022, because I was very curious because Brian Kemp and Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, were pressured to, find votes, in favor of Donald Trump. And when they didn't, Donald Trump spoke very poorly about Brian Kemp and about Brad Raffensperger. And I was curious about how that would impact the gubernatorial election in 2022 here in Georgia. And what ended up happening was essentially Georgia Republicans are like they're Trump supporters, but they don't necessarily buy into all of the rhetoric, right? Like, they'd be like, we don't believe the election was stolen. We don't just, again, anecdotal. These are the people that I've spoken to. All right, so obviously there are gonna be some people that live in the state of Georgia that are very much like, they completely believe the election was stolen. January 6th was peaceful, peaceful rally, all that stuff, right? But they're largely like, we vote for Trump because we feel like we make more money when he was in office versus when a Democrat is in office, and they tend to vote. They tend to vote fiscally conservative. At least from the conversations that I had. So they might not necessarily stand for the day-to-day rhetoric that he says, but they like the long-term economic promises that they feel like he presents to them. At least in the conversations that I've had with people, and I have a lot of conversations with people about politics. I've also, found a way to have those conversations without turning into a shouting match, right? Like, I want to know how you got to the place that you're at without, like there's no reason for me to criticize the way that you vote, because like criticizing the way people vote is like criticizing. Like, people vote the same way, like they pick political parties like the same way that they pick favorite sports teams, like, or pick religions. Like 9 times out of 10, it's like, if you grew up in a Catholic area, you're gonna probably be Catholic. If you grew up around a bunch of Cowboys fans, you're probably gonna be a Cowboys fan. If you grew up where everybody's a libertarian, you're probably gonna be a libertarian. Like, it doesn't bother me in the same way. I just like to understand how people got to that place. And the conversations that I've had with Trump supporters, like even when Herschel Walker was running for Senate in 2022, when I talked to a lot of Georgia Republicans, they'd be like, that man is dumb as shit, right? And I'm not voting for him because he's intelligent. I'm voting for him because he will toe the line, right? He's going to vote on the things that we want him to vote on, and we will accept the fact that this man is an idiot if that means that we can get the votes that we need and the seats that we need, right? And while you might not like it, at the very least, appreciate that type of transparent honesty from voters. Yeah.
All right.
I don't think MTG is out yet. MTG won by double digits in last election. She may not have luck in a higher office, but she's pretty safe where she is.
Yeah, I can see that. And I think, but wasn't it last time she ran unopposed? Or was that the first
MTG?
Marjorie Taylor Greene, yeah.
Yeah, I believe she was.
Yeah. And also, guys, you don't take a whole lot of stuff that I say, like keep in mind, I'm the guy that's wearing the mask on Drunken Peasants,
Yeah.
So just, I'm just a guy. I'm just, I try to offer perspective where I can. Like, I wish I had as much perspective to tell you when I lived in Louisiana, but in Louisiana, it was like, you knew the state was going to go red. So it was like, you were pretty much just voting on like local politics.
Yeah.
Like being in Georgia has been interesting because it, like, in the span of like every other day, it felt like Donald Trump or Kamala Harris or Barack Obama or Ted Cruz or somebody was here throwing a rally. Like, it was, and then to be in Georgia and then have all of these Trump rallies and all of these Harris rallies, and then go to Vegas for almost a week. And in the week that I was there, Harris had 2 events and Trump had 2 events. And one of those events, the Wednesday on Halloween, they both had at the same time. Right? Trump's was closer to Reno, though it wasn't in Vegas. Like, the Harris rally was in Vegas. The Trump rally was closer to Reno. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the next closing time here, because it's going to be a big one. At the top of this next hour here, it's going to be a big one.
Mm-hmm.
I'm hoping we get a clearer picture too coming up here, because I don't know.
Yeah, I like Big Tito was saying that he thinks that the both sides have tons of money, but he thinks the Democrats have actually used it better. I think that the conservative branding has been very efficient, like running those anti-trans ads, like those trans athlete ads during like sporting events, like NCAA events. I was like, listen, whoever y'all campaign strategist is, that motherfucker deserves a medal, okay?
I mean,
that is
still evil
shit.
though, still evil. But
no, it's definitely evil for sure. Like, don't get it twisted. You were definitely voting for Lex Luthor for sure. Okay?
Yeah,
but I give credit where credit is due. That is effective branding, right? Because if you're watching college sports, especially like if you're watching an SEC game, you're watching Florida play fucking Georgia, or Florida was playing Alabama, whoever played last week. I think it was Florida and Georgia played, right? They're playing, and in between ads, they show you this Trump ad for trans women trying to compete in trans people trying to compete in women's sports, right? And they show you clips of Imani Khalif in the Olympics, and they show you like this swimmer in like fucking in Oregon, and it's like, yeah, and that shit was very effective for a lot of SEC voters. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
And the amount of money that has been pumped into I feel like every 10 minutes I'm getting a text message from Kamala Harris's campaign, be like, did you vote? Are you gonna go vote? We know we got this rally. Gonna come out to my shit. Hey bro, stop texting me, please. Please stop texting me. You've got my vote. Please leave me alone.
I just
respond to them with a I voted sticker.
I get texts from Ohio still and New Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
And I haven't lived in either place for quite some time. And I get the text messages. I got like 5 of them today.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy.
Yeah, I've gotten quite a few as well.
Yeah.
Do you think Kamala Harris reasonably can legalize marijuana?
Yeah.
Because I always felt like any candidate that chose to run on this, honestly, I felt like as soon as Kamala Harris said, hey, I'm going to legalize marijuana, Donald Trump's campaign should have came out and said, me too.
Probably.
Yeah. Just I would just take the issue right out from underneath. Yeah. I have concerns. I have questions about like how and when or if that would happen, like kind of like the student loan debts.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of the student loan stuff got caught up in the courts because people said it was like unconstitutional to give it to people who only made like less than a certain amount of money, and not just give it.
Hey, listen, I'm okay with everybody being able to go to college.
Yeah, like the student loan debt thing, a lot of that got caught up like in federal court, I think, if I remember it. And they only did debt forgiveness. I don't remember. I think they were supposed to do like this huge amount of student debt forgiveness, and they got stuck trying to do it. But man, they've deferred student loans ever since the pandemic. Like, they've been allowed to be deferred. Yeah.
Listen, I was lucky enough to go to school on scholarship, on academic scholarship, the entire time I was there. So I graduated with no student loans, no debts.
That is very fortunate.
Yeah, I realize it now, especially when I talk to like my friends and family members, and just to hear other people's stories, especially people that went to, like, 'cause I went to a small school in New Orleans. I went to the University of New Orleans, very small school, right? It's not like I went to fucking USC out here. It's not like I went to LSU, like I went to a very, very, very small school. And I imagine, I'm like, damn man, what's that tuition for somebody who went to fucking Dartmouth?
Yeah.
Like what's MIT's yearly annual tuition? I don't even want to see that shit. I don't want to imagine what it costs to go to Harvard,
or even just like a large university, like a state university.
I'm curious. What is the most expensive school in the United States? Hold up, most expensive college, university. What is the...
I'm not even
Colombia.
sure. Colombia, that is one that I hear of a lot.
Colombia is shit half. Fuck this. It said the most expensive college in the United States is Columbia University with a total cost of $514,442 for 4 years.
Okay, so that's for the whole degree.
Yeah, that's for all 4 years.
Yeah. Huh. I thought you were about to say a year or like a semester or something. I'm like,
Oh no! First off, $500,000 a semester. Fuck that.
I have no idea, but I hear about how expensive it is. Yeah, they make you work it off in the slave camps. They're like, hey, you can't find a job that you got this degree
Hey, Hannibal,
for.
if Trump wins, you have to stop wearing the mask, but if Kamala wins, you gotta stop eating fried chicken.
Well, I don't typically eat fried chicken.
He just said he doesn't eat meat.
Yeah, I stopped eating meat. Like when we were in Vegas, that was the most meat that I've had in months, and my stomach was just like just eating. And I wasn't even eating a lot of meat. It was like eat a birria taco here and then drink a soda, and it was just small tacos and sodas for a week, and my stomach was ruined. Like as soon as I got back to Atlanta, I was like, I need to grill some kale like right now. Fucking made some fucking vegan burritos and shit. Yeah, my stomach is getting better, back to normal now.
At Dave's Hot Chicken, they have a kale slaw. It's like a coleslaw with kale in it.
I got it. I got it. Fucking the only appropriate thing to do with coleslaw is throw it away whenever you get it.
Oh man.
Yeah. I typically go.
It's because it's like some coleslaw is creamy, and that's probably what bothers you.
It
Not
is.
all of it is,
is,
but some of it is. Like
it is. I'm not a fan. No, I'm not. I didn't go full. So first off, I'm Hannibal. Monty's the other one. But no, I didn't go full vegan. I subscribe to a majority plant-based diet. So I try my best to limit my meat intake to like once or twice a month at most. Yeah, I don't like to. I gotta. Listen. Listen. I gotta be careful. Like the only thing that kills more black people in America than the police is heart disease. Okay, I gotta be careful out here in these streets.
Yeah.
Gotta learn to make my own smoothies and shit. You think I wake up every morning and drink beet juice because I want to?
Ooh, beet juice. That'll stain a juicer.
Yeah, it stains everything.
Yeah, beet juice. Yeah. You could like dye clothing with that shit.
I do not eat I typically don't eat eggs, but if eggs is one of those things either. Like it's that once a month thing, and then if I do eat it once a month, it's like I may eat 2 to 3 eggs a month every month tops.
Just wanted to update everyone. Looks like Kamala got Illinois, and I see New Jersey. A lot of these states up here. Rhode Island and Connecticut.
It looks like Virginia and North Carolina are going more red now.
Yeah, they are. North Carolina is pretty far into Trump right now. It's still early, so I guess we'll see what happens. But
what's the how much of it is coming at Virginia?
So
North Carolina.
North Carolina is at about 25%.
Oh, we're still early. Okay.
Virginia's at about 50%, though, 43%.
Okay. Yeah, I think I tend to be one of those people that thinks that North Carolina is really going to be the tail of the tape tonight. I think if who wins North Carolina, I think is going to tell us who's going to win the election.
From what I see here, Georgia's 62%.
Mm-hmm.
And Trump is winning 52 to 47.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pennsylvania. Yeah, I just keep looking at these 3. Let's check and see.
Big Tito in the chat says, my family is Latino and live in Arizona. They're voting Trump because they're focused on the border the most. Yeah, I told you, I've met quite a few people of Latin descent, from various countries that are all voting conservatively. Yeah. That it is. I mean, I think it seems crazy to me, but everybody's got their own reasons to vote the way that they vote.
Yeah. I mean, like, I just can't stand Trump as a person at base value. That's like a huge factor, but also, he's just, I don't know, like the tariffs. He wants to put tariffs on everything, like 25% on all Mexican goods. That's just ridiculous.
The amount of people I've met that don't seem to understand how tariffs work, it is interesting, and as a small business owner, much like Ben Pye here, Drunken Peasants, right? Like when he puts a 25% tariff on goods we get from Mexico, like that means that we're paying more for the stuff that we get, and then we have to pass that on to the consumer, right? So like if I get a shirt if I order 100 shirts and those 100 shirts cost me $10 a pop, right? Then they put this tariff on. Now it's like, say that shirt that used to be like that I would buy for $10. Now I'm buying it for $15, right? I'm not gonna still so before, if I would have bought the shirt for 10, sold it to you for 20. Now I'm buying it for 15. I'm not selling it to you for 20 anymore. Now I'm selling it for 25.
Crazy.
Like I'm just like, so like those goods and services, like those goods and products that we get from China, like, which was interesting because I always wondered why the Biden administration, when they got in office, why didn't they undo those Chinese tariffs that Trump instilled during his presidency? Like, you can't complain about it as an issue that caused inflation, but then also show how you didn't do anything to stop it. But as I've understood over the last few days, like, undoing those tariffs is a lot more work than it was to put them in the first place.
Yeah, that's usually how it works.
So like those tariffs are just going to mean that there's a lot of goods, very specifically. And Ben, you and I were talking about this the other day. Like just like the cost of simple things like avocados and mangoes, right?
Yeah.
Like we're talking about like raising the price of those goods. Man, it's. Yeah, we'll see. We will definitely see how this plays out. It so far is playing out about how I expected. And I saw somebody in the chat had said that they didn't think that they were wondering with North Carolina only having 16 electoral votes, will it be the canary in the coal mine? I want to find the person that said this because I thought it was I actually thought it was an interesting Scorpio Maxwell. Is that I am of the opinion, and this is just the way I see the map going in my head, right? Like I think Harris wins Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, probably Wisconsin. If she also wins North Carolina, I think that means this is an early night. But I also have been preparing myself for Donald Trump to be the next president of the United States for quite some time.
Yes, I've accepted the possibility, especially when Biden was running. I'm like, oh god, he's definitely not winning.
The debate, bro, like that.
Yeah.
watching Joe Biden like just fail so completely, like just it was like watching.
When he looked at Donald Trump and he was like, hey man, what are you talking about, man? I'm like, oh god, what is this?
Just like, and there's a question that like, and I like paying attention to both sides of the news aisle. For those of y'all who don't know, before I was Hannibal the Beat Animal musician, I went to school to be a journalism major. So I read a lot of news, from both sides of the aisle. And I love to see how stories are reported on both sides, but also which stories are only being reported on one side that aren't being reported on the other, right? Like, CNN isn't going to cover anything about Hunter Biden's laptop, right? That's not going to happen. The Hillary Clinton, Benghazi, the emails, the MSNBC is never going to cover any of that shit, right? One story one thing that circulated very heavily on right-leaning news outlets that never gets covered on left-leaning outlets was how long did the Joe Biden's team know that he was unfit to be president, right? Like, it was like, it wasn't like that
they just found out. He walked on stage
it wasn't like
for the
they
debate.
just saw it that night at the debate. Like, they knew ahead of time. It was just like, y'all still tried that shit and it failed.
Other people came out, like prominent donors came out and were like,
Yeah, I remember George Clooney came out after that. Was like, I can't give this nigga my money. I'm sorry. I can't give this man my money. That's not happening. So, and I think it is a fair question to ask, right? Like, it is a very fair question. Like, we as a people, that are making these decisions on who's going to run the country, we should know the things that are being hidden from us, and we should ask those questions. Which is why I like to pay attention to news on both sides of the aisle. So you can see what stuff is being reported and what stuff isn't being reported. I mean, like, again, neither here nor there, now that it's Harris versus Trump, it seems like a lot of the initial excitement that people had for Kamala Harris has rapidly died down. And people were like, it seems like, the economy and immigration are huge talking points on the right, and on the left, it's women's reproductive rights.
Both sides feel like their way of life is hanging in the balance.
Mm-hmm.
Like the future of America hangs in the balance, and each side feels that way. It's the weirdest thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It is a thing. Also, there are a lot of conservatives that feel like the United States, and specifically the Biden-Harris administration, has given too much money in aid to the Ukrainian government. Which I have heard that talking point quite a few times. Like, why are you giving those Ukrainians all of this money when we got people here that need it? But they don't seem to be mad that they've given all that money to Israel, though.
So a lot of it's actual weapons, like old weapons. It's like that's a lot of it, not like cash, Like, most of it's old weapons, and I believe we have a treaty from back when Clinton was president that has to do with NATO and that kind of shit, where we pretty much have to aid Ukraine in this type of scenario where Russia's like trying to take land back from them. I believe that's a thing, but someone can fact check me on that. I think from like the Clinton era, that's a thing.
Yes, listen, the Nightbot is suggesting you guys buy Drunken Peasants merchandise. Please click the link and buy some DP merch. Can they still get the Dinor shirt on the website?
Yeah, and that link probably might not even be updated. I probably need to update that or something. I'm not sure.
All right, we will update the link.
Treaty where U.S. protects. I can't remember what it was called. The Budapest Memorandum. The Budapest Memorandum on Security Assurances was this one. I believe this is what I had heard about, but I don't know. I'm not an expert.
Okay, let's see what the Associated Press is reporting right now. Any new news?
Yeah.
It's got, so right now it's 99 to 120. Donald Trump is up right now.
This is saying one. Yeah. You're right. Yeah, 99 to 120. Yes, that's pretty brutal so far.
Yeah, like I said, like what happens in like I said, North Carolina, obviously the swing. We got to see what happens in all the swing states. But Very curious to see what happens in Nevada and Arizona. I feel like Arizona's going to go red. If Nevada goes red too, then yeah, again, I think it'll be over be a pretty quick night.
Oh, you know what? That merch link is correct. And there's like all different kinds of stuff. Yeah, the Dynor shirt is on there. There's so much stuff on there, like a lot of the classic stuff.
Mm-hmm.
We could do a quick rundown here. Here it is. Like all of the old stuff. There's the Jared Genesis, the saddest clown shirt is on there. Oh, and if you use DP 2024, the code, you get free shipping on your order. And it's right there in the chat. It's also linked in the description. There's like 8 pages of stuff on here. There's so many old designs and shit that I've had like forever. So
Chase Oliver got 3% of the libertarian vote in Georgia. Jill Stein, I got 0.3%. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah. I was like, wow.
Jill Stein got 0.3% of the Green Party, 0.3% of the vote in Georgia. Chase Oliver got 0.3% of the vote here in Georgia as well.
Yeah.
Curious. Yeah, I fully expect Georgia to go. Georgia to go red.
Let's see what.
And if I am wrong, I'll be pleasantly surprised.
Pennsylvania's a little bit farther behind, Nora. We have 16% of the vote in. We don't have a lot of the map colored yet because of that 16%. So we're still waiting for more data from the various counties to have a stronger coloration.
So they don't even want to put any color on
for
this
you,
map here at all. They're just
can't
like,
give you an outstanding vote.
We're not even going to touch it
quite yet, with only 16% in.
And that's why we see people saying, as some of the polling places in Pennsylvania have remained open.
I guess a few of them had,
I
think at least one had software
and the
issues.
estimates and the way we put this together are really data dependent. So we need a substantial amount of numbers coming in to match with the exit poll data before we can even begin to do the estimates that I just showed you for North Carolina and Georgia. That's why we're not able to do that in Pennsylvania yet.
Pack your patience. All right. Thank you, Major Garrett. Want to turn to 60 Minutes correspondent Cecilia Vega. I know you have some new reporting.
Yeah, Nora, we are just hearing from the Republican Secretary of State in Pennsylvania, Al Schmidt, whom we interviewed for a story for 60 Minutes a couple of weeks ago. He just held a news conference in Philly. His role is exceptionally important there because he's overseeing the race in this complicated state. And what he says is, here's the headline: we will not have in-person turnout numbers tonight in total. So we will not be expecting to hear a final count from Philadelphia, from Pennsylvania. He says they're very, the numbers, they're seeing very high turnout numbers in the state for an election year. And here is his plea to voters right now.
So we're not going to hear the Pennsylvania results tonight.
Asking everyone to be patient. Counting millions of votes accurately takes time, and we want to take the time to get it right. They're looking right now, he says, at some 2 million mail-in ballots. That's a headline because they had in 2020 2.5 million mail-in ballots. Schmidt says that, though, should not be interpreted as a reflection in enthusiasm. We were expecting, after our conversation with him last month, to see perhaps a little bit of a quicker turn in counting in Pennsylvania because of how some things have changed there. We expect to see fewer mail-in ballots than we did in 2020. Of course,
that's what's different.
Oh my God.
That's how people were voting. We've also seen some technology advances.
They'd be like, yeah, they'd be like, oh, because there's less mail-in votes this time around in Pennsylvania. Yeah, because COVID's not happening this time. Last time people felt like they had to vote like that. This time they don't.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, it was way more than usual doing mail-in ballots. It was very rare. It's very convenient. I like doing it. It makes it so easy.
Buckle up, it takes time. So he's saying that doesn't mean anything is wrong.
That's a really good point. I like the way you make that. Yes.
But I also think it's interesting, Mr. Schmidt's very colorful language the other day when he was saying anybody who was thinking about interfering in this election, he was basically saying, bring it on because we have jail cells waiting just for you.
Oh my God.
That they are very safe. And anybody who is voting in Pennsylvania.
They do catch a lot of voter
in
fraud.
Philly talking like that either.
No, you don't.
And I know you're digging into
like a lot of the voter fraud isn't a big issue because like it's a trace amount, but most of it they catch anyway and reverse it. So it's like.
Yeah.
Where that comedian said all
Yeah,
those nasty
it's
things
it's definitely it doesn't make up enough of it doesn't make enough of a dent where it has to be like they don't have to rerun elections because of voter fraud. They'd be like, oh no, there's too many people that's illegally voting. No, that's not a that's not a thing. Yeah. Okay.
King Cobra says Ozzy for president. Unfortunately, Ozzy cannot run for president because he was not born in the United States, which
ultimately they believe this is what's going to
get them the votes. I'd go with President Ozzy.
You tuned in 4 years ago and now you're tuning in again and you think to yourself, I thought all these states fixed things to make
biting the head off of bats every chance he gets.
If we have 50 states,
I mean, I don't know if he does that all regularly, but he definitely did it at some point. I think that's something he did back in the day.
They had a chance to fix that.
I don't think he'd do that now.
Shocking a legislature couldn't get election law.
What if the bat he bit the head off? It was like the bat agreed to terms on that. Like the bat.
I don't
was
think the
ready to
bat
die.
can do that.
But what if the bat gave consent?
I don't think the bat can.
16. No, 16. It was for Trump. 20. It was for Biden. And now here we are in 2024, and we saw some of the Puerto Rican voters. Who one woman was on the fence, but after that comment from the comedian, she said, "Nope, I'm now leaving Trump." But I said, "But Trump wasn't the one who said it." They said it didn't matter. He didn't stop it. He didn't stop it. And
okay. Now they're starting to fill in some counties. I just saw two of them fill in.
But we had Senator.
I fully expect Kamala Harris to win Pennsylvania.
Really?
Yeah. Now let me ask you a question, and I'm asking you this, Ben Pye, and everybody watching the channel. Let's say, for sake of argument, that Donald Trump wins the popular vote.
Whoa!
But loses the electoral college.
I don't think that's going to happen.
I don't think it would happen either. If it did happen, do you think his supporters would accept it?
We have seen the Harris campaign also try to do.
If he won the popular vote, like if there was some way that he won the popular vote but lost the electoral college, do you think his supporters would how do you think they would handle it?
That would be so weird. I never even thought of it because I don't think he will. But he's winning the popular vote right now, but it's so early, you know.
If these ethnic groups vote in a monolithic way at all. I'll tell you that.
As you know, we have our
Matt John Joseph says that's how we get the electoral college overturned. Yeah, that would do it.
Yeah,
that would definitely do it. Yeah, yeah. It'd be interesting to see. Like I said, I personally know a lot of men that, and I know I said this earlier, I'm gonna say it again. I've talked to a lot of men that will not vote for Kamala Harris as president, but also would not vote for any woman to be president. Like if they be like, well, not Kamala, what woman would you be willing to elect? Right? And it's always either I don't know or I have to think about that. But not one time did somebody be like, I'll vote for Jill Stein, or I'll vote for Marjorie Taylor Greene, I'll vote for law. Like there's no woman that they'll be willing to put in office as the president of the United States. Yeah, and that is, they are not a minority of men. Like I've talked to a lot of guys, even when I was at the Kamala Harris rally, it was like there were very, very few single cis hetero males there, like with their Harris wall signs. It was all guys in relationships or gay guys. You know, and I know I saw that and was immediately alarmed, and I was just like, oh shit, she finna lose Georgia.
Yeah.
Like at her rally that had 4 times the amount of people than the Trump rally had on the other side of town. And I was like, yeah, you finna lose the state. I saw it there.
I'm just trying to look at, you know, how many votes are we still getting from, you know, the major cities?
Mm-hmm. The Soul Beat Manga asked, do they explain why they won't vote for women? No, they never explain why. Like something. No, I've had one or two friends that have just been like, yeah, it's because women aren't good leaders. They'll say women aren't good leaders. Women have never led countries to war. Those are typically like the stances that I hear but those are only from like one or two people that I've had that conversation with that have actually just said the quiet part out loud. Most of them don't even say the quiet part. They just say they wouldn't vote for any woman. Period.
Yes. Yeah. I don't think a woman.
So I was like, and I was like I said, like Stacey Abrams in 2018 was as beloved in the state of Georgia as a woman could be that was running for a political office, and she. Like I said, she lost by the attendance of a Beyonce concert, right? Like she lost by about 40,000 votes in 2018, right? She was much closer than Hillary was in 2016, and then she lost by an even larger margin when she reran in 2022. And I was like, yeah, if Georgia wouldn't put Stacey Abrams in office, who was beloved in the state, they're absolutely not going to give it to Kamala Harris. Yeah, and I listen. I do not want to be right about this, right? But fucking yeah. Like I said, I know a lot of guys that's like Andrew Tate fans, Kevin Samuels fans, fit and curvy. I mean, was it a
fit and fresh,
fresh and fit fans? Yeah, that like they are definitely in that manosphere of like these are guys, and I think it's important to understand who these men are. Right, these are men who have been hurt by women at various aspects of their lives or relationships. And when they're hurt, like they're not incentivized to go talk to a therapist or communicate their vulnerabilities or their sufferings with a specialist. Instead, what they do is they find a YouTube community or a TikTok community or whatever of people that are also going through the same type of pain and hurt that they're going through. And then when you have somebody like an Andrew Tate telling you that you need to be an alpha male, or Kevin Samuels talking about being a high value man, and don't let these females tell you that you can't blah blah blah. Like she gonna say, like, if she wants you to be all these things, then what is she bringing to the table? And all of a sudden they're like, yeah, you're right. Like I said, I have an El Salvadorian friend who started falling down that Jordan Peterson rabbit hole. And it started the same way. He was dating a girl, shit went left, and then he found solace in those podcasts.
So Trump's lead right now in electoral votes is insane right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
it is.
It's pretty big right now.
Mm-hmm. It is sizable. Yeah. What's the reporting for North Carolina?
North Carolina, Trump is winning 52 to 46, 47-ish.
Okay. How much reporting?
43%.
Okay, there's still time.
In Virginia, they're 54%. Trump is winning by a very narrow margin, 49.7 to 48.4, with 54% in. So that's close.
And also just to parrot a talking point that someone else made in the chat earlier, and I apologize for not remembering who it was. I do apologize, but a lot of these the early votes will not be are in the process
Have
of
they
being
still not called
now.
New York yet? So a lot of these that.
I've been a long-time viewer, but this is my first time donating. DP has gotten me through hard times. I've got surgery for testicular cancer in a couple days. Wish me luck.
Yeah, all the best. Thank you for your donation and for watching for all these years, and I hope you have a quick recovery.
Yeah, man. I had a friend who had a testicular cancer back in 2015, and he was told that after they were able to he was able to beat the cancer, but they also told him that he would never have children again. And a year later, he ended up getting a girl pregnant. So keep your head up. I definitely hope you have a good time. Which, not for nothing, my friend that got the girl pregnant, he did not like. He got one of his friend's wives pregnant. Yeah, the shit is wild because like they're like raising this kid together. Like real quick, and not that I gotta say this, but these is white people I'm talking about. He went and got his friend's wife pregnant. No, because I feel like if I don't say that, they'd be like, "Oh, you blacks, you're doing it." Like, no, okay, this is a white guy that did this. Okay, he got his friend's wife pregnant, right? And she had the kid, and as far as I know, that husband thinks that is his daughter. Like he does not know that he is raising another man's child.
Damn.
Damn indeed.
It's a cuckoo bird.
Wild shit. But what I'm saying is, if that guy could fuck up his life and beat testicular cancer and fuck up his life, then you can too.
Yeah, I'm waiting for. Let me see which polls close next.
Chuck Pike in the chat also said that
he's on call for in-state activation for the National Guard after the election results. It's really interesting.
Yeah, that is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Already on call, just in case people get insane. That's good.
There's a belief that depending on how the election goes, that it could get ugly in certain places.
So the almost all of the polls are closed, except for so at 10 p.m. Eastern, it's Montana, Nevada, and Utah. And then at 11 Eastern, it's Idaho, Washington, Oregon, and California. And then the Alaska and Hawaii, theirs are open until 12 and 1 a.m. So, but those I don't think will be game changers.
He said we what is it? Zaya. I don't know how to pronounce his name. There's too many consonants close together. ZXYAAYX. I want to say it right because it's like it says another hour until Wisconsin closes. So we got an hour until Wisconsin closes to see how long it takes. What's the I'm guessing Milwaukee is the biggest. Whatever county houses Milwaukee is going to probably take the longest to count.
And then there's Madison.
That's the largest, but that's the largest county I'm guessing in the state of Wisconsin, right? Okay.
I would think so, but I'm not sure. But probably.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
If Donald Trump, Big Tito, if Trump keeps North Carolina, South Carolina, I think it's a wrap. I think you can call, like I said, call it an early night.
I'm looking, yeah.
So
now Pennsylvania is 22%. That's pretty quick now. I mean, it's moving along. So look, Dakota's in Wyoming. Looks like they already called Wyoming for Trump and 0% of the vote is in.
that honestly fair.
That's Cobra's state.
Their dad's Monty. I think lots of the anti-women is cover for father issues. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I do. I tend to think that I don't know if it's father issues specifically. I think it tends to be people that don't know how to process failing relationships.
I have to wonder if they're trolling you because they keep calling you Monty.
I think so. I think so. I think so. Listen, I like people think we all look alike, right? So it happens like that sometimes.
I love your dreadlocks.
Listen, yeah. No, Fenrir, no, it's all good. He says I meant Hannibal, not Monty. It's okay. In my head, I imagine that Damon and Shawn Wayne sometimes will walk past a mirror and be confused at who's who too.
Yeah,
it's all good. I'm looking forward to seeing how this plays out. Like I said, I've been preparing for a 2024 Trump presidency, which I think is going to quickly become a J.D. Vance, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. presidency. But yeah, if he wins North South Carolina, he's definitely winning South Carolina, right? End of sentence, full stop. Like he is 1,000% winning South Carolina.
It's already been called.
The question, like will he win North Carolina too? The question is did Mark Robinson hurt the GOP ticket in North Carolina by staying on the ticket? I think the biggest mistake that Republicans made, that the right made for this election cycle, very specifically, was not replacing Mark Robinson when they had the chance. And I know that it was very late in the cycle for them to make a switch. But I think they could have ran somebody else and won. And at least made it a competitive race. Like, be like, you know what? It might be worth it for you to lose the governor if that means that you have a more favorable candidate that doesn't end up costing Trump votes, because people are looking at them like they are
going to bed soon here in Ohio. I hope I don't wake up to Trump Part 2. The sequels are always worse.
That's not true. Aliens was fantastic. Terminator 2 was great, and both of them were James Cameron movies. All we need is for Trump's sequel to be directed by James Cameron. Oh wait, he also did Avatar 2. Never mind.
Yeah. I saw Avatar 2 and I was like, I couldn't wait for it to be over. You know?
Yeah. You know what the worst thing is? I enjoyed Avatar 2 more than I enjoyed Avatar, the first Avatar. But I didn't really enjoy either film. You know, not to say that they were bad. I've seen this story before. You know, like I know how this whole thing plays out.
Shit. So yeah, I think Georgia is 73% of the way in. So Donald Trump 52.5, Kamala Harris 46.8.
Yeah, that does not surprise me. I am very curious to see what it's going to look like when the remainder of Fulton County comes in.
Yeah, because there's still a lot of votes to come in from some of these places over here, you know?
Yeah. It's going to like Fulton County alone is going to be about 1 million votes, a little over 1 million votes. And then when you do like the neighboring counties of DeKalb County, Cobb County, Henry County, Clayton County, once all of those counties come in, that's going to be the majority of the state, and that's going to take a while to.
Most of these smaller counties, you know, that only have like 30,000 people and sometimes even like less than 10,000 people, they're all 95% reporting in. Like most of these are already set, but the cities and the suburbs, those are, you know, going a little more slowly. There's more of them left.
Yeah, I want to see like Cornell West isn't even polling right now. Jill Stein is at 0.5% in Fulton County. Chase Oliver is at 0.4%, which I am very curious to see like how much those independent and swing votes will impact. How many of those Jill Stein voters, those Chase Oliver voters, those Cornell West voters, how much will that impact how Georgia, the direction Georgia goes? I feel like Donald Trump is probably going to win Georgia by like
it's looking like
100,000 votes.
Yeah, we'll see.
I think it'll be 50 to 100,000. Yeah,
Pennsylvania. Where are we at? Yeah, like Philadelphia is only at 4%. Or no, this isn't Philadelphia. This is Philadelphia. Philadelphia is at 21%. Shit.
Is it Scorpio Maxwell asking, how often do presidents lose the popular vote but win the electoral? Shit, in the last 20 years, quite often.
Win the popular vote? Yes, that happened. That has happened multiple times. It happened to Trump. It happened to George Bush.
Yeah, which is why I was so curious. Like, so ranked choice voting is on the ballot is a prop measure on the ballots in Oregon and Idaho. Oregon makes sense, right? Like, I totally get Oregon wanting to pursue what ranked choice voting looks like, right? But like Idaho, like seeing it on an Idaho ballot is very strange, and I would love to know like what's the thought process of the people of Idaho.
Well, Idaho's part of
Idahoans?
Idaho's part of the Pacific Northwest too, and they border Washington and Oregon. They're just more conservative in a lot of ways, but maybe they're more into ideas like that. There's a whole part of Oregon, like a lot of conservative people in Oregon, they want to break off and become part of Idaho.
Mm-hmm.
There's like a movement to make that happen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. There was an election where John Quincy Adams won the presidency, but he didn't win the popular vote or the electoral college. He lost both of them and still became president because in that election there were 4 people running and they all split the electoral votes so much that there was no winner because no one met the threshold. Like right now the threshold's 270 these days. So then the House of Representatives voted on it, and they voted on John Quincy Adams.
Okay.
I think that's the only time someone lost both of them and won the presidency.
Yeah, it was one of those weird election things. That's very random that you know that, Ben Pye.
I was
Ben
reading
Pye
a lot about like the different results of the different elections, and that one was a very weird one.
Let's see. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right.
They would do that like in a
blue
tie.
Nebraska is wild, but I don't think that's going to hold. It is surprising just to see Nebraska be blue, even briefly.
That's what happened to me when Texas was blue at first.
Yeah. Like I guess they started counting what's the Democrat city in Nebraska? Is it Lincoln? No.
Probably. Lincoln is a city in Nebraska.
Yeah, I don't even know. Like typically when I see stuff like that, it's like, oh, they started counting a blue county first, right? And they got those votes in. It was like, all right, all is blue, but then you're gonna eventually get all of the small counties, and then all of that red's gonna come in, shut that shit down real fast.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what's happening in Georgia too.
Yeah, there's going to be a bunch of that. I'm curious, how many states have weed legalization on the ballots?
I don't know. Check that out. I have no idea. Maybe a few. Let's look at the Senate. Where are we at with Senate seats? Shit. Not looking good for Sherrod Brown in Ohio either. He might be losing.
Here we go. See, Florida has Amendment 3, which pertains to the legalization of recreational marijuana. Nebraska has initiative measures 437 and 438. 437 asks voters to consider a statute that would legalize the use, possession, and acquisition of up to 5 ounces of cannabis.
Hell yeah!
For medical purposes with a written recommendation from a health provider.
Boo. Boo.
Initiative 438 asks voters to consider a statute that would legalize the possession, manufacture, distribution, delivery, and dispensing of cannabis for medical purposes by registered private entities. Okay. North Dakota has Initiative 5, which is about the legalization of recreational marijuana in the state. South Dakota has Measure 29, which is also asking voters to that would allow voters possession, restricts marijuana. Okay, wait a minute. Measure 29 asks voters to in Measure 29 in South Dakota asks voters to consider legislation that would allow the following: possession, growing, ingesting, and distribution of marijuana and marijuana paraphernalia by adults 21 and up. It would restrict marijuana possession and consumption in areas such as schools where tobacco is prohibited, and it would provide employers with the right to restrict an employee's use of marijuana and property owners the right to regulate the use of marijuana on their property. Interesting. So you could legally smoke it, but your job could still fire you for it if they want. Interesting.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
Massachusetts has question 4, which is pertaining to the legalization of psychedelics. Okay. Yeah, so those are the states that are voting on it. The idea that like North and South Dakota could have legal weed before fucking Georgia does is wild to me.
Yeah, it kind of seems like they're starting to be more open to it in the like in the plains area, like the plains states, which are boring, by the way. I've driven all the way across North Dakota. So boring.
I am curious. Is there anyone in the chat? And I'm asking a good faith question here. Okay, I'm asking a good faith question here. Is there anybody in the chat that is against the legalization of marijuana, large scale? All right, is there anybody in the chat?
There's probably at least one person, but who cares what they think? Hannibal, tell us what you think.
Listen, I definitely think it should be legal, right?
Of course.
I would love to know if anybody feels like it should not be legal.
Yeah.
Most people are looking like they are very pro the idea of legalizing marijuana.
So
weed doesn't make you gay. Being gay makes you gay.
Virginia's starting to tighten up again.
Okay.
Yeah, getting much closer.
Yeah, Virginia's curious. Virginia's curious. I feel like the state on average is largely more conservative.
Yeah, when I hear Virginia, I think a southern state, but I don't know. I've never been there.
I've never thought of Virginia as the South, but it is very much like from the Mason-Dixon point of view. Yes, it is
like
the
Kentucky's the South and West Virginia is the South, so they're all kind of on the same latitudinal line, right? I don't know.
And that state is just
oh shit!
I'm
getting two of them. Let's see.
Yeah, that's right. Well, echoing kind of what Bob is saying there, Trump campaign operatives here in the state are feeling pretty good about their positioning here, as well as the head of the Republican Party, Josh McCoon, who we spoke to ahead of some of these returns. And here is why, particularly in some of these outlying counties, kind of outside of the greater metro area here in Atlanta, places like
still a
Forsyth
toss-up,
County,
they're saying.
Cherokee County, that are typically part of that northern red wall as you get closer to the Tennessee border. They are overperforming, particularly in Forsyth, and that is notable because that is actually where former Lieutenant Governor Jeff Duncan is from. And as we know, the former Lieutenant Governor actually endorsed Vice President Harris. So in that particular county,
they don't care about that.
Endorsements don't mean that much.
No.
How much do you think a Taylor Swift endorsement is worth?
I think it definitely netted her some votes, but not like a significant amount of votes.
Okay. All right.
Like, I wouldn't imagine that Taylor Swift is like Taylor Swift's endorsement didn't automatically turn into 1 million new registered
what
voters.
If she,
there
were some stats that they put out on it, but I can't remember what they were. What if Taylor Swift ran for president? Do you think she would win?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not saying I think she should, but
I think Taylor Swift would win. I think Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson would win. I think there are like 5 or 6 celebrities that if they chose to run would almost certainly win, whether they were qualified.
People were buying like scalped tickets to Taylor Swift concerts for like thousands of dollars. It was just craziness. They actually. Oh shit.
Oh, good. No, I was saying I'm looking at the Hill right now, and the Hill is saying that they project Trump is going to win North Carolina.
Wow.
Yep.
I know it's still loud there as many people are celebrating and waiting to potentially hear from the vice president. But what are you hearing?
Hi, Nora. It is a celebratory mood here in
Washington,
D.C. on Howard's campus. Every time the announcement comes of a state won by Kamala Harris, there are huge uproars and applause. And, of course, when
not too many of them have won. God. Not yet. I mean, like.
They got to be getting nervous and be like, all right, guys, we won Massachusetts. We won Vermont.
We won all 3 of D.C.'s electoral votes. Yay!
All right, guess who won Delaware?
Hi, I'm in Delaware. Yeah. I'd be mad that it's outside. Like, fuck this. Why can't we be inside for this? It's gonna be cold as fuck.
And in Philadelphia, there is still concern that it may have been a little softer.
Can't get the arena, Kamala. Can't get the arena for this.
All evening long, still very early, and
hey man, people are terrified right now. I'm trying to tell you, like the mood, the atmosphere that I saw today was very tense.
I saw Bernie Sanders do a rally like 9 years ago, 8-ish years ago, and he did it at the hockey arena that Ohio State University's hockey team plays at. And going in, they had the actual TSA there doing the security. Like, it wasn't just like event security. It was like the TSA. It was like going through airport security, but it was just to get into an arena. It was crazy.
That was what it was like going to the Kamala Harris rally.
Yes,
like, it was like GBI, Secret Service, TSA were all there.
Yep.
It was the most security, and I had been to, I think, 3 events there in the span of 2 weeks. I took my girlfriend to the Kehlani concert. Then we went a couple weeks later and saw Anderson .Paak in the Free Nationals there, and then we went to the Kamala Harris rally there. And the security at that Harris rally was ridiculous. It was crazy. But it was packed though. Like
I can imagine.
Yeah, it was legit. Like I said, like there were about 17,000 people there.
Rally size doesn't matter.
North Carolina's a toss-up. No, it's not. Not according to the Hill.
I'll be right back, dude. I'll be right back in just a minute here. Okay.
I got you. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, according to the Hill. Oh, wait, I wish you should have left the other screen up. Look at the stats. Yeah, according to the Hill, one of the few publications that I thoroughly trust. It says, it looks like Trump is going to win North Carolina. If he wins North Carolina, South Carolina, then it might be as close. It might be pretty close to over, because I'm pretty sure he's going to win Georgia as well. Thank you, Love Parrot Lord. The funny thing is, I actually have a different mask that I typically like to wear when I'm on Drunken Peasants. But Monty is in the process of giving it a fresh coat of paint. For those of y'all who don't know, I am Hannibal the Beat Animal, one half of Hannibal and Monty. We have been on Drunken Peasants a great many times. Not a lot in the last few months though. But Ben Pye and young Bill Simmons, young Bill Fridge. Bill Simmons. Who's Bill Simmons? Ben Pye and young Bill Fridge have always given us an opportunity to showcase our skills on the show and keep you guys entertained. So I appreciate y'all for hanging out with us on this election night. It's right now what I'm seeing. It's looking like Donald Trump is vastly ahead, and I know that there are a lot of counties that did like early voting, and sometimes it takes a long time to count those early votes. So it's going to take some time. But like even in those places, like I said, I live in Georgia, right? I live just outside of Atlanta, in DeKalb County, and the temperament and the attitude that I have seen from a great many people that I've talked to, and also just seeing like the Harris wall signs and adverts in people's yards versus the Donald Trump signs in people's yards. I actually told people a couple of years ago, like in 2022, I was like, yeah, in 2024, Donald Trump is going to be the president again. I saw the writing on the wall. And I'm going to tell y'all when I saw it, somebody was on the Breakfast Club. I don't remember who it was. I don't know if it was Candace Owens, Byron Donalds, some black conservative was on the Breakfast Club. And I was looking in the comments section. I tell people all the time, the comments section will tell you everything you need to know, right? I'm looking in the comments section and I'm seeing the amount of young black people that are pro-Trump, right? They feel like Trump is a gangster. They feels like he tells it like it is. And even more importantly, they don't like being told by establishment Democrats who they're supposed to vote for. It's just like during the pandemic, people didn't want to be told, don't tell me to stay indoors. Don't tell me to wear a mask. One thing Americans do not like is being told what to do, right? And I'm seeing these young black folk who don't really care about politics, don't really pay attention to politics, or just like what they're seeing on a very surface level about Donald Trump is very appealing to them, is extremely appealing to them, right? And there's been lots of people. The rapper Sexy Red initially came out and was pro-Trump. And it's not just her. Like, there have been quite a few rappers that have come out and been like, yeah, I'm voting for Trump. You know, because they think he's cool. Yeah. I'm not surprised. Like, I've been seeing the writing on the wall for quite some time, and I've been telling people, I was like, hey man, like, y'all, like, Democrats have to stop taking the black vote for granted, even though I fully believe that being a black person, I'm not saying a person of color, being a black person that votes conservative, like, if you're not voting fiscally conservative, I don't even understand what the value of that decision is. The same that I feel about Latinos when they vote conservative, right? But I also recognize where conservative marketing has been going in those spaces where Democrats have largely left those blocks unspoken to, because I think they kind of feel like those votes were a gimme. It's like, oh yeah, black people are automatically going to vote for us. Latinos are automatically going to vote for us. Of course, they heard when Trump said this, or they saw when Trump did that. And the answer is no, the fuck they didn't. They didn't. They didn't see any of those things. They don't see those things. They don't hear those things. And the way, the way social media algorithms and the internet algorithms curate your experiences, it's very easy for people, like, once they start going down a certain rabbit hole, they just get more and more of the same shit, more and more of the same content. Like, I've seen this coming for quite some time. Like, listen, I give credit where credit is due, man. It's been quality marketing. They might be getting outspent, but the marketing is going in the right places. Yeah. Yes, Big Tito says Donald Trump pardoned Lil Wayne and Kodak Black. Yes, he did. Yeah, and that was a thing that resonated with quite a few people. The irony is the same people that are voting for Trump now do not remember that he vetoed that he pardoned them 4 years ago. I remember though.
Schnozberries.
Yeah. So yeah, it is an interesting. Yeah, it's interesting. Like I say, understanding the thought processes of our fellow Americans, understanding how much media literacy everybody has, or rather recognizing how many people don't have media literacy. You know, like, there's a lot of people out here that think 2 + 2 is yellow, and it's not entirely their fault, right? Because of like if I get on Twitter right now, right, and obviously Elon Musk's Twitter is very different than Jack Dorsey's Twitter, right? It is. But I get on Elon Musk's Twitter, and the first thing is you gotta go out and vote today, and in the very next post after that is all pro-Trump shit, right? Like a couple weeks ago, I saw Kamala touch me was trending on Twitter. And it was just a bunch of people just lying about how she sexually, how she essayed them, and posting just various memes. And that shit was trending for like 3 days. It was objectively hilarious, right? but those people, those votes count. You know?
Yeah.
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 So we know she'll get a bunch of votes.
Mm-hmm.
Let's ignore the chat for a little while, Hannibal. We shouldn't give them that much attention. I don't know. I feel like I'm interrupting your conversation with the chat, Hannibal.
I'm sorry. I'm engaging. Right?
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
engaging.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So I know when we get to the West Coast, she'll get a whole bunch of votes there. Let's see. What is it? California 54, Oregon 8, Washington 12. So that's, what will that put her at? I need the.
Not enough.
Yeah. Yeah. She needs Pennsylvania. I don't know. Iowa. Oh, you know what? Iowa is blue now. I remember people putting a lot of emphasis on that poll. Did you hear about the poll that they did there?
No, what's the poll?
There's a type of poll that they do in Iowa that's supposed to be one of the more accurate types. I don't know exactly why it's more accurate, but that's what people were saying. And they did say that Kamala was ahead by a noticeable amount.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. Let me see if I can pull up the. I'm gonna pull up. There we go. Shit. All right, there we go. Iowa. Have you ever been to Iowa?
I've never been to Iowa.
You're not missing anything. It's kind of like a fly through kind of, or flyover rather, kind of state.
Let's see. I'm trying to see what's the where we at on Georgia's.
I can back up. Georgia 79%.
Yeah, North Carolina, South Carolina. Yeah. So what's Michigan looking like right now? Where's
Let's
Michigan?
Pop it out and say. Michigan 15%.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm way too far away to know. Looks like Trump is gaining ground there too. A lot of these counties are going to be red up here.
Listen, a lot of people are going to be upset. They're going to be like, I don't understand how. They're going to be trying to figure out which minority group is to blame.
Some say America isn't ready for a female president, but why can't we get a female candidate worth voting for?
Yeah, well, someone pick who you think it should be.
Yeah, I've often asked this question before, and I was like, if not this person, then what person, right? And I am very hard pressed. I've heard people tell me in the past they felt like Tulsi Gabbard would be somebody that they'd be more interested in.
Well, she switched sides. She's on Trump's side now.
Yeah, I know. But like I've heard people say Tulsi Gabbard, but I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I don't believe that America is prepared to vote for a woman to be president. Matter of fact, I remember I actually woke up this morning and showed my girlfriend there's a Sirius XM show that also has a YouTube channel. It's this woman by the name of Karen Hunter, and she had a caller that called into her show today, and she was like, "Yeah, me, my husband, and my 18-year-old son all went and voted today for the first time, and it was my son's first time voting because he just turned 18." So, oh, congratulations! She's like, "Yeah," and we found out after we walked out the booth that our son voted for Donald Trump.
Would you vote for Lex Luthor? I hear he's got a strong stance on illegal immigration.
Only if he gets the power suit back. Back in the 80s, Lex Luthor had this suit where he could fly and shit. Do you remember that?
I do remember that, and I would not want Lex Luthor to be president of the United States. Of all the billionaire superheroes or villains that could be, I I would rather vote for Dr. Doom than vote for Lex Luthor as president.
He has more executive experience.
For sure. I mean, being the king of Latvia and all that. Gold Dukat for president. How about that?
Whoa. For Supreme.
Gold Dukat and Kai Wynn.
Yeah. All right, so looks like Kamala picked up a few. I'm not sure where it came from, but it says she's at 81 now.
81. What did she pick up? What changed?
I don't know.
Wait, what does this one show her at? This one shows her at 81. I'm looking on the Associated Press. They got her at 90.
Lex Luthor's power armor is pretty well known as it's in the Injustice video games.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I saw that in there in the Injustice video games. Yeah, I just remember it like when I first started watching there was a DC animated series on Saturday mornings and he had it. And I had the action figure back in the day.
Here we go. So Georgia is 80% in. North Carolina is 65% in. But based on the numbers that they got, they feel like Donald Trump's got North Carolina for sure. He won Florida. He's up in Maine. If they haven't already called Maine for him. Pennsylvania's still coming in. Arizona, Michigan, Nebraska. Nebraska's in play?
I would vote for Ocasio-Cortez as a female candidate if she ran. Out of those in Congress I am familiar with.
Interesting. Okay. I feel like I feel 100% positive that the United States of America would not elect AOC to be president. I feel 100% positive in that fact. That is unfortunate. Right, because I actually tend to like AOC, but I definitely lean more aggressive, progressive. Like I'm very extremely left, right? So that like her politics appeal more to my sense and sensibilities. But also I know that my politics are not popular. With like in the middle of America. So
yeah,
I got city boy politics, not country boy politics.
Exactly.
So, yeah,
me too.
I know that doesn't.
I would vote for her too. I would vote for her too, but
yeah. I'd also vote for her, but I don't think. Yeah, it's tough. If Donald Trump also wins Maine, it's just like this is like when he won in 2016, they said it was the silent majority that came out. It was a bunch of conservative whites and flyover states that weren't a part of the national polling, right? Mm-hmm. This time, I think it's going to be male voters, very specifically younger male voters. That are just like, you can't let no woman be president because Vladimir Putin is going to walk all over her. Because Kim Jong-il is going to walk all over her. Like, I believe that they believe that. Matter of fact, I know that at least the people that I know that aren't going to vote for her definitely feel that way.
Yeah. Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. So. I don't even think she'd deal with Kim Jong-un, though. Like, you shouldn't even bother with Kim Jong-un. Mm-hmm.
I was just rewatching. I've been making my way through all of the South Park episodes where Mr. Garrison was the Trump character.
Yes.
And I just watched the episode last night where Tweak was terrified about North Korea attacking America because of the president's tweets. And I'm thinking about it as I'm rewatching the episode. I'm like, holy shit, man, that was like a whole moment that happened where like a chunk of the nation was terrified that Donald Trump's tweets were going to draw us into an international conflict.
Is it me or does
right?
Katie Britt look like Elliot Page when he was still Ellen Page? It confuses me because the stuff that comes out of her mouth is so apprehensible, and yet she's got that girl next door look.
Yeah. Make that white stuff come out again. Have you ever heard that soundbite?
I have not. I have not. That sounds terrible.
It's a clip of King Cobra. But yeah. It's hilarious. But anyway,
is Cole still hanging out with us, or is Cole gone?
I don't know. He might have went and did something else. He might be making his own videos. You know, he's a lot of times he'll tune in at the beginning and then make stuff for his own channel. I do want to point out something. It's less than 1% difference now in Pennsylvania between Trump and Kamala.
Mm-hmm.
It's.
I am looking at Fox News has Harris at 117, Trump at 195.
Huh.
Yeah,
Okay.
it is. I feel like it's a matter of time. Yeah.
So
Alan Lichtman was wrong again.
Again?
Well, okay, he was wrong in what was it, the 2000 election, Bush Gore, because of Florida, that whole Florida bullshit. Yeah.
Yeah.
But that was like the only time he was wrong, and then obviously there was a lot that went into play in that particular election cycle. It's crazy to me how Jeb Bush, like how Donald Trump embarrassed that dude in the Republican primaries in 2016, and he just quietly just walked away. Like I haven't seen, he just like you remember at the end of the Incredible Hulk cartoon where you would see David Banner walking down the street with the bag over his shoulder, and he would play the sad music. That's Jeb Bush. Like he just got clowned out of the party. It's so crazy.
Please clap. Here's the sound clip I was telling you about.
Hey, make that white stuff come out again.
What was that? Why was that?
He was just telling a story. It's so funny. Out of context, it's hilarious. I love it.
I mean, in context, how much does it change?
Hey, make that white stuff come out again.
Like, what's the context of that makes that not as bad as it sounds? Because it sounds
it's not
pretty
bad.
bad.
It just sounds like people having fun, enjoying life.
Nah, man, I've enjoyed a lot of life. It sounds like he enjoying that life from when I used to manage
When
the porn
are you
store.
going to have Brad Jones and Justin Wang back on? One of my favorite episodes was the one where Justin was on with Hannibal and Monty.
Wow, that's old school. Yeah.
That's very old school. And then after that, not long after that, we had Justin Wang on our show. And that is one of my favorite episodes of the show. And then I have never talked to Justin Wang ever again. I follow him on all his social platforms, right? And just never talk to
he's a funny
Justin.
guy. I like him.
Yeah.
He's in a band too. Did you know that?
I did know that. Yeah. Oh, it just went up to Trump 205.
Oh my God! And that's on Fox News.
Uh-huh.
Okay, this is not updated.
They got Colorado.
Okay. So I'm telling you, Fox News is showing totally different numbers then, because on CBS it's still 81 to 178. Fox News is going crazy.
Yeah, Fox. The funny thing is, Fox doesn't have Trump winning North Carolina or Virginia right now, and they're showing him up in Georgia, up in North Carolina, up in Virginia, and they have him slightly up in Pennsylvania. They also have him up. They got him up in everything. Oh no, they don't got him up in Iowa. All right, but they got him up everywhere else. Like literally everywhere else.
Trump was just given Montana, so there's that.
Going to be watching closely tonight. And in Delaware, President Joe Biden's home state, CBS News
Kamala got
projects
Delaware.
Kamala Harris will win in that state. And let's take a look at Illinois.
Of course.
CBS News projects Harris will win there as well.
That's a big one.
Chicago was home to the
But of course,
Democratic
that
National
wasn't
Convention
a
this
battleground
summer,
state.
where the vice president
Right, that wasn't. Yeah.
her
But they
party's
have Chicago, so they get a lot of vote. They have a big population.
Let's check in with Major Garrett and Anthony Salvanto with new information from the
You can look
CBS
at their
News
faces.
data
They
desk
know this
and
shit is over
excited
with.
to look at
They
Georgia
know it's over.
because
Let's see.
almost 80% of the vote in. It looks like Trump has a lead, but where are we waiting for votes from?
Well, that's exactly the right question, Nora. Let me take you inside the way we're looking at it here in the desk. You're right that 80% is in, 79%. If I show you where the outstanding vote is, These circles, the larger they are, the more vote there is. And what you see is that they're from key Democratic counties, Fulton, DeKalb, even some from Cobb. Now, what do I do with that? Let me just back it out here for a second and show you. What I'm doing is I'm going to take that and I'm going to put it into our CBS News model, and I'm going to show you how we look at this at the data desk. This is right now the range of Donald Trump's potential percentage at the end, right? So you see a large range around that in that red bar. This is the range of Kamala Harris when I incorporate all that information into the model. And what you see here is that these have overlap. That is visually why a decision desk can't make a projection. As long as these ranges overlap, if they don't go apart, then there's a possibility that this race could flip. And that's why and how we incorporate that outstanding vote. Major?
And why don't you show, Anthony, the needs and our current
Are they giving Georgia? So Fox
right
News
now,
is giving Georgia to Trump?
No, they don't have it listed yet.
Okay.
Let me see. Let's see what the Blaze says is going on right now.
59% of the outstanding vote. So that's sort of another data point to say the race could get even tighter than it already is, and why you can't make a projection just yet. Why I still rate it as a toss-up, Nora.
Because you're saying in the big city like Atlanta, there's more votes to come in.
Yep. That's
okay.
it.
Can we do the same in North Carolina?
Yeah, sure.
We most certainly can.
All right, so here's North Carolina. Now, let's do the outstanding vote here because it's somewhat of a similar story, right? In and around Raleigh, you see the large blue circles, Wake County, okay? So you even see some here in Durham. So those are Democratic areas, and those, if they come in, and they come in for Harris. But I will add this, it's not just the percents, though. She's got to get the turnout there in order to catch Trump, because what you also see is around Charlotte here, see these large red circles? That's a lot of Republican vote that could still come in. 50,000 votes there. Major, go ahead.
Look at Mecklenburg County. That's what's remaining there. That's one of the things that the Harris campaign has to look at and say, boy, they really need to run up the margins in Mecklenburg County because you almost have 500,000 votes outstanding. Wake County, 156,000. We can actually put numbers on this.
Okay, so I would say so far it's
so there's areas really
it's still
need
very
to come in strong
realistic
for Harris. One of the
that
problems,
either
go
of
back to
them
the
could
regular
win.
map, Anthony, that Harris has run into. Look at
It's
these
pretty
counties right
predictable
here.
the way it's gone so far. Most of the states.
Counties.
Yeah, sure. Now, in these
no
places,
surprises
you
yet,
typically
right?
see a Democrat.
No, nothing
might do
surprising.
Okay.
But on almost every single one of those, Harris is running slightly behind Joe Biden. This is an accumulating problem for the Harris campaign outside of Raleigh and Charlotte. These other areas, historically strong for Democrats, stronger for Biden than they have been so far tonight for Harris.
Right, and Biden lost North Carolina. And
correct, by 74,000 votes,
she's
yes.
Underperforming. John Dickerson has some exit polls, but before we do those, can we just take a quick look at Michigan? Because that blue wall, Michigan and Wisconsin, that the Democrats are banking on in order for her to become the next president of the United States.
So 17% in. We're still waiting for a lot more data out of Michigan for sure. But Anthony?
Well, what's going to happen here is we're going to tell a similar story and see if she gets turnout, especially in Detroit, it's Wayne County. You're going to hear a lot about that as the hours go on tonight. Oakland County as well. So we don't have data in from there yet. I do want to show you this, though, just to give you the historical context here. I'm going to go back to Michigan for a second. So
yeah,
if I show you the 2020
I don't know.
presidential
I think
race in
Jill
Michigan,
Stein might still have a chance.
Tilting the state on its side. This will illustrate what I mean. See
Ooh, some dimension.
Here? That's where there are more votes.
Yeah, look at all those
votes in Detroit, for example.
I like that.
So that
And
shows you,
Democrats
that
have to
gives you a
get
good visual representation of like where the votes are coming from.
She replicates something like the 330,000 vote margin that he built up there. And that comes back to the turnout story.
Same thing in Oakland County, just to the north.
Same thing in Oakland, right? We're going to be looking at that. And that's where Biden got 56%, so, but also got 100,000 votes more added to his total. The Democrats have to do that in order to carry the state.
Okay.
They do, because the rural Republican counties add up and add up in this case.
So Biden is going to lose Kamala the election.
Thank you very much. The exit polls have some really interesting information. And I, of course, got a sneak peek of them because I get to sit next to John Dickerson.
One of the many advantages of that.
Hey, man. What are you talking about, man?
Well, we're going to zip all the way to the other part of the country. We're going to look at Arizona and Nevada. But it's essentially the same story that Major and Anthony were telling, which is, when we look at this election, the Democrats have to turn out their voters, and Donald Trump has to turn out his voters. Well, Latinos are key to the Democratic coalition. Let's look first in Arizona, how Kamala Harris is doing with Latino voters. Well, she's up by 14 points, so you might think, well, she's doing pretty well. But if you compare that to what Joe Biden did in 2020 in the state of Arizona, he won them by 24 points. Yeah. So Kamala Harris is underperforming what Biden did in 2020. Also, just a sideline, an interesting story of the night. If these exit polls are solid, there seems to be a much larger Latino vote in Arizona. The share is much larger than it was in 2020. That's something in the future to look at. But now let's look.
That's just the future.
So Arizona could be something important.
It's a 7-point difference.
Yeah,
that seems
Latinos
a lot.
Historically have exceptionally low turnout. Yeah.
But the difference between 16 and 20 was only 4 points. So it seems, I mean, I'm not
now
Hispanics,
a lot of Latinos are voting conservative.
Now you say that, but you're going by your anecdotal experience. Is there a chance the ones in Arizona are different from the ones in Georgia?
Oh yeah, for sure. Like everybody's got different reasons for voting the way that they vote.
Like New Mexico. New Mexico is the only state where they have a Latino majority population, and that's probably going to go blue. You know,
we will see.
But they have it will. But they have a history there. Their history of because they were part of Mexico and then it got annexed by the United States, and a lot of people their families were there before it was part of the U.S. You know, and then it's kind of there are mountain city because it's very mountainous in northern New Mexico. There are these little mountain towns up there where they've spoken Spanish there for the entire existence of the town. Like the majority of the people that live there all speak Spanish still, which is very rare for a state in the U.S.
Yeah, I watched half of the Univision Trump town hall, right, where he was talking to the Latino voters, and there was a man that asked him a question. He was like, "Hey, so I work on a farm picking strawberries, right? I am a legal American citizen, but the vast majority of people that work on the farm that I work on are not legal citizens, right? If you were to deport all the illegal immigrants, then the question is who is going to do these jobs that these illegal immigrants were doing, and how much are those jobs going to pay?" And for the next 2 minutes, Trump did not answer that question, as he tends to not, right? He did that thing where he just kind of rambled and just said a bunch of, which is crazy because an excellent, knock my mic over, an excellent conservative talking point has been the Kamala Harris word salad, right? That has been a very big talking point. It's like, when she talks, nobody knows what she's saying. It's just a bunch of word salad, right? And Trump
there we go. Sorry, I just saw the number change. But Trump only needs 72 more electoral votes to win. Looks like on this website that I'm looking at, Pennsylvania is leaning Trump now with 47%. Oregon's leaning red right now, but that's going to change. That's early.
Yeah, that's definitely going to change.
Yeah. Sorry for interrupting. What?
No, it's okay. Looking at this now, what is the path to 270 for Trump? Right, he's almost certainly going to win Alaska. Right. So yes. What is the path to 270 for him? What else does he need to win in order to solidify this right now?
Well, he hasn't. This map doesn't. This doesn't count the light red states.
Okay.
So, but those are just leaning in his favor right now. It's really going to come down to, Virginia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, which also seems to be leaning Trump right now. That's a really bad sign. I mean, he can.
Yeah. Listen, Donald Trump might be president before midnight. Like I'm saying, midnight East Coast time, not midnight your time.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. See, you can go to sleep knowing real early. I'm on Newsmax's website. Newsmax has it labeled 108 Harris, 226 Trump.
That is so close to victory right there.
Yeah. Yeah.
That is ridiculously close. Okay,
listen, I told you I have been preparing for a Donald Trump presidency for quite some time. I have seen the writings on the wall. And I have been telling people for the longest time, and I told my girlfriend earlier today, I have been feeling like the only person on the Titanic that sees the goddamn iceberg. I'm like, does nobody else see this motherfucker coming right at us? We could drop.
You're not the only one.
Turn the ship left. Yeah.
So here's an interactive map where we can change the states. So right now, leaning red, right? I don't remember. So this is leaning red right now. This is leaning blue. Yeah, Wisconsin leaning red right now.
Yeah,
see, this says 271 already.
Which state?
But it's counting like it's giving. Actually, is this the? Yeah. Huh. I don't know.
Yeah, dude. Man. Like listen, I think it's over.
I don't know if it's over, but it's not looking like she's not doing too well so far. Everyone, please like the stream.
Yeah. Yeah, it's looking like it's gonna be Donald Jehoshaphat Trump, second term. You know, it'll be interesting. He wants to mass deport.
I know
20 million illegal aliens. He also wants to what was it?
He wants to do all the tariffs. He wants. I mean, like.
Yeah, 25% tariffs on 25% tariffs on Mexican imported goods. He wants to, and I'm skipping past stuff like dictator on day one.
Yeah,
right?
there's
like,
a lot of the crazy stuff. Like
like I'm skipping past that stuff. But giving the death penalty to drug dealers is one of those things. You know, like
hurricane.
Say what now?
What about nuking a hurricane?
Listen, those hurricanes need to stop fucking with us if they don't want us to blow them up.
All that would do is the hurricane would just shoot radioactive waste all around the planet. You know,
that sounds like a Sci-Fi Channel original film.
Yeah.
Let's see what Red State has to say. Red State is one of my favorite super conservative websites. This says, according to Red State, they said 6 minutes ago, Iowa called for Trump. It says Montana, Wyoming, Utah called for Trump.
Yes, I believe Montana, Wyoming, Utah. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is what it's looking like. Let's see. Do y'all have a map on Newsmax? I'm sorry, Red State. They have Red State has Trump at 226, Harris at 108. So it's their map is the exact same map as Fox News. Fox News' map.
Yeah, that's probably what they're using because they probably don't have their own like election analysts and stuff to come up with the real numbers and make the projections.
I'm on Reuters right now. Reuters has it at Harris 91, Trump 178. Trump is still exceedingly up in the popular vote. He could win the Electoral College and the popular vote.
I would have never have seen that one coming.
They gonna feel a way about that shit. It's funny. Yeah. It's what it is. All right, let's see.
It is what it is. You know what I'm saying, bro?
Yeah, that's red state. Actually,
looks like
so you're looking at
Virginia is
Axios.
leaning Kamala right now.
Okay. I see. Yeah, they still got
barely by 0.1%, by like 1,000 votes.
Ooh, shit. Yeah, it's gonna be. But like, let's say she wins Virginia, but she loses North Carolina, right? Like, it is the path to victory is getting very, very narrow for Vice President Harris. Yeah. You know, and I think this is a very valuable lesson to be learned by Democrats in terms of like which voting blocks matter and which voting blocks they need to talk to and engage with more.
I think you're right. I don't know if we can call it yet, but it is not looking good. Like, I'll agree with that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and look, I'm being very transparent, guys. I voted for Kamala Harris. My girlfriend and I early voted in Georgia, in Atlanta, very specifically, 2-3 weeks ago. Right, we early voted. We've been to her rallies and stuff. And the thing that was very obvious to me, and I said this earlier, was when my girlfriend and I were at the Kamala Harris rally. And you know, context I think is very important. Because the same day that Kamala Harris had her rally in Atlanta, Donald Trump had a rally in Atlanta on the same day as well. Trump's rally was at the Cobb Energy Center, which is in like northern Atlanta, and Kamala Harris's was at the Lakewood Amphitheater, which is southern Atlanta. The Lakewood Amphitheater had it can hold somewhere between 18 to 20,000 people. Cobb Energy has about 4,000 to 5,000 seats total. The Donald Trump rally was half full. Okay, so there might have been 2,500 people there total, and there were a legit 16 to 18,000 people that were at the Harris rally. But what I noticed at the Harris rally was, and there was a lot of people from all walks of life. There was black people, young people, white people, old people, Asian people. So there's all of these different people, rich people, poor people, lots of people at the Harris rally. What I did not see a lot of was a lot of cisgender hetero men. Okay, all the men that were there, all the straight men that were there with their girlfriends or wives. There were not a lot of just random guys there with Harris wall signs, right? And I told my girlfriend then that did not bode well for this campaign.
There's still a few states that are probably going to turn for Kamala that we're not hearing from yet.
For sure.
Because there's like New Jersey, and New Jersey's a highly populated state, so they have a fair amount of votes. And Connecticut, New Hampshire, and Maine, like none of those are counted yet. They're probably going to go that way. We'll see here. So that's going to get her part of it up. I don't know. I actually made my own map here that fits. These are the states that have been called right here.
Okay.
But according to this map that we're looking at here, obviously there's a few different ideas on how many votes are out there.
Let's say for sake of argument that she wins, you know, she's going to win California, Oregon, Washington, right? She's going to win those three for sure.
Yes.
And, you know, she's going to win Hawaii.
Okay, so
Trump is almost certainly going
let's
to win
tabulate
Alaska.
those up. Okay, so so California, Oregon, Washington, Hawaii, right? She gets Hawaii.
Yeah.
All right. Now, so she's
Give
at
him-
169.
And then he gets Alaska for sure.
Yes, he does get Alaska.
And then where?
Okay, so there's Maine and Nebraska that split their votes. So that's something to think about later, but maybe we'll work on those two last.
He also wins West Virginia for sure.
He did. I already have West. Or do you mean Virginia or West Virginia? Because West Virginia.
Oh, you already got West Virginia.
Yes.
My bad. I'm sorry. I listen. I can't just look at the states and know them the way you do. Like Ben could just look at state flags and just be like, I know
have
what this is.
maptism.
Trump's going to win Ohio, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's looking that way. It hasn't been called yet, but yeah, it's a big one.
So give him Ohio, give him Idaho.
Yeah,
those two for sure.
Yep.
And you can go ahead and do Kansas as well.
Okay.
What does that put Trump at?
208.
208. All right. She's going to win New Hampshire. She might not win Maine.
Yeah, let's not mess with Maine because they split their votes anyway. We'll deal with Nebraska and Maine if we need to. You know? So I'm pretty sure New Mexico will go blue. I'm not sure about Arizona, but I think there's like a okay chance of it. I'm pretty sure.
Listen, I think Nevada goes red. I think Arizona goes blue. Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, I'm sorry. Nevada goes blue and Arizona goes red. I said it backwards.
Okay.
Yeah. I listen, the times I spend in those conservative spaces, man, I'm seeing a lot of Latino voters that are typically a lot of Latinos.
This is what's coming in right now, by the way. Nevada hasn't closed their polling yet.
Mm-hmm.
So we won't hear from them yet. But yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Rhode Island.
Yeah, and oftentimes what will happen is because a lot of early voters this current map, this projection, what does that put let's see, I zoomed out. Here we go. So that puts her at 112 and him at 198.
Virginia is starting to go away from Trump. Kamala's back in the lead, and the lead is widening, but still pretty close.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Michigan. Whew, God, Michigan's close.
Yeah. I think she gets Michigan. I think she gets Michigan, Pennsylvania, Michigan and Pennsylvania. Wisconsin, I'm not sure. Now I'm confused. Now I don't know which way it's gonna go.
What do you think? So we're back to the map that we're working on here. What do you think?
Let's see. I think she gets. I think she's gonna get Michigan, and
she definitely gets Minnesota.
Michigan, Minnesota, Pennsylvania. I think she gets those three.
That might be a win. No, it's not. It's very close, but no.
And then give her Virginia as well.
Still not there.
What is that?
Still not there.
It's still like she's gonna need a state that she's just not gonna get.
She'll get New Mexico, but that's not. She'll get New Jersey too. By the way, she will get New Jersey.
How many does Jersey get?
Like 14.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, because it's heavily populated.
Yes.
You said that before.
Yes.
Ooh. Yeah, that's.
I would say Connecticut probably too, but let's see what the.
Man, it is gonna be close. This is gonna come down to the wire.
So Connecticut's trending Kamala right now.
I'm looking on Bloomberg's website right now.
Arizona's numbers are coming in. There's 50% of the vote in, and Kamala's winning right now. So,
all right. They said Trump is projected to win Utah. No shock there. Montana, also no shock. As Harris takes Colorado, also no surprise there. I heard a comedian say that Colorado is Wakanda for white people, and that made me laugh so much. That tickles me to my soul.
Have you ever seen the wrestler Kamala, the Ugandan giant?
Yeah.
His real last name was Harris.
Yeah.
So he was.
I didn't.
Kamala.
I didn't know that. Because
Kamala Harris.
My thesis told me that. Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah. Yeah, Kamala Harris. Yeah, it was the Ugandan giant.
Yeah.
Born in Tupelo, Mississippi.
Yeah. Something like that.
Have you watched the new season of Dark Side of the Ring?
No.
I haven't watched any of those episodes. I saw that they have a Bam Bam Bigelow episode that I really want to watch.
Yeah. Yeah, he was a big guy that was like quick on his feet, could do like the flips and cartwheels and shit.
Yeah, I loved Bam Bam back in the day. He was the only wrestler that fought in the unitard that I would cheer for.
So now both New Mexico.
No, that's not true.
We're gonna have to wait and see here. Look at while we've been talking, Arizona flipped to Trump. By 0.2% is the difference right now, and then New Mexico is right now. New Mexico flipped to Trump, so we'll see what happens there too. Maybe it does. Maybe it does. Maybe the Latino vote elects Trump. The Puerto Ricans thought the joke was funny. They're like, yeah, it is a trash hole. I don't know.
Listen, the Puerto Ricans can't vote for president of the United States, right?
Well, if they live here, they can. And there's a lot of
if they live here, but if they live like the actual island of Puerto Rico, can't vote for president.
No, but because they're born there, they can move here. They don't need like a visa or anything, and then they can vote, and they could even run for president. Like,
I'm saying it was like when it was a pretty like it was a risky joke to make, right? Which for the record,
I've actually seen Tony Hinchcliffe perform live before, so I've always thought he was funny. I think some of his jokes, you know what he should have said instead of Puerto Rico? He should have said Staten Island. Because it was in New York City, and everyone kind of jokes around that Staten Island's like the trashy part of New York City. So he could have said that, the floating island of garbage. I think it would have landed better. And then it's only the people that live on Staten Island that you don't have to worry about voting.
It definitely wouldn't have hurt, but I've also seen like numerous videos, and again, each video you see is just just like a poll. It's a snapshot, right? It doesn't represent, the totality of the voting block, right? But I saw a lot of people of Puerto Rican descent specifically feeling offended by the comments, but also still being like, I'm gonna vote for Trump though.
Sure.
It was like, this thing was
Trump didn't say it,
but also, Trump didn't say it, and also I'm concerned about how much groceries cost, and we need to get the bad ones out. And I'm like, whoa, wait,
the bad ones. So, what does Kamala realistically win here? Like, how's Wisconsin doing on the other map? Right, it's early.
I'm on
Minnesota.
I'm on Bloomberg now, and Bloomberg says, "Hold on, wait. Let me go to another map. Let's see. Let's go to Reuters." Reuters, numbers are still coming in right now for Wisconsin, but it's Donald Trump has a narrow lead with Robert F. Kennedy getting 8,200 votes so far. Interesting. I wonder how those 8,200 votes would, because I gotta imagine those RFK votes would be people that would have voted for Trump as opposed to people that voted for, even though Robert F. Kennedy made an impassioned plea like, hey, don't vote for me. You gotta make sure you vote for Donald J. Trump. Like,
dude, I can't even do
his gravelly voice. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. So anything here you'd switch around? I don't know. It's like Wisconsin. Wisconsin's a tough one. They have like 40% of their vote in right now.
Well, look, this map that you got currently has Trump winning.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. If she wins, if she loses Wisconsin, yeah, Donald Trump could very well win the Electoral College and the popular vote tonight. And a shock to everyone not named Hannibal to beat Animal.
Republican sources I'm talking with there say that Donald Trump has performed.
I'm not going to be shocked. I knew that there was a very real chance.
But just 57% of the vote in, and if you were with us 4 years ago on this journey, you'll remember that it took a few days to get the full count in from Pennsylvania.
Slow asses.
They like, hey guys, don't panic. It's still early.
That doesn't mean there's anything wrong with it. It just, you got to pack your patience. So let's go inside these numbers and touch base with Major Garrett. He's over here at the data desk. And think this is our first time actually in the same room together all night, Major. Yes.
Welcome to the room where it happens.
I know. I'm excited to be here.
Like, you can look at their energy.
Everybody's
They
about
can
what's
see the
going
writing
in
on the
that
wall right now.
I can see Dunder Mifflin down there in Scranton. I think
that is hilarious.
I think Rev and Shanny live there too.
We are currently
Do they
in
really?
Pennsylvania.
I think they broke up.
I just assumed it was a made up place for TV.
Nope, it's a real place.
Hoping it can make up some ground. You see around Philadelphia and the collar counties and Pittsburgh and Allegheny. I will show you some numbers now, Nora, that illustrate what's outstanding. So, Bucks County, more than 200,000 votes still outstanding. Montgomery County, 342. Chester County, 300,000. Delaware County, 243. Philadelphia, 256. Allegheny County, 192,000. All of that is still outstanding. So how do we look at Pennsylvania writ large right now? We look at it this way. To prevail in Pennsylvania, claim those vital 19 electoral votes, Kamala Harris, the vice president, needs 52% of the outstanding vote. What is our current estimate based on the data? 54%. So she is in position currently to achieve victory in Pennsylvania based on the data set as we know it and as it overlays exit poll data and historical trends. That's where we are in Pennsylvania
So
right now.
Because
it looks
you were
like
saying there is still a huge outstanding vote.
They're getting ready to call it, or they think they can.
Precisely, the suburbs around Philadelphia. And let's look as
Those are high population centers, and of course we know Trump does very well in the rural areas.
So let's walk through some of them in that area. Here's Bucks County. Robert Costa was just talking about it. That's the current trend, only 34%.
The areas that have the least amount of diversity are the places where Trump does the best.
It's early, a third of the vote in, running slightly ahead of the percentages in Bucks County. Let's go right next door to Montgomery County, running a little bit ahead then. Again, 36% in. You don't want to draw too many conclusions. Not so favorably in Chester County, running a little bit behind there, but as you close you get to Philadelphia, running a little bit ahead. These are positive signs for the Harris campaign, at least initially. Also, Allegheny County, that's Pittsburgh, running slightly ahead of the totals there. And
Yins. They say yins in Pittsburgh instead of like you guys.
Right next to former President Biden.
They say
I don't like that at all.
It's like an old, like some old throwback to some immigrant dialect.
Soft, encouraging signs for the vice president, at least in Pennsylvania.
But what about the rural counties that he may be doing even better than he did?
It's a hard word to say.
So let's look at the ones that the Trump campaign
It does not roll off the tongue
outside of Pittsburgh. Let's go to Butler County, which has all sorts of literal resonance for the president.
Interesting.
Running right about where he was in 2020.
That's so funny that
County,
they're showing
nice
Trump win in
doing
Minnesota
well
right
there.
now because
Westmoreland County, even a larger
a
concentration
Republican
of
has not
voters,
won Minnesota in a very
Washington
long
County,
time.
I think we have to remember the Red Mirage.
Doing, generally speaking,
a
little bit better or as well as he was right around Pittsburgh.
Go there.
Center County.
Yeah, same, Fenrir. I also think that there's going to be a lot of because typically they'll count the early votes last because there's so many of them to count all at once. So you'll see a lot of stuff, like Donald Trump said in the last election, there were the dumps. We were up. We had a big, beautiful lead. And then the dumps happened. And then this is the dumps that he was talking about, right? This is all of those like absentee ballots and those early votes all getting counted at the 11th hour in a lot of major metropolitan areas. So like the county where Detroit is, the county where Philadelphia is, where Pittsburgh is, where Atlanta is, Fairfax, like you're going to see more of that. Wisconsin is tricky. Wisconsin is tricky, but I think that Wisconsin is going to go the same way that Michigan does.
Is there enough to change? I mean, it's a matter of less than 100 or 200,000 votes, which is, that's still a lot of votes.
Yeah, that's a lot of votes. It just depends on how much of the reporting has come in from Fulton County, DeKalb County, Cobb County, Gwinnett County, Clayton County. Like, based on how much of that has come in, that will let us know who has won this. Also, Savannah, Georgia.
Fulton is 85% reported. DeKalb is 85%. Henry is 78.
Boo, Henry County. Boo.
Fulton.
Boo, Henry County.
So Fulton 85. Okay. Douglas is another one, 95. Cobb,
yeah, like all of those,
86.
like I said, yeah, Fulton, DeKalb, she gonna win all of those. Cobb County is curious though. Douglas County, okay, she's gonna win. Yeah, like those are, and these are the more populated areas. Like I said, like roughly, like there's 6.5 million people that roughly live in the Atlanta metro area, and the state of Georgia only has like 10 million residents, like 10.5 total. So it's something like 60% of the state's population lives right there in that area of town.
Yeah.
Right. So it'll be interesting to see. For me, it'll be more curious to see how many votes come in for the other candidates, for the Chase Olivers, Jill Steins, Cornel Wests.
That is interesting to look at to see if they took enough to make a difference.
Yeah, that is because like I was looking at North Carolina, and it didn't look like there were enough votes there to have swung North Carolina for Kamala Harris, right?
Mhm.
Like, even if you had taken all of those ballots, like all of those votes away and gave her all those numbers, she still would have lost North Carolina.
Yeah. We'll have to look at it. Fuck, let's see. 7:30.
Initiative 128 Montana, right to abortion. Yeah, like I haven't seen any state. There's been no state that has put like, and it's always interesting to me when they say when conservatives or people that vote conservative say that they just want abortion to become states' rights, right? Like we don't want a national yes or no. Like we wanted to like let the states make the decisions that they make. But like if the states put it on a ballot and every state votes no, what are we talking about?
So, looks like Iowa has been called for Trump. So Iowa, I'm guessing Nebraska will follow soon. They called Iowa with 57% of the vote in. Let
me see. Check. Go over
it's
to
only
Fox
point.
News.
It's only point. Oh, it's a 0.3% difference right now. And Jill Stein has 0.4%. RFK has 0.5% in Wisconsin right now. So there are third-party candidates that have a larger percentage than the difference between Trump and Harris right now.
Ooh, yeah, those are going to be curious. Yeah, New Mexico, Arizona, Nevada. If she gets those three, she's going to lose Idaho. She's going to for sure lose Alaska. Oh, I read an article that said that Alaska might not be as red this time around. And I don't know why. I didn't read the article. I just saw the headline and did not dive deeper into it. Pennsylvania, Virginia, North Carolina, Georgia, Maine.
Surprised they haven't called New Jersey for Kamala yet, because it's a pretty good lead, and there's 75% of the voting in. But I guess it's just large population.
Newsmax. Soon as I opened up Newsmax, the first story says exit polls, low black turnout hurts Kamala in swing states.
Wow. That is Newsmax, though.
Yeah, for sure. For sure it's Newsmax. But also just there are a lot of things. Another thing that has silently hurt, I'm saying silently, like that has hurt Kamala Harris with black voters is how she identifies herself, right? Because there are a lot of black folks that can remember a time where she didn't identify herself as a black woman. She was a mixed woman. But then when she needed to appeal to black voters, she was like, oh, I'm black. And there are a lot of people who, there are a lot more people where that resonated with them on a deeper level, right? Like they were just like, either you like this isn't a uniform you get to put on and take off when it's convenient for you. Either you are or you aren't. And the answer and the truth is that neither is true. She's a mixed race woman, right? There are lots of mixed race people, but like Black Americans, especially descendants of chattel slavery, feel very strongly about that issue. So when they saw her be like, oh, I was like a couple years ago, she wasn't Black, but now she is Black, right? And like, I'm not talking about like, I'm talking about how she herself has represented herself, or at least the optics and how she has been represented to other Black folks.
Hasn't The Rock kind of done that too?
The Rock has absolutely done that shit. Yeah. 1,000% has done that shit. And it irritates me to no end, because the same Black folks that'll be anti-Kamala Harris for that shit have no issue with Dwayne The Rock Johnson doing the same thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, the more popular he's gotten, the more he has downplayed his Blackness. He is just like, I'm mixed. I'm just, I'm a little piece of everything, just like America. Like, nah, man, your dad is Black, your mama's Samoan.
Yep.
Okay? Call it what it is. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I always tell people when it comes to like how you identify, I always keep it very simple, right? Like, 'cause I don't decide who's Black or who's white. You know, that's not how that works. You know who decides? The motherfucking police do when they pull me over. Okay? When the police pull me over, what do they think I am? And that's what you are.
Damn.
Yeah, like looking at Newsmax's map, they got Trump up 242, Harris 108. They have him up. Ben, can you put our map up again?
Let me see if I can find it. I had it.
Let's see.
Trying to remember where.
Like they got Maine, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin all leaning towards Trump. They got Michigan leaning blue. They got Jersey leaning blue.
Yeah.
Jill Stein got 25,000 votes. She almost got 1% vote in Jersey. That's wild.
Yeah. Yeah, so we're going to have to redo the map because I accidentally closed it. So what do we already know? We already know Ohio is red. We know Florida. We know Texas.
I'm pulling up the Axios map because I know that's the one that we were going against. Oh, you got it right there. Okay.
Yeah. I'm just like figuring it out really quick here. Kansas, Iowa. I don't know about Maine's. So Maine District 2. It looks like Trump's ahead there, but they haven't called it yet. So, how do I do that? Oh, Maine District 2. God, that's so weird. Anyway, God, Nebraska was called. Okay.
Trump won Nebraska?
Yes.
Okay.
Georgia, not yet. So, I mean, Trump is winning here. Or actually, no.
And it's looking like also, you know, we haven't been talking about it, but it's also looking like the Republicans may have a majority in both the House and the Senate.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
What can you do?
Vote.
Yeah.
I was telling my girlfriend that, like, oftentimes when I talk to people, like, I never try to change anybody's mind, right? Like, I more so want to get in the headspace of what were the circumstances that led you to vote the way that you vote and feel the way that you feel, right? Mm-hmm. And in the instances where I see that people run into misinformation, right? Like people that quote like memes as facts that haven't been like verified or quantified, you know, and I often ask people, like, hey, where'd you hear this? Like, can you forward me this information? I'll never say I don't believe, like, this thing has been debunked, right? I'm like, hey, can you send me the information where you saw this, right? And then I challenge it from that aspect. And oftentimes when I have like nuanced conversations with people where I can, like answer questions in a non-combative atmosphere, I find that it's pretty easy to kind of not sway people's opinions, but like give them more information so that they can make a better educated decision. The problem is that it takes time, right? And I've often had this conversation with my girlfriend who works in education. And we've kind of had the conversation of like, what would it take to, like, if you think about just people that you personally know and or care about that may be leaning in a certain direction based on misinformation, right? How long would it take for you to have those nuanced conversations with those people enough to give them an educated enough education where they can make an informed decision, right? And the reality is, the answer is it takes too fucking long, and so we don't do it. And what happens is now we've created an ecosystem, or very specifically the way social media algorithms work now is it'll just constantly feed you more and more of the same stuff. So like, I have quite a few friends that are terrified of like men competing in women's sports, and I'm like, hey man, that's not a thing. Like that's not a thing that's happening en masse to the point where you need to worry about it, right? Just like
don't have time to try to fix it. But we'll be back up and running momentarily here. All right. Hannibal, we're back.
Yeah. I'm here. I got you. I was just doing the math on what Kamala Harris would have to win. Like what states she would need to carry in order to get to 270.
Yeah.
And it is like so I'm looking at the map from, what map was I looking at? Not Fox News. I was looking at a map that had her at 108. 108 and Trump at 242. She would have to win California, Oregon, Washington, Nevada, Arizona, New Mexico, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Jersey, and Maine to win. If she loses one of those states, I don't think she wins. I mean, I don't think she can win, and that's a big if. Now, again, I know there's still a lot of counting coming in, and I know those California ballots are going to be coming in like at the 11th hour. We won't really get those details until next week. I mean, till later on in the week. But yeah. What was that? Trump and Harris notch first statewide wins as polls close in U.S. races. Okay, there we go. Let's see. They have it at Reuters has it at 91 Harris, 207 Trump. But I think they're waiting for some of these to be more officially called as opposed to like the early calls. But I'm just like, just do the early calls. Ooh, Georgia is close, but she is still off by 100,000, which is about what I thought she would lose by. So Chase Oliver got 18,000 votes. That's wild. That's wild to me. Yeah. Oh, can you do the screen switch thing for me on
Yeah. Here you go. I got to fix my camera too.
There we go. All right. Yeah. Just look the maps I'm looking at all in order for her to win right now, she would need to win a lot of stuff. This map is giving her Virginia for sure. And you said Maine splits theirs.
Oh shit.
But even if Maine split, she could still, like I said, it is not impossible right now, but it is not handsome. What does MSNBC say? MSNBC. I also like to point out, I don't know if you notice, I've been sticking more to the right leaning maps and not the left leaning maps.
But now you're doing MSNBC.
Yeah, I'm doing MSNBC now. Yeah, I like I said, I try to pay attention. I want to see what Daily Wire is projected in a second. C4 results. Here we go. They got MSNBC has Kamala Harris at 91 and Donald Trump at 210. So they are giving him quite a few. But I think there's certain states where they're kind of like, yeah, you can almost, like, this is a foregone conclusion. Like, you don't have to wait for North Dakota, South Dakota to come in. You know who's going to win this, right? Like, 21% of South Dakota has come in, and I'm like, they're pretty sure, that he won that. Montana, Wyoming, I think these are all safe bets. Idaho, he gonna win Idaho for sure.
Yes.
Kamala Harris is up in Maine, but they're saying it's too early to call. This is according to NBC News. They got Maine too early to call, but she is up slightly. What is
Here's
this?
CNN's map. This is CNN's live map.
91 to 207. All right. Mine has 91 to 210. I wonder what.
Oh shit! Do you know who's here?
Who's that?
A beautiful bird. Dusty the cockatiel is here, everyone.
What's up, Dusty? Okay, Dusty will respond. I know Dusty is here. Okay, Dusty will respond. I know Dusty is here. Hello?
All right. We're echoing. Yeah.
Now, Dusty, when it comes to election issues, what issue is more pressing in the in the avian community? Is there a lot of disruption with the birds? Like do larger birds vote differently than smaller birds? How do y'all feel about the Haitian immigrants? Is that something that bothers you or not?
Eating the birds.
Is that something that you people are concerned about?
The eating the birds.
That's funny.
They're eating the birds of the people that live there. Right?
Let's see. New Mexico right now, 69% in. Harris is leading. Arizona is 51% in, and it is insanely close.
That is a sliver.
Like Arizona is so close that those extra votes for Oliver and Jill Stein, possibly Cornel West, are definitely going to have swung the election in one direction or the other. Yeah, that's gonna be one. That's gonna be one of them ones. Kamala Harris. No, there's nothing in for Nevada yet. Okay, Minnesota.
But this could totally change once, all of the mail-in voting gets counted, right?
This is true. We'll see.
Man, Jeff Holiday never came back.
Yeah, but he had said that he would talk to us tomorrow at one point, and I was like, I didn't think that was a Freudian slip. I thought that was him letting us know low-key he was not coming back. But that's okay. You got half the zebra experience here. Wait, is that what we call it? Yeah,
zebra effect.
Experience. The zebra effect. Yeah.
We can hear ourselves echoing back, Dusty's owner. Something is making the echoes echo back to us.
Oh, my bad.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
But don't mute it in the way where we can't hear Dusty.
Well, that's not going to be possible, I don't think. But I don't know. We don't need to hear Dusty the whole time. Dusty can.
I want to hear Dusty. It reminds me of like a broken smoke alarm that I need to replace the battery in.
That's what G-Man always had. When G-Man would make his videos, beep. When Sturgis makes a video, he always gets a Windows notification sound. Doo doo doo. Like, you know what I mean? Yeah. Every time. It's
Let's see where we at. Fulton County is 72% in. Cobb County is 54% in. Douglas County is 65% in. Gwinnett is 59% in. Rockdale County is 73 in. Newton County, I don't even know what Newton County, Georgia is.
A county is just a county, but Newton County
is fig and cake.
Yeah.
Hey man, those like they those ads were so well marketed for such a trash kid snack.
Yeah.
Like if it was trick or treat, like if you were Halloween, if it was you were trick or treating on Halloween and you went to somebody's house and they gave you like fig Newtons, like you would egg their house. You should egg their house. Let me phrase it. You should egg their house.
Do you know that there are tiny wasps in figs?
What?
Did you know that figs, and you can look this up for yourself.
I'm looking it up.
That there are very tiny wasps in figs. Now, the texture of a fig, that like grainy texture, that's not the wasps. That's like seeds and shit. But there are tiny wasps in figs.
Okay. All right. What do you mean there are dead wasps in my figs? Okay. This is from bonappetit.com. Jesus Christ. I did not know that. So I recently dropped a small fortune on a haul of purplish figs at the farmer's market. What wasn't I going to make? Figs are stunning. All right, I'm going to skip past all that. Yeah. Figs pollinated, so what's the deal with fig wasps? Jeez Louise. All right. See, well, that explains why I didn't like fig Newtons as a child, because, the dead insects inside. Yeah, see, I had no idea, and now I know. I haven't looked at the Daily Wire right now. Let's look at the Daily Wire. Let's see what you guys got.
Guys, okay, Oregon, California. Okay, Kamala got a huge boost because they called California like right away. Oregon's up on the map now. She's going to get some from Oregon. She'll win Washington. She'll be in the 200 threshold, I think. Where's Michigan at?
Yeah.
Okay, she's got a good lead in Michigan.
No, she's going to win Michigan, and I feel confident she's going to win Pennsylvania. But like I said, in order for her to win, she's got to like run the rest of the table on this. And she's got to win Washington, Oregon, California, which she's going to win, Nevada, Arizona, New Mexico, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Jersey, and at least 2 of those electors in Maine. Like there can be no flaws in the system right now. Also, what's happening in Alaska, though? Tell me about Alaska. Beautiful bird, beautiful bird. I like Dusty as on green screen. I like that.
He disappears a little bit.
I like it, yeah. I just imagine like Dusty flying around the apartment being like, but what about women's reproductive rights? Just like freaking out right now.
Oh my God.
Oh, Alaska's ranked choice. I did not know that. Huh. Interesting.
45% of the vote for Oregon in already. Yeah, they're going to call Oregon really soon.
Yeah.
I don't know when Washington closes. Maybe the same time as Nevada. Yeah.
Okay.
We'll go to some video.
Mm-hmm. I want to see how the conservative news organizations are covering this.
I'll do Fox News. I'll do Fox News.
Okay. Let's see what Fox has to say. Can U.S. territories vote for president? No, they cannot.
Nope.
U.S. Isle of Samoa, Virgin Islands, Puerto Rico, the Mariana Islands are not allowed to vote for a president. They can serve in the military, but you cannot vote for president.
They're also citizens, and they can move to the states if they want.
Yes, yes, they can.
And then they can vote. But yeah, it is weird though. It is weird that they can't vote because they literally can't vote on their president. You know, because like the president of the U.S. is their president.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I'm like, where's the Fox News coverage? I don't see their like commentary coverage. I just see like this generic live results.
You know, you don't see it on YouTube somewhere?
Yeah, I don't.
Interesting.
Not for Fox.
Not for Fox. Beautiful bird.
Beautiful bird.
I'm looking at one right now on Fox News. Race to 270. It literally, you know what? This isn't even news. This is just a map.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. I see what you're saying.
Yeah. Yeah. There's no actual like Sean Hannity, you know, like live talking about it or whatever.
Mm-hmm. It's funny on this site they haven't given Trump North Carolina yet, but I thought it was. Did he not win North Carolina already?
I don't think so. He won South Carolina.
We're still being counted in North Carolina. Let's see. North Carolina is 86% in. Ooh, it is close. Trump is ahead, but it is close. Chase Oliver got 24,000 votes. That's wild. That is wild. You know, in 2022 for the U.S. Senate race, there was a a libertarian senator that was on the ticket as well, and in order for whoever was running had to get at least 50% of the vote, and radical liberal
Raphael Warnock. Yeah, I remember that.
I had a friend of mine said, man, that would be a dope ass name for a rap group, bro. Radical liberal. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for radical liberal Raphael Warnock. I would totally come out and see this, like opening for Wu-Tang Clan. That'd be dope as shit. But neither Raphael Warnock or Herschel Walker got the 50% needed, so they had to go to a runoff. And when they went to the runoff, what happened, ironically, was the libertarian votes went to Warnock as opposed to going to Herschel Walker.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think that they were like, he was too extreme for their policies.
Vampires are cool people.
Listen, the amount of Run Herschel run signs that they had all through Metro Atlanta was terrifying, okay? The amount of people that were actively going to vote for Herschel Walker because he is the preferred son of the state of Georgia was insane. I'm like, have you not heard this man speak at all? Like, I think for a lot of people what fucked him up was during his only debate with Raphael Warnock where he pulled out the fake sheriff's badge, right?
Oh my God.
And was like, see, I got this. So I'm really a sheriff, okay? So I did all the things I said. And he was like, sir, that is a toy that came out of a cupcake box.
You got that out of a gumball machine, sir.
And it was just, but yeah, even then, that dude came within like an ass hair of being a United States senator. And
that
the only reason And the only reason he lost is that when he went to the runoff, those libertarian voters ended up voting for Warnock instead of voting for Herschel Walker. So, like, I often joke about libertarians being diet Republicans, right? But, like, like libertarians have issues that matter to them, and they are passionate about their representatives. So you never know. But it is interesting seeing Chase Oliver get so many votes.
Dusty is a beautiful bird.
Dusty is a beautiful bird. Beautiful
Dusty's
bird.
Pretty, yeah.
Radical liberal Raphael Warnock. Yeah, I watched those debates actually when he was like debating that Karen. You know what I'm talking about?
I'm sorry, I had my mic muted. You couldn't hear nothing I was saying.
Yeah.
Wait, one more time?
When Raphael Warnock was debating the woman, she was like a Karen, the one that called him radical liberal.
Oh yeah, Kelly Loeffler. She at the time was the owner of the WNBA team, the Atlanta Dream, here in Atlanta. Which interesting tidbit, when back when athletes were like kneeling out the national anthem, Kelly Loeffler told the team, "If any of you bitches take a knee, I will trade you. I will kick you off the fucking team. I don't care. We will just play games shorthanded. I dare one of y'all to take a knee." Damn. America. Which is funny doing that in the WNBA, because they're just like to be like a staunch conservative, but then also buy a team like in the WNBA. I'm like, so you can't hate the LGBTQ community and also own the WNBA team, right?
Right. Well, I don't know. You ever heard of Marge Schott?
No.
Oh my God, she was an old lady that was like a racist owner of the Cincinnati Reds, and she got.
Oh
caught.
Yeah. I remember her from a few years ago.
So yeah, you can be like an owner of a team and hate some of the players.
Listen, I was working for the Atlanta Hawks. I worked at State Farm Arena for 10 years. And I was working for the Atlanta Hawks. This was right around the time that they made me management. And the general manager of the team, I think his name was Danny Silver, Danny Ferry? The general manager of the Hawks at the time had sent out this mass email to every member of management. And the email said, so when people come to the games, they see we got these black bartenders and black cheerleaders and black cashiers and black this and black that. And it's like, what can we do to make this place more appealing for white people when they come here? And I just responded, I don't think I'm supposed to be a part of this thread. That email eventually got leaked, and him and every member of management that participated in that conversation was all removed from the team, and they ended up having to like sell the team to like a conglomerate ownership group, and then ended up transferring the ownership of the team.
Jesus.
Yeah, fun times we live in. 145-211. This is Axios still? Beautiful bird.
This is CNN right here.
This is okay.
I think I have Axios also. This is Axios. Let's see. President.
$179 to. Ooh, they're giving.
They're giving Washington and Washington for sure. They haven't called Oregon yet. Yeah. It's definitely how we saw it going.
What did young Bill Fridge think? How did he anticipate this playing out?
I don't know.
I think I saw online did he just have a pacemaker put in?
Yes, he did.
Okay.
Yeah. But he's back, doing better. So
good. Good deal. I saw he released an album recently with no tracks produced by Hannibal the Beat Animal featured on there.
Yeah, you gotta whip up some tracks, I guess.
I do. I gotta be more diligent about my Seattle visits and make sure we can make that happen.
Yeah, when was that? Like 2002 or 3? Like the beginning of 2003, 2022 or 2023? Sorry.
Yeah, it was 2022, I think.
I think it was the beginning of 2023, but I could be wrong.
It might, you might be right. It might have been. It was definitely like February one of those years. I think it was 2023. I think you're right.
Or was it 2? That COVID shit was still going on, wasn't it? Were we wearing like masks and shit?
I mean, I always wear a mask, so how would I know? I just, let's see.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, I remember the live stream video.
There we go. I just searched it. It was 2 years ago.
Okay. So
that episode has 27,000 views.
Yeah.
All right. I thought okay. That was good. That was a fun time. That was a very, very fun time. Yeah. I be watching Vosh all the time now, and I'd be like, I try to comment on his streams. I'd be like, Vosh, do you remember me from when we hung out?
Yeah.
But like for Vosh right now, this is like peak real estate for him.
Yes.
Right now.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I don't. How many more states are we going to actually see the results for soon?
I can't imagine. Well, the Georgia votes, Georgia and North Carolina, and Jersey should all be coming in very soon. Depending on where we are on the reporting. Let's see. Depending on where we are in the reporting, it's a critical hours ahead in White House race. Let's see. And like, even if at this point, even if she wins the White House, right? Like, it is looking like, she's going to still have an uphill battle with both the House and Senate right now.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess I don't know. I thought during the last election at the end of the night when I stopped streaming, I was like, man, it looks like Trump's going to win. I think Trump might win. Mm-hmm. But I don't know. I really don't know.
See, the funny thing is, the last election, I didn't think that. I felt fairly confident that Joe Biden was going to beat Donald Trump. But it wasn't so much that people were voting for Joe Biden, so much as people were voting against Donald Trump. Because there were so many different moments of his presidency that rubbed people the wrong way, right?
But then even after that, there was more shit that rubbed people the wrong way.
Yeah, but like that stuff hasn't been marketed the same way. It hasn't been marketed the same way over the last few years. Like I said, I've been watching how, like, the moment Joe Biden got in office, like, all the conservative news outlets was like, all right, well, let's talk about how he's trash, and have just for months, for years, have just been like talking to American people about how he's trash. And I've been seeing people respond. Like, people don't know how the infrastructure package helps them, right? They don't know, like, what things he's done in the economy that have helped or hurt the economy. What they know is, what they've been told is, the economy was great under Trump and is shit under Biden, right? And that's all you got to say for most people. They'd be like, well, when Donald Trump was in office, a bag of Doritos cost $3. Now a bag of Doritos costs $6. Yeah. And that's it. And it's very easy to, like, put information like that in people's line of sight without giving them, like numbers don't lie, but you do still got to know how to read them, And like, it's something that I see Steven Crowder do, like, expertly. Like Steven Crowder will often like make points in his videos, and then he'll give you on his YouTube channel, he would give you links to the source material for all the things that he said. So he's like, listen, don't believe me. The source links are down below. But if you click on the source links and you do like a modicum of digging, you realize that all of the statistics are being colored in a way to make his points seem more valid. And if you just dig a little bit, you'd be like, actually, this isn't true, this isn't true, this isn't true. Or it's not that it's not true so much as it is misleading, or requires further context, right?
Egghead is very upset.
What is Egghead upset about? About the way the election is playing out? Or is that Dusty is on stream and he is not? Also, what's up, Egghead? How you been, brother? I ain't seen you in forever.
Egged. It's going to be a repeat of 2020. So you think Kamala is going to win? Is that what you mean? Because that.
Yeah. A lot of people, their feeling is that they have been very unsatisfied with the 4 years of Biden-Harris, and what I tend to see is a lot of uninformed rage, right? Like when people talk about like inflation, I'm like, you do realize the pandemic caused a lot of inflation all across.
Well, then
the board,
there was like
right?
artificial like shrinkflation,
Yes.
Items getting smaller and costing the same, or like even costing more and getting smaller, like that kind of shit. So that there's that too. That's not actual there is inflation, but then that took inflation and made it even worse. You know.
Yeah. And also, like I've had conversations with women about reproductive rights, and there are a good amount of women that are raised staunchly in the church that feel like abortion is murder and should not be a legal form of contraception. Yeah, so like I've met women that.
But then a lot of them are also against contraception too.
Also, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So when you look at like those voters, like I've spoken to black voters, I've spoken to Asian voters, Jewish voters, I've spoken to Latino voters, I've spoken to the LGBTQ plus community that are voting for Trump. And we'll just tell you, like, yeah, man, like he's good for the country because of this, or that. Be like, I saw a Latino trans woman explaining why Trump was going to make America great again. I was like, not for you, bitch. Like when he was talking about making America great, I promise you was not on his bingo card, But listen, like people do it all the time. Like the pandemic showed me that. Like the world was like, hey, if everybody takes these vaccines and stays inside for 2 months, we can get rid of this thing. And America very specifically was like, don't tell me what to do.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, we will work against our best interests all the time. And if Donald Trump is able to instill even some, like just do some of the things that he claims that he wants to do, and I'm not talking about being the dictator on day one. I'm talking about the mass deportations of illegal immigrants, or rather immigrants deemed to be illegal, right? Like if he is able to do that, if he's able to institute a law where drug dealers could be given the death penalty, right? Or cops can operate with total impunity, right, of the law, right? He himself can operate with total impunity of the law. And you could make it with like, oh yeah, and like, and make abortion rights even stricter, make it even stricter, allow states to make even more restrictive abortion laws. Yeah. What did you think was going to happen?
Beautiful bird.
Yeah. Like listen, like Donald Trump and his team, they marketed themselves much better, and they marketed themselves much better with much less money, and doing it all under the guise that they were going to be on some anti-Biden shit, just for them to turn around and have to pull and be like, damn, now we got to be on some anti-Harris shit. right? For them to switch that shit at the 11th hour and still pull out a 270 electoral college map victory means that the Democrats need to do a much better job of figuring out how to market and promote their ideas to people, right? How do you explain to people the benefits of a child tax credit? Or like, oh, we didn't even talk about him disbanding the Department of Education. Like,
I love the poorly educated.
It's wild, bro. But it's like, but at the end of the day, like you can see the amount of you can see the amount of black men specifically that are not voting for Kamala Harris. You can see the amount of Latinos that are not voting for Kamala Harris, right?
Looks like Virginia. She's probably going to take Virginia.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about Pennsylvania. 77%.
Yeah, the one of the maps I was looking at, and it was one of the conservative maps too, had and I don't know if it was Fox or if it was Newsmax. Oh no, it wasn't Fox. Let's see, maybe Newsmax. Holy shit, bro! Bernie Moreno won the Senate seat in Ohio.
Oh, damn. Sherrod Brown is gone. No more Sherrod Brown.
Oh, man.
Yeah,
Bernie Moreno is an amazing candidate, all right? Because Bernie Moreno is a Latino that is like, hey, man, other Latinos just need to pull themselves up by their bootstraps so they could be successful.
He hasn't won
like
yet,
me.
by the way, but he is winning for sure. I don't know.
Look, listen, I'm like Newsmax is saying that he won.
Yeah, he may have.
Republican challenger Bernie Moreno defeated three-term Democrat Sherrod Brown in their Ohio race.
And abandoning the left. The left brings policies and votes.
Yeah, well, apparently not tonight. They ain't. Tonight is like, well, again, it's still early, right? And the path to Kamala Harris winning is still possible. I mean, but possible, but not probable, because we're talking about her having to win Washington, Oregon, California. Realistically, she's going to win all three of those, right? But then she's got to win Nevada, which she'll probably win, Arizona, which is insanely close, New Mexico, which she'll win, but then she still needs to win Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Jersey, and part of Maine. Like it is, close. It's real close. Closer than Diddy and Farnsworth Bentley used to be back in the day. Like you got to be very, very close. Republican challenger Bernie Moreno defeated three-term Democrat Sherrod Brown in their Ohio Senate race, a victory that secured the majority for the GOP in the upper chamber.
Damn.
They said Newsmax called the race for Moreno with 85% of precincts reporting and the challenger holding more than a 5-point lead. Huh. Yeah, like Bernie Moreno is interesting because he's a Latino guy that's telling other Latinos that they need to pull themselves up by their bootstraps. But like his family was like independently wealthy when they left Colombia or Cuba. I think Colombia. I think they were like independently wealthy in Colombia. Like his dad was like a state's politician, and like he came to America and Mercedes hit him up and was like, hey, we got this dealership. We got this Mercedes dealership that's doing bad. You want to buy it from us? So he was talking about how he made his first money in the States from that Mercedes dealership. All you need, guys, is Mercedes dealership money. And he's telling other Spanish people that they need to pull themselves up by their bootstraps. Like, and as a black person that has heard that from successful blacks my whole life, he's like, oh, you just need to pull yourself up by your bootstraps. I was like, but your family's rich. That's what I get for not trying to stick more free, like trying to get my free throw percentage up higher when I was in high school. That's what I should have banked on basketball. I tried to bet on this music shit. I should have just used my height instead.
I'll be right back. I
got you.
I'm drinking so much water. I have to piss like constantly.
Yeah, do what you do. I will use this as an opportunity to engage with the chat, which is one of my favorite things to do.
All right.
Yeah, guys. I have been preparing for this for quite some time. When I watched that episode of the Breakfast Club and I saw the amount of black people that were very pro-Trump, I knew then that, and it wasn't just that, because there were lots of signs over the years, like especially in the black community, seeing like how popular podcasts like Fresh and Fit were getting, Kevin Samuels, Charleston White, seeing like their popularity. All those guys are fucking Republican plants, all right? Like none of those guys are of the community, right? Like they're all like working for conservative organizations, or they're getting funded by conservative billionaires. So when I see them, I'm like, yeah, you are not of the community, so I don't pay attention. But for every person that I'm not paying attention to, I know that those people have massive audiences that are following them on a regular basis. Yeah, I've seen the writings on the wall. And when my El Salvadorian friend told me, say, "Oh yeah, man, it's just, we just need people to come in the right way," and I was just like, bruh, like, you do realize when they start talking about deporting immigrants, they mean you. And he's like, no, man, they're talking about Mexicans. I'm from El Salvador. I was like, cool, man. Cool. I hope that works out for you. Yeah. King Cove says people are influenced by consumer influence. Yeah, I agree with that.
Just beautiful bird.
Dusty is a beautiful bird. Spec, who I had a chance to hang out with a little bit I got a chance to hang out with a little bit for the 1000th episode of Drunken Peasants. Spec says the only good thing about Republicans winning is they say they want to ban the genital mutilation of minors, which is the most serious human rights issue in the country, but I don't trust them to. Okay. All right, Spec. Finn Rear says, I still don't think Trump will win Minnesota, Wisconsin, or Michigan. Harris spent a lot of time there. Yeah, I agree. I think realistically she will win all of those. But in order for her to, the path to 270 now appears like she has to win all of those joints. Like she has to win she has to win. And it is doable, right? But she has to win Washington, Oregon, California. Those are a given. Nevada, she's almost certainly going to win that. Arizona, it's going to be tricky. New Mexico, she'll probably win. Then she still got to win Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Virginia, Pennsylvania, Jersey, and half of Maine. And it's like, if any one of those goes red, if any one of those leans conservative, then Bob's your uncle. Stern Medic, you think she only needs Pennsylvania? All right, we'll see. We will see. We will definitely see. And not for nothing, Stern Medic, I fully expect her to win Pennsylvania. Like I had one.
She's not winning it right now, but there's time.
Yeah, there's time. Like I said, they still got to count Philly. They still got to count Philly and Pittsburgh.
Beautiful bird.
Man.
Yeah.
So this one says 153 to 211. Do you see different counts out there?
Let's see what we got. CNN has, let me refresh this map. CNN has Kamala at 153, Trump at 211.
Yeah, that's what I have up on the screen right now.
Okay, Fox News has, okay. I do not like the auto playing videos when I go to these sites.
Me neither.
Like that I do genuinely like. I'll vote for whoever is president that'll stop auto playing videos in my browser history. Fox News has Harris at 193, Trump at 216. So they have some extra states I think they've counted Maine.
Michigan is leaning Trump now. That's huge.
Yeah. But I like it. Like on Fox News, they're saying it's only 36% in.
Yes, that's the same here.
Okay.
How much of that is like
2028? He's the beautifulest bird.
Yeah. If anyone wants to start a tip train and get that tip train rolling into the station, feel free to do so.
North Carolina. It says Trump is projected to win North Carolina. According to Associated Press, Edison has yet to make the call. And they got Chase Oliver right now. Wait, how much of the vote is in it?
It's 88%. They
88.
Also, yeah.
So they got Chase Oliver got 25,000 votes. Jill Stein got 21,000. 10,000 worth of write-ins. 10,000 for Cornel West. 6,000 for somebody named Randall Terry.
Randall Terry.
Yeah.
The great statesman Randall Terry.
Let's see. What is Daily Wire?
A man, a statesman.
Damn, man, just think. At one point, Daily Wire had it was Shapiro, Matt Walsh, Jordan Peterson, and Candace Owens. They were like the Fantastic Four of conservative news. They also Daily Wire has Trump projected to win Georgia, and they got Trump projected to win North Carolina. Yeah. They don't have a map on at least I don't see a map. Here we go. Yeah. And it's funny because and Trump supporters won't openly admit this. Well, maybe some Trump supporters will, right? But most Trump supporters, I think, would be hard pressed to admit that they were nervous going into this election, right? Like Marjorie Taylor Greene at his last stop here in Georgia, she had said something along the lines of, even if we don't win this election, that doesn't mean that this is the end of the MAGA movement, right? Like she was letting the audience know we might not win this, but we're going to continue. Like that showed me that there were nerves there because it was a very tight election across the board. Let's see.
Someone told me to look up this thing, which is interesting. It's the hold on. All right. Hold on. Sorry, I'm having a. All right, here it is. It's the presidential needle. Where it's predicting, like, it's from the New York Times. And they're predicting Trump's chance at winning right now at like 89%. Yeah, 89%. That is
Trump 89 and yeah.
That's
I can see it.
Beautiful bird.
Yeah.
Will we see a victory tonight? Like will we see like the election be called by any of the major news outlets?
I think so. I would fully expect Fox News to call it as soon as they're sure. Now, the question is, what's the path to victory for Trump, right? Like he's at 211 now. Does he have to win Pennsylvania in order to get to 270?
I don't know.
Yeah, let's see. Is Pennsylvania the path to victory? Like, could he win everything else but lose Pennsylvania and then not be able to get 270?
Let me see.
Ben Pie is adding everything into the drunken peasants map, presidential forecast map.
Yeah, let's see.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, Donald Trump has to, if he loses Pennsylvania, he has to win everything else. That is going to be tough. Yeah, this is not like this is not a sure thing yet, right? This is definitely not a sure thing, but it is leaning towards Trump getting 270.
All right. So here's one that
He doesn't have to win Pennsylvania. He can either Nevada or Wisconsin or Michigan and still win without Pennsylvania. It's harder for her.
Okay, he can either win Nevada or Wisconsin or Michigan. Not all three, but just one of. Does that track?
I think you're right.
Yeah, because then like you get 10 in. Wait, is it either or? Is it either or both and? Because Minnesota is 10. Hold on, let me zoom in this map here. Here we go. Minnesota's 10. Wisconsin is 10. Michigan is 10. 15. Yeah. This is 230 now, 240, 250, 265. Yeah.
Let's see if we can check in with some news or something.
Yeah, like the path for her victory right now looks like she has to win a lot in order to win.
3 states can give it to him if things trend this way. Nevada is very decisive.
Yeah, and I feel very confident she's going to win Nevada. Like I feel extremely confident
Trump,
she's going to win Nevada.
Let's see here. Trump is
just haven't been there recently, you know.
So apparently Trump is about to like address a crowd. All right, but I'll keep an eye on it. He's not out there yet. I wonder if he's about to declare victory or something.
He might. Yeah, he might. Yeah. It is interesting to me that beautiful bird. I love it because I never expected it did it out here out of nowhere. I definitely thought the assassination attempt would have been much more openly beneficial for Trump than it was. You know, I think it's a circumstance of the modern news cycle moving so quickly.
I think it was Hulk Hogan's endorsement.
Was that what it was?
Yeah.
It's like Hulk Hogan threatened to leg drop Kamala Harris.
Yep.
You know, one of my favorite things is watching when I see conservative talking heads talk about Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump. They'll make the mistake of calling her Kamala, and then they'll think about it, and then go back and be like, I mean Kamala. It's like the intentionality of making it a point to say I accidentally said her name right. Let me go back so I can say it wrong.
Let me tell you something, brother.
Listen, Hulk Hogan and Kid Rock, all right? Kid Rock does the theme song. Hulk Hogan comes out. Yeah. Versus what wrestlers endorse Kamala Harris? You got Mick Foley and who else?
Dave Bautista.
Oh yeah, Batista. I've never watched that Batista ad that he made. Like just the idea of it seemed real cringe, so I just stayed away from it.
It was kind of funny, but you know, I'd show it to you, but we'd get copyrighted for it. So, Beautiful bird. Yeah, I'm waiting for Trump to come out on stage right now. God, there's like 112,000 live viewers on this Fox News stream where Trump is about to do something.
How many?
112,000.
Okay. I'm in my head. I can hear it playing. Celebrate good times. Come on. And then he gets past the note that says, "Hey, please don't use our song for your campaign rally."
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. So like the second Trump time around, what are you thinking? Like, do you think we still have the same, like last time, right out the gate, they was like, this was the largest crowd in inauguration history. Right? You think we're gonna right out the gate get crazy stuff like that?
I am
Whoa. Florida did not pass recreational weed?
Wow, holy shit.
Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of... Okay, listen. Talk about voting against your own best interest, huh?
Yeah, keep it free and illegal. Yeah.
Dang. Yep. Yeah. Listen, Florida amendment to legalize marijuana falls short. An effort to legalize the use of recreational, this is according to NBC News, an effort to legalize the use of recreational marijuana in Florida has failed at the ballot box. Despite endorsements running the gamut from the Florida Democratic Party to former President Trump, Amendment 3, which would have legalized the recreational use of manufacturing of weed in the state, failed to get the 60% voter support needed to pass the state constitutional amendment.
I'm going to light one up. In honor of, the poor people of Florida who can't catch a break.
And this is crazy. Trump was pro the law, but Ron DeSantis was against the law, saying it would be everywhere. The state would smell like it. We don't need that in Florida. Wow. I can't even just how do you... That is wild. That's insane. That's insane to me. That is insane. Okay.
Yeah.
That is crazy. Lib smoked that shit. Yuck. Really? That is insane. Wow. Wow. Listen, I'm
about to spark one up. Look at
I was like, yeah, we had the opportunity to legalize it and we chose not to.
That happened in Ohio 10 years ago. Remember, I was telling you about that earlier, and then they just legalized it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, listen, America gonna get everything they asked for. Yeah, they're gonna get it. So listen, the last time conservatives had the White House, the Senate, and the House, right? They did not get much done. Like the big
Didn't they shut down the government for one of the longest times ever?
Yeah.
Because they were trying to get wall funding. They're like, gotta get that wall started now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you see this type of pre-rolled joint I have, it's called Fire Ass Mids because it's like the cheaper kind. So it's like mids,
okay.
Beautiful bird. Beautiful bird.
Beautiful bird. Florida smelling like weed, man. Cobes, what do you think about that, man? Cobes, what do you think of Florida not voting to legalize marijuana?
Well, where Cobes lives in Wyoming, weed is illegal still too. They get like the Delta 8 shit. Yeah, Wyoming was declared for Trump immediately. So it's a pretty conservative state.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Hey, listen. If you like it, more power to you. Mr. Morden, I'm sorry. I'm doing that thing again. Sorry. Engaging with the chat.
No. It's cool. It's cool.
Is that, and Mr. Morton says, I've never seen anyone smoking weed here in Florida. Like, that is insane. We literally had a whole story on the shit show about this grandmother from North Carolina that had a prescription for weed that got arrested in the Magic Kingdom. Because they was like, just because you have a legal prescription to have it there doesn't mean. And the weed that she bought, she bought it in Florida, right? And it was like she bought something over the counter in Florida that was supposed to be like some Delta 8 shit, but it had trace amounts of weed in it. And then they arrested this grandmother because of those trace amounts of weed.
Well, that's just stupid.
Yeah. Hey man, listen, like we got to stop letting these grandmothers get away with fucking murder, okay?
A lot of Wyomingians, Utahns, Kansans, and Nebraskans come here for their weed. Fair enough.
Yeah.
More money for us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, people from Idaho come to Washington, like Eastern Washington, to buy weed. And for the longest time, people from Ohio were going up to Michigan to get weed. It was a pretty normal thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I can't believe it didn't pass in Florida. That's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, that is. Listen, to each their own. I would have. Weed and abortion are two things I always imagine. If you put it up on a state ballot, like every state is going to vote for it, not against it. So this is very telling. So more power to you. That I learned a lot about Florida. Mostly that I am not going to Florida no more.
Yeah.
Oh, it's because it needed 60% to vote. 60% of the vote in order to pass.
So
that's crazy but it's crazy that it still didn't get 60%. What percentage did it get? Hold on. Now I need to know. Now, okay, wait a minute. Florida. Here we go. This is Washington Post. Here we go. God damn it. I hate the sites that hide behind a paywall.
Yeah, I hate that too.
For example, as a Floridian, nope. NBC News, come on. I'm
looking at these MAGA people. God, with their dumb hats.
Hey man, listen. A lot of Theo bros. A lot of fucking.
I hate the hat.
Listen, man, the hat works. You like
it works for them. To them, look how many of them are wearing it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, one of them's wearing a giant MAGA hat. They're all dressed like Nick Fuentes.
Well, yeah. I mean, Nick Fuentes is has a massive following. So it does not surprise me. Nick Fuentes very famously said having sex with women is gay.
That's because he's actually gay.
Yeah. He's like the people I know people I've known in my lifetime that protested the most about the LGBTQ plus community have also been the most closeted gay people I've known.
Yeah.
Like the people that I know that rage against it the hardest are also the ones that be like, when I find out later on that, like their proclivities, I'd be like, yeah, I'm not surprised. You just didn't know how to express yourself. You know what I'm saying? You just should have spent a weekend in Austin or Atlanta or New Orleans or Miami or Vegas or Miami or some shit like that. But I can't imagine how that feels for like somebody that's fucking in the Midwest, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Holy shit. Like, I'm going to try to look up the map here.
Beautiful bird.
Adam celebrating this shit. Oh man, it's like fucking Handmaid's Tale right here. Yeah.
Hey Hannibal.
Yeah.
Isn't Dusty just a beautiful bird?
Dusty is such a beautiful bird. If Monty was here, okay, he would say something very sexual to that bird that I would not appreciate. He does. Monty doesn't care. He'll fuck both of his parents. Fuck a bird.
Beautiful bird.
Yeah, if he's willing to fuck both of his parents, he'll fuck a bird.
Mm-hmm.
Make America beautiful again.
Mm-hmm. make America dusty again. It matter. Yeah. Okay. Let's see where we at here. So yeah, it looks like the Florida voters just didn't get 60%. But the question is, what percentage did they get? Is it Amendment 3? Is it with polls now closed? Amendment 3 has failed. Amendment 4 has failed. This is from Governor Ron DeSantis. DeSantis has faced allegations of weaponizing state departments to push anti-legalization narratives through various PSAs in recent weeks, prompting one Democratic state senator to sue over what he claimed was an unconstitutional appropriation of tax dollars. A Florida judge has since dismissed that lawsuit due to what he claimed to be a lack of standing and claim of injury. So if you live in Florida and you voted yes on this, it came back. Oh wow. Okay. So it came back 56.7%. But in order for it to change the law on the books, it had to be 60%. If you're a part of that 56% of Floridians that voted to legalize, right? How mad are you right now? Like if 56, the vast majority of the state voted yes on this, but because it did not cross 60%.
Yes. Yeah, they made it, you needed more than just a majority.
Mm-hmm. They literally hit you with an electoral college in your own state. Like in order for you to win, you need to have more than the majority in order to win.
The electoral weed college.
That is wild. Yeah. That is, they said the same thing happened in South Dakota. Shut up. And I know those people in South Dakota are mad as shit. South Dakota weed law. Let me see. What is y'all new law? Here we go. It said 9 hours ago, 13 hours ago, 2 hours ago. And I'm still waiting on South Dakota. Let me see. Prop. Let's see. All right, that's crazy. That is wild. Like to be like you did the work. The majority of the people in your state said, "Hey, this is what we want," and you was like, "Oh, but it didn't get 60%, so it's not happening." Like, imagine the additional revenue that brings into your state. Right? Like, especially a state like Florida that could use that additional revenue because, yes, people are moving there in bulk, but you also have houses that live in areas that are unable to be insured because of hurricane damage, right? Or like and being from New Orleans, a place that regularly has to deal with hurricanes. The only place in the United States that has to deal with more hurricanes than New Orleans, motherfucking Florida. Just the entirety of fucking Florida. You know how beneficial it would be for the state to have that revenue that comes from marijuana sales?
Yeah.
Like why deny that?
They fund all kinds of shit with it here.
Because you would rather allow the majority of your voters to believe the lies that John Ehrlichman has been telling people about weed since the 50s, since Prohibition. Like, get the entire fuck out of here. I would be mad as shit if I was in Florida right now. Like, the majority of our voters voted for this law, and you was like, oh, but you didn't have enough people. You didn't win by 2, so it doesn't count. That's insane. You know, again, I'm not a Florida resident. I'm not a Florida voter. So it is what it is. I would love for that law to pop up on Georgia's ballots at some point. Yeah, that is crazy. Ron DeSantis is the one that passed the 60% requirement for new laws to be passed. That's wild. And y'all voted for this man. Y'all put this man in office. Y'all put this man in office so he could fuck you over on shit that you want. Right? That is why. How do you explain? If you're somebody who voted for Ron DeSantis, right? The gubernatorial election came around, you voted to re-elect Ron DeSantis because you felt like what he was doing was good for Florida and ultimately good for America, right? And then this ballot measure pops up for legalization of marijuana. You vote for it. You get a majority of the vote. And then, like, sorry, you didn't have enough of the majority? Like, how wild is that? I would love to meet somebody who is pro DeSantis that is also pro Amendment 3 and get that person's opinion on this. Yeah. Wow. You know what's crazy is Donald Trump really could have landslided this election if he had just made Ron DeSantis his VP as opposed to J.D. Vance.
Oh, God. What makes you say that?
Because I think Ron DeSantis does a really good job of doing all of the conservative talking points. He knows how to gish gallop people in those. He's the only person that can like copy and paste the Trump attitude in a way that doesn't hurt him. Like a lot of other Republicans will try to go
Doesn't he wear like
hardcore.
High heels or something?
Yeah, sometimes. Sometimes he likes to feel pretty. Okay, he likes to be, he likes to be the second prettiest bird on this string.
Prettiest bird.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, beautiful bird. Let's see. All right, let's go to Fox News, see what they're reporting. They got Harris at 216, Trump at 232. Much closer. Again, still Nevada hasn't started coming in yet. Trump is barely up in, according to 50% of the voting is in, and Trump is barely up in Arizona. New Mexico is, going blue, just like you said.
Yeah.
Colorado is blue also, not surprising. According to the Fox News poll, the Fox News projections, Kamala Harris is up in Minnesota. She is down in Wisconsin and down in Michigan.
That's
right
really
now.
bad. And down in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, she's gonna win Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Minnesota for sure. Wisconsin, I think is curious, and if she loses Wisconsin, I mean, if she loses Wisconsin, but he gets Georgia, like if he gets Georgia and Wisconsin, that's still not enough because that's 42, 58, 258. Alaska is 261. I'm trying to figure out where those extra votes come from. Well, I mean, if he wins Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Arizona, well, then yeah, and Georgia, yeah, and he's going to win Georgia for sure. Like if Donald Trump loses Georgia, I'll be very surprised. I'll be happy, but I'll be surprised.
That would be pretty nice.
Yeah.
Oh, we got Jeff back again.
Yo, what's up?
The Jefferson Aloysius Beauregard holiday is back with us. I definitely didn't expect you to come back, man.
Yeah, no, I hung out with the wife, had some food, played some guns,
I got
all that good stuff.
Been looking at the map. Had to go ahead and make sure all your guns are well oiled.
Yeah. I at one point started cleaning them a little bit extra good,
So you green screened your whole space.
Oh yeah.
Interesting. I've considered doing that with my space as well.
Yeah, no, it's I got 2 walls, so it's like it wraps around like exactly 1/2 of the walls of this studio that I built in this garage.
So
nice.
Can we get your take on what's happening right now? Like, do you think? Because like,
fuck.
Yeah. What?
That's a great take right there, Jeff Holiday. Like, hey, can we get your take on everything? He just looks at the map and says, "Fucking," walks away. I love it. That's an accurate description of the night.
So what's going on right now is if the blue wall holds, she can still win. That's like the basic fundamental of it is if the blue wall holds, she'll still win. But it might not, like a lot of shit can happen. Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Michigan, like everything's still up in play. What is more fucked up to me is the fact that it's even close means this country's fucked. Dude, it's fucked. So fucked. I mean, I already knew it was fucked. Like, you got a dude with 34 fucking felony counts who's a rapist and a pedophile.
Allegedly, right? Don't we have to say allegedly?
No. Allegedly a pedophile, but legally is a rapist. Like, legally, you can say he is legally a rapist because he is legally a rapist, held up in a court of law. He's a fucking rapist.
In a civil court, yeah.
Court is court.
Yep.
Court's court.
Yep.
Take it up with the fucking judge, man. So, a 34-count felony rapist with fucking dementia who could barely open a fucking door, talking like Hitler talk, and people are like, that's cool. Like, man, dude, fuck this country. What the fuck?
Talking some Hitler talk.
White chowder. White chowder.
Yeah, man. I mean, like, I've always been one to caution people using too much, like, crazy rhetoric and shit, but the moment you say poisoning the blood of a country, you lost me, dog. It's over. It's fucking over.
It's crazy that he quoted something from Mein Kampf and then said that he'd never read Mein Kampf. Like, it was wild because they were like, hey man, we didn't accuse you of that yet. It was weird. It was like you admitted to something that didn't nobody accuse you.
Oh yeah. And it was crazy because then they were like, yeah, man, that is from Mein Kampf. And he's like, oh, okay. I'm just going to keep saying it then. Like, whatever. Like, oh, all right. Yeah, sure. Fuck. Why not?
Listen, I want to see what it looks like for Donald Trump to enact all the things that he said that he's going to enact, right? I want to see it. I want to see it all happen, right? I want to see just like, what does the Mad Max version, the Mad Max Furiosa Road version of Donald Trump's presidency look like, right? With the mass deportation, drug dealers get the death penalty, wiping out reproductive rights. Like, I want to see what all of it looks like. And then people are going to, invariably what's going to happen is people are going to say, well, I had no idea he was going to do that. Like, I'd be like, but he literally told you everything that he was going to do. Right? Like, he said the things that he was going to do. And I it's weird because I think that what has to happen is people have to see it in real time and then be like, oh yeah, that's why we didn't elect him in 2020. Right? And it's like, but people have very short-term memories, right? Like, it's just like one of the things that I was making this comment to somebody earlier today. I was talking to Ben Pye earlier. I'm in the process of rewatching the South Park episodes where Mr. Garrison plays the Trump character, right? When he runs for president. And I got to the episode where Tweak was terrified that North Korea was going to attack South Park because Mr. Garrison kept tweeting North Korea, and it was like, and I was like, holy shit. That was a whole moment that happened. That was a whole moment where a chunk of people in the country were terrified that Donald Trump was going to tweet us into war, right? And like, we have totally forgotten that shit happened. That man does
all
so
hail
much
and more
bad
to Don
shit.
Trump. May you be shiny and chromy.
I didn't forget about it because I was like on the list of like possible targets because of my location. And like Guam was Guam was also like a very close target. So like, yeah, I always remembered that because they were showing like the places they would think could possibly be hit by a nuke from North Korea.
Yeah, Seattle was one of them for sure. Yeah, man. I mean, like the fucking we were having a shortage of like fucking emergency stuff during a global pandemic. Not only did he fuck over the COVID response, but he takes like life-saving shit that we need, ships it to fucking Putin. People are like, oh, that's fine. Yeah, that's totally cool. That's not a big deal. Whatever. I don't care.
But
is it a cult? Is it a cult, Jeff?
Oh, for sure. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Like, it's more than a cult. It's a religion.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's a faith. It's a thing where you don't need proof to know that it's going to happen. Yeah. That is a religion. You know, and listen, I give credit where credit is due. Okay, being able to build that cult like that, like, you know, like I've watched Taylor Swift and Beyonce do it for generations. Okay, and now I'm seeing Donald Trump do that shit. But it's also a symptom of just.
But Taylor Swift and Beyonce are way better to look at than Trump. Like no one's looking at Trump being like, "Oh, that's nice," right?
You listen. Well, okay. Nah, man. Listen. There's some conservative white ladies that see him and they be like, that is exactly what like
what the fuck is wrong with them?
They love it. They
love men that poop their pants.
Yeah.
Why don't they hook up with emo Howling Wolf?
I don't know, man. They should.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. I don't know. It's absolutely fucking bananas. One thing that I think is weird, because I've been telling producer Matt this for a while, because he's like, maybe everything just has to burn down and then it'll get better. I'm like, well, obviously it's not going to get better if it burns down. But like, you know, I think maybe you're just kind of, I don't think we're going to get lucky enough that things will actually get that bad. Maybe he was right. I mean, maybe if Trump gets in, he enacts all this shit, it will actually be entertaining at the very least. It'll be awful. It'll be terrible. But it'll actually be like, you know, kinetic and like something happening, you know. Because we gotta understand why we're even in this situation to begin with. Like, if you ask somebody why they like Trump, they're not gonna tell you like anything substantive. Like they'll regurgitate the things that Trump says, like nobody was better than me on the economy. That's not true, but they'll just say that. But like for the most part, people were initially attracted to him because he was an outsider. They were tired of the same old fucking thing in politics. And I get that. That makes sense. 2016 makes total sense.
Absolutely.
But then after that, it's turned into basically just hardcore divisive fucking rhetoric. And it doesn't even really work because like as you're seeing in these polls now, you know, Trump's bragging about annihilating Roe versus Wade, but all these states that had abortion bans are now like codifying abortion rights and shit. Like they're putting in the state constitution, like, hey, right to an abortion. So it's not even like these substantive issues. It's all just grievance politics. It's fucking, I hate to even make the comparison. It's just fucking whiny Gamergate shit, dude. It's fucking stupid. It's so dumb. And trigger the left by putting in a dementia-ridden man with poop in his pants. Like, okay, God, we're fucking owned. Oh my God. It's weird. It's crazy, dude.
Yeah, it is. But like, I've been paying attention to the temperament of like I often make claims about, and I know my girlfriend hates hearing me talk about this because I talk about it all the time. I talk about how like Democrats have a marketing issue. Right, like they don't market issues well. Like even with like a perfect example of how great
some of
conservative
state
marketing.
Anti-abortion laws remind me a lot of the Fugitive Slave Act in the fact that the state you live in has jurisdiction over your reproductive system even when you leave.
Yeah, and there are states like Texas, Missouri, I think Idaho that are all trying to pass laws where if a woman gets pregnant in that state, she can't even leave the state to potentially have an abortion. Which is wild because doesn't that go against the idea of states, right? Be like, okay, well, if this state is like, you can't have it here. Okay, cool. So I can go somewhere else and get it done. It's like, no, you can't do that either. You know, I like that.
That sounds like some nerd lib shit right there, man.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the moment sperm hits egg, I mean, that bitch is property of the state. Her womb is confiscated. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, it is interesting. But like I said, they've done a very good job of marketing in a way that Democrats have not done. So it's like when they say stuff like late term abortions, right, which doesn't mean anything, but in their circles it means something very specifically, right? So when they say stuff like even my personal favorite that's the most recent one was. First, they were saying Kamala Harris didn't have a plan. It's like, oh, well, what does she stand for? What are her policies? She's not doing any interviews. She's not saying what she stands for. So then she goes out there. She does the interviews. She says what she stands for. And then what's the counterattack? Everything she says is word salad.
Trump does biological warfare in his pants at world meetings. It stinks up the rooms and scares away other leaders.
That bastard.
But that's how he establishes dominance with world leaders. Okay.
Yeah.
That's why Emmanuel Macron won't make eye contact with Donald Trump.
So, do you think Trump would try to find a way to like get another term? Like even if you I found this
I think yes.
I don't think he's going to survive if he gets in, if he manages to win this. I don't think he's going to survive it. I think he'll die before the end of his term, which would be worse. It would actually be better.
President Vance.
If he lived.
No, listen.
That's way worse.
Donald Trump is going to outlive us all. That man is going to be 187 years old. He is going he is going to outlive us all with his brand new baboon/pig heart hybrid. And you know what? Italy's going to pay for it. All right?
That's right.
Yeah.
Yep. It'll be carefully implanted by the brain worm, the surgeon worms brought in by RFK.
Yeah.
I can't even get over that shit, dude.
I like I said, I've been paying attention to it, and it's like when Kamala Harris starts explaining her plans, the first thing they say is, "Oh, it's just word salad," right? And it's like, the idea that somebody voting for Trump would say that Kamala Harris has word salad when she explains her economic policies of how she wants to, have this $5,000 tax credit or like a $50,000 tax incentive for people that open small businesses, or any of these different things that she's saying, and be like, see, you can't even understand what she's saying. Is it that you don't understand what she's saying, or is it that the YouTubers and TikTokers you follow said they didn't understand what she was saying, and you just agreed with that? Like, a funny thing about watching debates, right? Because I often watch, Ben Shapiro debate people, and Charlie Kirk and Dave Rubin and all of these conservative people that make my skin crawl, right? One thing that often happens in a debate is a debate doesn't tell you, like, the winner of a debate doesn't tell you who's right or who's wrong. It just tells you who did a better job of organizing their thoughts, right? So right now, you and I, Jeff Holiday, could have a debate right now about whether or not air is necessary to live. And you could make the argument that no one needs air to live, right? And I could be making the argument that you do need air. But if I am not well-spoken, if I don't have my facts together, and you just gallop all over me, and you talk about the mainstream liberal media, you could win that argument. And people will be convinced that you don't need air to live. Just because you won a debate doesn't mean you are right, right? And there are a lot of people... And I give credit where credit is due. I give all the credit to the conservative think tanks, right? They have surrounded themselves with a shit ton of these right-wing debaters, right? That have gotten very good at like dominating these spaces where they have these unpopular ideas, and they found a way to spin them in a way where it's like, no, this actually might be more beneficial for me, because why are women using abortion as a form of contraception, and why are these illegal immigrants also voting and taking our jobs and committing essay to our women, and why are these Muslims doing this, and why are these Haitians doing it? Doesn't even have to be true. You know what I'm saying? Doesn't fucking matter.
It just has to be convincing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
and they do an excellent job of that shit. Like, I think about a couple of years ago, and I'm sure you remember this, Jeff, where it was like there was something, some Juneteenth thing that the Democrats did with like Nancy Pelosi and a bunch of other like establishment Democrats were all wearing their like kente cloths, doing it like taking a knee on Juneteenth. And I was like, who's this for? Like, who's this for? And is that for me, a black man? Am I supposed to see that and be like, yeah, Nancy Pelosi really understands my struggle? You know what I'm saying? They don't fucking get it. They've been marketing this shit extremely poorly for years.
Oh, man. Yeah. Wait. So are you telling me you weren't swayed by Liz Cheney coming out and, like, standing hand in hand with fucking Kamala Harris?
Oh, yeah. I love the Cheneys. They're great.
Oh my God! Nah, you're right though. I mean, like the Democrats, their messaging is fucking absolutely shit awful, you know, terrible.
And when you factor in that they haven't been taking taking attention to like, I think there's a lot of voting demographics, very specifically Black and Latino voters, that they have presumed were going to vote Democrat regardless. And as the polls are showing, no, that is not the case. Like black men and Latino voters, it was like, no. They have things that are very important to them. And in the next few voting cycles, you're going to have to see more politicians making more nuanced campaigns and campaign messages to those voting blocks. Yeah, I'm not. Sure. Like I said, I'm not, and I know the night's not over yet. We're still counting. You know, it's going to be an interesting path. Politico has Maine green right now. I don't even know what that means.
That's weird. I tell you what, though, if Kamala
this is the Senate map. Okay,
if Kamala manages to get in, they managed to clinch it. The Democrats somehow managed to pull this out of the fucking dumpster fire. They need to immediately start the process for an amendment to get rid of the Electoral College. They have to. Like, this can't fucking happen.
She's losing the popular vote right now, though.
Yeah, like Donald Trump could very potentially win the Electoral College and the popular vote right now. Yeah, absolutely.
You think so? Shit. I haven't been paying that much attention to the numbers.
So right now, Trump has 51% of the popular vote.
Well, but here's the thing, though. Like, why I say we should abolish the Electoral College, regardless, like, just doesn't even matter. It's not even whether or not which one of them would win. That's not the point. That's not the point at all. The point is that it disenfranchises voters, both in blue states and in red states, 100%. Makes it so only these very specific swing states is where people even campaign, they even focus, and if you get rid of the Electoral College, presidents have to actually try and have broad appeal, which means, you know, broad appeal to the whole fucking country and actually work to get people's votes rather than just work to get the votes in those specific areas. And, like, I think that's probably a better idea. And besides, the whole reason we even have Electoral fucking College to begin with is racism. Like, this, like, the last holdover. It was the fucking compromise that stopped Reconstruction. Like, that's literally where the fuck it comes from. So it's archaic, it's stupid. We're the only country in the world that still uses the system. It's fucking dumb. It needs to be taken out. It's stupid.
How is that
I was
done?
told when I was a kid. How is what done?
How would one do that? Like, who decides?
Get rid of the Electoral College?
Yeah.
It's a long process.
Is it in the Constitution? Does it need to be amended? Yeah. Okay.
I think it was put in as an amendment, so we would have to amend the amendment to get rid of it.
That's really difficult to do.
Super difficult.
Isn't it 2/3 majority?
I think it's 2/3. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a way around it, which is something that's been an initiative that's kind of going in, where a bunch of states are banding together and saying, like, we will cast all of our slates of electors for the popular vote, but until they have enough states that would count up to 270 anyway, It's not going to matter. So it should just be amended because it's just a stupid fucking concept. Like, it's insane that it's still around. So
yeah.
I look, fuck politicians. I fucking hate all politicians. Fuck the cop. Fuck Dumpy Trumpy, Mango Mussolini. I don't give a fuck. Fuck these people.
Mango.
But like, they should have to fucking work for our votes. Like, both of them.
Axios
and all Americans votes, not just people in swing states. Like I said, I currently live in Georgia, and Donald Trump and Kamala Harris have been here so many times in the last few weeks. Like every other day, they're having a rally here, and then went to Vegas for 5 days, and then they were both in Vegas 2 of the 5 days I was there. Right? It's just like, but there are issues that matter to the people of Iowa, right? That don't matter to the people of Atlanta, Georgia. There are issues that matter to people that live in South Dakota or Montana that need, like, if you're a California Republican, you shouldn't feel like your vote doesn't matter the same way I felt like my vote didn't matter as a Democrat or as somebody who votes left-leaning in Louisiana. It was just like the idea being like, I'm voting, but I know my vote doesn't really matter. You know, it's like nobody should feel like that because of an ineffective system that we have in place.
So can she win without Michigan, Wisconsin,
crazy.
and Pennsylvania?
I don't know. No.
Yeah, because she's not
I don't think so.
winning any of them right now.
Yeah, I saw that I saw not Axios, Reuters, I think Reuters called Trump winning North Carolina.
Yeah, I see that here.
You know,
I think that's pretty locked in.
Pretty sure
right here they have her 20 votes behind him now, though, so it's actually probably the closest it's been since the beginning.
Yeah, like
one
I said before, she still got to win. Like I said, she still got to win Nevada, Arizona, New Mexico, Wisconsin, Michigan.
I do want to say something that we shouldn't forget. I'm looking at Michigan right now. I'll bring it up here and show it to you. Detroit has only reported 24% of their votes.
No. She'll win Michigan. She'll win Pennsylvania. Like I feel very confident she'll win both of those.
I feel like Trump got this. Unfortunately, I do not want to be state activated and go against those who have similar beliefs I do. Should I just off myself?
No. Don't say that. Don't say that.
Listen, you will go and do. You'll do the job that is required of you, and you'll be able to exercise your job in the most people. Like, because the reality is, I don't expect a bunch of left-leaning people, progressives, Democrats, liberals, whatever your preferred nomenclature is for whatever group they identify as, right? People with the woke mind virus, they're not about to riot in the streets tonight. You know what I'm saying? They might cry themselves to sleep drinking a bottle of wine, but beyond that, I don't think it's more than that.
Yeah, no, it's not that big of a deal. It ain't that serious yet.
Let's see, CBS, Politico, The Hill. What is The Hill reporting right now?
I feel kind of like, I don't know, I feel kind of selfish and shit in some ways, because like, I live in Oregon. I'm gonna be fine. Like, yeah, I'm gonna be. It's fucking Oregon, man. But like, there's so many people that I care about that are gonna be in states where shit's gonna be not great. You know.
Yeah.
Look, listen. Even right now, if Kamala Harris was to win, so they project. The Hill has Kamala Harris at 213 and Trump at 248. They have Harris winning New Mexico right now, and very close in Minnesota. But they got her. Minnesota, but they got her down in both Wisconsin and Michigan, but I'm not as concerned.
Arizona is so close.
Yeah, I think she's gonna win Arizona when the dust settles and the smoke clears there. I think she wins Arizona. But if she doesn't win Arizona or Wisconsin, it's over. That's it. Like, Trump needs to win one of those states, and that's it. We could all go to sleep. Well, you can try to go to sleep.
So what's the deal with Pennsylvania right now?
They're waiting on some of the larger counties. I think that whatever county Philadelphia is in.
Philadelphia is at 78%. Philadelphia at 78%. And then this is 77, and this is 81. That's the Philadelphia metro area.
Because I was pretty confident that she was going to nail Pennsylvania.
I still think she will. I think once Philly comes in, I think once Philadelphia comes in, and I don't know if the county that houses Pittsburgh has also come in yet, but once those come in,
94%. Pittsburgh is at 94%.
Yeah. Like I said, that Philly usually takes a while, but once those two come in, though, that's going to, I believe, is going to tip the state. Yeah, that'll tip the state in her favor. But again, like I said, in order for her to win, she has to win a lot. And at this juncture of the evening, if she were to win, it looks like she would not have the House or the Senate. So, how much could President Harris get done if she has to fight the House and the Senate? Any law that she passes, she essentially has to pass with executive order. She doesn't have the Supreme Court. You know, so unless Clarence Thomas dies in a bus accident, I don't know what happens here. Yeah.
Please. Just
listen, man. I've been telling everybody, get ready for this Trump presidency. Okay, just bite down. Just bite down
Jeff,
on this.
Jeff, I know that you don't want Robert F. Kennedy Jr. in charge of health related government organizations.
I wouldn't even let him drive the carpool.
So he's taking the fluoride out of the water.
Yeah, I heard that yesterday. You can't tell me the day before the election that the guy that you want to be in charge of health in the country of the United States wants to take fluoride out of water. Although it would tickle me if he said it's because it's making the friggin' frogs gay. If he said that I would laugh my ass off. I would still be terrified, but it would be fun.
Yep, and he'll gut all the vaccine
every
programs.
Potential bill unless Congress overrides her vote or Supremes curtail federal power. Not likely.
True.
Yeah.
I'm really not being hyperbolic because I've been watching this kind of shit, anti-vaxxers and health grifters and things like that for years and years and years. If Trump gets in and if he actually puts RFK Jr. in charge of the CDC and the NIH and all that shit, people will die. A lot of people are gonna fucking die. Cancer kids are gonna fucking die. A lot of people.
Measles
I'm not
kids.
fucking around. Yeah, measles kids will it'll be real bad. Real bad.
Yeah,
and the whole time that roided out, cross-eyed, gibbering, stuttering fuck's gonna be pounding his meat while walling around in a pile of dead animals. And there's nothing we can do about it because he's gonna be supported by this demented old man with shit in his pants. What a fucking country.
He's got that voice.
What a fucking country.
It's gravelly as hell.
Yeah.
Yeah, gravelly, super duper gravelly. He just swallowed a bunch of sandpaper and it just tore his vocal cords up.
Yeah, he's got this. It's this weird neurological condition.
It's
it's
neurological.
not his fault or anything.
I didn't know that.
It's totally. Yeah. It's totally it's a really rare neurological condition that he's got. It's fucking strange. Yeah.
Yeah, man. This is what the people voted for. So it is what it is. And I think valuable lessons will be learned in the next 4 years. I'm curious to see who Republicans push after Trump. Like, who's the next guy? Is it J.D. Vance? Do you give Mike Pence a chance? Does Jeb Bush pop back outside? Is it Ted Cruz? Is it Marco Rubio? Is it somebody new?
No, it's got to be somebody even stupider than that. What's the name of that fucking? No, what's the name of that fucking MAGA rapper with all the face tats and shit?
Oh my god, I think that guy's Canadian.
No, you talking about Tom McDonald? Or you
I think so.
Else?
I think so.
No, I was talking about the something Fiorino or whatever.
I know you're talking about. I can't think of his name, but I know exactly you're talking about his name.
Maybe Tom McDonald. We'll just have in 4 years we're gonna decide a president by rap battle.
I'd
like that because. I like it too, but the problem is the Democrats ain't gonna bring out anybody with bars. No. It's gonna be like it'll be fucking Kamala coming out there trying to rap versus Tom McDonald.
Oh yeah, that would be ugly.
Fucking Nancy Pelosi's stepson comes out there in a dashiki, white as fucking snow, trying to be the next Democrat Eminem and shit, and rap battle against Tom McDonald.
Yeah, Tom McDonald and Ben Shapiro got a song together. It is super duper cringy. We talked about it on the show, and a bunch of Tom McDonald fans came for us too. They were just like, "You guys are just you guys are lame. Y'all don't understand." Blah blah. Like, first off, you're not about to preach rap music to me, okay? Listen, don't bark up this tree. This tree just gonna fall on you. Like, it's just this ain't an argument you're gonna win. It was just like, and they were quoting these weird statistics about how it was the #1 song in the country. I was like, #1 song in the country where? Not on the Billboard charts. It was like, well, it's #1 on iTunes charts. I was like, it's on the. It was #1. It was #1 on the iTunes sales charts. A position that anybody can buy, right? Like, literally anybody can buy that number. All you need to know is, like, hey, last week the #1 single in the country sold 14,000 copies. All you have to do is buy your song 14,001 times. Congratulations, exactly. You had the #1 song in the country, right? And in the following week, it fell from like the #1 spot to like the number 56 spot.
Yep.
Again,
it was the #1 at our trailer park.
It's just weird. It's funny though, because Ben Shapiro has definitely talked ad nauseum about how rap music is not music, and then he jumped on the song rapping. Right. And see, what I would have loved is to have like Ben Shapiro, like singing and playing that violin that he plays. That's what I want. Yeah, give me Tom McDonald rapping and Ben Shapiro playing the violin.
Absolutely, a little fiddle action. It's good.
Yeah,
it's good. There was this fucking, like, in the early days of Instagram when I first started trying to get into it, there was like this account that I found. I think it was called I Am Thomason or something like that. And he'd have like this is like in the height of mumble rap, right? All the pop 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 kind of shit. And this guy, he was like an early Instagram viral sensation. I guess he was like this jacked up fucking white guy who hung out with a bunch of porn stars and mumble rappers. And so he would, every single video would be like this mumble rapper coming out like, yeah, and he start trying to kind of do mumble bars, and then these big booty bitches clapping their cheeks, and then here comes Thomason with a fucking fiddle. This jacked up white dude just playing the fucking fiddle with the mumble rap with all these fucking giant clapping ass cheeks. And I was like, this is brilliant. This is the smartest thing I've ever seen in my fucking life. So, I don't know
this is on Breitbart's website. 3 sources close to Harris are expressing concern that Harris's path to victory may be too narrow to overcome. One source at the Harris Friends and Family Party says her path is so narrow and she is not doing what she needs to do in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. The exit polls I saw hours ago are all accurate, and they need to suddenly outperform those. I don't believe it'll happen anytime soon. Asked about this, a second source close to Harris told me, I 100% agree the path to victory is very difficult. His numbers are higher than expected in counties where he should be losing by larger margins in Pennsylvania and Michigan. A third source close to the campaign said, "I think we are losing this. Hearing word that Harris may come to Howard University soon, but not for another hour."
He's at 246 though. He's so close now.
He is very close.
Yeah.
How did he get to 246? What just got called for him?
They called Georgia for Trump.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. Fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah, I figured she was good. Like when I saw she was like, I figured she would lose Georgia by around 100,000 votes, and that's about what it's yeah.
That's fucked up.
Hey, listen, it is what it is. Exit polls: 25% of black men in Georgia voted for Donald Trump this election. Yeah, Candace Owens said years ago that like in order for like she said that. In order for, like, if she could just sway 8% of voting blacks to vote conservative, they could swing any election they wanted to.
That's right.
Yeah, so you get 90% of black women, but you only got 75% of black men. Yeah, that'll do it. And if she didn't get 75% of black men, it's lower than that. It might be like 50-50.
Yeah.
Like a little bit more than 50, right? Like it's probably like 59 or 60%, something like that. But it is not like when Obama ran for president. It is not that. And
it's crazy. She also likes Hitler. That's weird. It's really weird. That's super weird.
So,
I'm gonna go check my kid into bed. I'll be back.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know if she can win Michigan. Like, she's 200,000 behind. I mean, okay.
If she wins any of those, is it breaking? Trump wins historically large margin of Jewish vote in New York. Fox News exit poll shows Donald Trump has received a record 43% of the Jewish vote in New York, the highest.
It's
share.
Not enough to change where New York went, though.
Yeah, oh no, not at all, not at all. But again, I think that also speaks very well to like. It speaks to like, and again, it's interesting because when they talk about like coastal elites, that they want to get out of politics and controlling companies and stuff, that's a code for Jewish people, right? Do Jewish people not know that when they say coastal elites? They're not talking about Jeff Bezos.
I'm a coastal elite.
You are a bit of an elitist for sure. I've been to your house, Ben Pye. Huge swings in New York City's outer boroughs, Trump's favor. Yeah, this is all on Breitbart.
I got that.
And
Scott used to call himself a coastal elite a lot.
Yeah, and not Puerto Rico elected a their former Republican congresswoman just got made their governor. So even though it's not even though it's just a U.S. territory, they're still up. Breitbart has Kamala at 209 and Trump at 248.
Wow.
Yeah, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Nevada, Arizona. Like I said, she has to win all of them. She has to win every single one of them. Yeah. Listen, I just be like, get your concession speech out. Just be like, listen, we gave it a good run. We spent $2 billion and we lost. And we'll do better next time. Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Mm-hmm.
Holy shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm thinking it's not looking
beautiful bird.
Yeah. Yep. Couldn't have said it better myself. Beautiful bird. Please like the stream and please do me a favor and start a gigantic fucking tip train and get us to 30% of our goal. 30% of the goal. I think we could do that. Beautiful birds.
Here we go. Voter surveys show record Latino support for Donald Trump.
Where are you seeing this from?
This is on Breitbart. So everything I'm saying, like, you got to take all of this. You got to take all of this with a grain because this is coming from Breitbart right now. The best thing about Breitbart is also the worst thing about Breitbart. It's the comment section, but I love living in that comment section because it's like when the Fox News comment section
This is the first prez I voted Republican.
Yes.
Democracies trade Hillary for Bernie and prop up Biden as a workable puppet. Fuck the Dems.
Oh wow, Swellshank with a 50. Now we're over 30%. Thank you, Swellshank. Thank you. Damn. Looks like now we got to go for 40%. We're trying to go until a winner is declared. Do you think we'll see a winner tonight?
No, not at all.
No.
Well, you know what? Maybe we will.
It's looking like we might if Trump wins. Like it looks like he is going to.
Yeah, it might if we get like I said, depending on what happens in Minnesota, Michigan, Wisconsin, that'll. I mean, not so much Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan for sure. Yeah, and also like if he gets Arizona, like I said, she has to win a lot.
I got your message. We heard your message, Swellshank.
Voter surveys show Donald Trump is on track to score a record share of the expanding Latino vote, according to reports. Some polls show Trump getting 45% of the Latino vote alongside a record 12% share of the black vote. Trump's share comfortably beats President George W. Bush's 40% share of the Latino vote in the economic boom year of 2004. The old GOP establishment claimed that Bush's 2004 record justified a national economic policy of more migration. Trump's support from Latino and black voters is especially strong amongst blue-collar men who are hit hardest by the Democrats' deliberate inflow of roughly 8 million poor migrants. Yeah.
So, okay, Swellshank, I'll play your message again, and now that everybody's here, we can react to it. Or did you hear Swellshank's message, Jeff?
No.
Here. Okay. Here it is.
This is the first prez I voted Republican. Democracies trade Hillary for Bernie and prop up Biden as a workable puppet. Fuck the Dems.
Here's the problem, though. The Democratic Party puppet is still better than Trump. For a couple of different reasons. Obviously, I would rather have a situation where a president and a party has to actually work for our votes. That's what I want. That's what I legitimately want. That's one of the reasons why Trump won in 2016 is because he was an outsider. He's not an outsider anymore. I mean,
he runs the party.
Use the same. Yeah. He is the party now. Like he is the establishment on the Republican side, and he's a fucking lunatic, like an actual fucking lunatic. The Democrat Party, at the very least, you could say, is a party of less harm. I do wish we could have gotten somebody like Bernie. I wish we could get more progressive and lefty ideals out there. But we're still doing, even with the setbacks of them cheating. Well, I don't know about cheating, whether it happened or not. But like the shit that happened with Bernie being pushed out during the primaries.
So
even with all that, we're still way more progressive than this country has ever been. It's always been a step in the right direction.
Hear me out. What if Kamala comes out and says it was rigged?
I would be so disappointed by that. I really would. I would just be like, just listen.
What? You wouldn't laugh, though.
I would definitely laugh, but I would also be wildly disappointed. I'd be like, don't do that. Just concede and move on, right? Yeah.
Well, okay. I got two things to say about that. Number one is that the Democratic Party is spineless when it comes to this kind of thing. I mean, there's a very real chance Gore could have won in 2000. And I mean, look what the years 2000 to 2008 got us as a country. Awesome shit, great shit, cool, very
like 9/11.
And the war on terror and Afghanistan, the longest war we've ever been embroiled in because of that shit. Like, I mean, an innumerable amount of fucking things. The other thing I'll say, and this is a little bit of a rant, it's something that I've talked about before. It's like, you know, everybody says free speech is good, right? Like, free speech is good. Except, what if, like, 80% of everything that's said in the name of free speech is a lie? Then, yeah, the idea of free speech is good, but free speech in and of itself ends up being, like, actually fucking harmful, you know? So, we have this metaphysics question, right, of, will we have to engage in free and fair elections? Yes, absolutely. And do I believe that? Yeah, I do. And do I think that even a free and fair election that goes in a way that might be disastrous is still important to do? Yeah, I do. But I do have to ask myself the question on a very pragmatic level, how valuable is it? And, like, what possibly could be so bad that it would be worth trying to negate that? And I don't know what that looks like. I don't know. But it is something that I think anybody who wants to be thoughtful on these types of issues and really challenge their own belief structures should ask themselves sometimes. Like, you know, if we engage in a free and fair election and we just go along with it and it's cool and it leads to, like, I don't know, fucking measles wiping out like 500,000 fucking children because of RFK Jr. or, like, you know, we get embroiled in a world war, or I mean, countries bankrupt and everybody loses their fucking homes and shit. Like, at least when we're holding the corpses of our children standing out on the fucking street corner, we're going to be like, well, at least we held up to the democratic process. You know what I'm saying? All right. You know, but I'm being hyperbolic, and it's probably not ever going to be like that. But that's a question that I think people should actually kind of mull over, you know. How much do these ideals that aren't yours, they're a collective shared ideal that we all hold true as an identity as Americans, how much are we willing to personally sacrifice for those types of things? Me, I'd say a lot. But I don't know about everything. I don't know.
Listen, I have been saying for quite some time, you know, I've been shouting it from the rooftops and wouldn't nobody listen to me. You know, that's why I tell people all the time, like, my hashtag is listen to Hannibal. The reason my hashtag is listen to Hannibal is because don't nobody listen to me when I'm talking, right? I said years ago, I was like, America is not going to vote for a woman to be president. Any woman to be president. Not right now. Maybe in a decade or two. But, like, today, right now where we are, no chance in hell. Like the Vince McMahon theme song. Okay?
No chance. Like, that's what you got.
Yeah, I was just like, it was just, and for people that live in the progressive cities, right? The people that live in your New York's, LA, Chicago's, Miami's, Boston, Houston's, etc., right? You live in these liberal areas where like, people are respecting pronouns, and, you know, women's right to choose is the most valuable thing and shit like that. And I'm like, yeah, man, there are a lot of states that you don't live in that is not their reality. And for you to not know that shit is fucking insane to me, right? And I've been seeing the writing on the wall for a minute. I've been like, listen, this is not gonna go the way I want this to go. And, like, listen, I'm saying this as somebody who voted for Kamala Harris, right? Who voted for Kamala Harris? Who is engaged with her talking points? I love her economic plan. And there, I'm not gonna sit up here and just act like there weren't aspects of her running that bothered me. Like, very specifically, I don't like I don't like presenting like, oh yeah, the people at Goldman Sachs looked at my economic plan and said that's a good thing. I'm like, that's not a good thing though. Like, I don't want the Goldman Sachs people supporting my presidential candidate, right? Is that not the swamp that we wish to drain? I don't want Dick Cheney's endorsement, okay? Fuck that guy, right? And I don't want his endorsement, and I don't want to celebrate his endorsement. I don't want to look at all of these fucking conservatives that we staunchly disagree with, and it'd be like, oh, look at all these people that are willing to cross the aisle. That just means that they hate Trump. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't mean that they love you. You know, like like they have to do they have to do a better job of speaking to these bases, like speaking directly to Latino voters, black males, like and every 4 years or every 2 years, it's a different block of people, right? It's like, so just because that's who it is this year does not mean it's going to be the same people 4 years from now, right? So you know, we'll see. But yeah, like I said, I saw the writings on the wall.
No, I think you're absolutely on point with that shit for sure. I can't, dude. I cannot get over that fucking Cheney shit. I just can't. Yeah. I cannot fucking wrap my head around that. It's like, you know, I mean, I don't have a short memory. I've got a long fucking memory, and I remember like the fucking. I remember the Iraq War protests. I remember the fucking country being way more on fire than the whole George Floyd protest. Like, that shit was fucking nuts. That was crazy. And, you know, chief architect of like all this shit going on, like millions of dead Iraqis, millions of dead fucking Afghanis. This is all fucking Cheney and shit. And people are like, oh yeah, we'll just pray to him. Dude, no, fuck that. That dude should be dead. We should have hung him. Like, he's a bad person. He's a bad human being who caused untold suffering, and like, nah, it's cool, we'll just do that. Meanwhile, Kamala is losing Dearborn. Joe Biden won that shit with 88% of the vote. She's losing it right now because she can't be asked, because her fucking handlers can't have her say one thing about like the shit going on over in Gaza. You know, instead we'll just trot out fucking Cheney. Oh my God.
Yeah, listen, and it's a struggle for any woman running for president, because you have to simultaneously show that you can be strong without making a bunch of voters, very specifically male voters, feel challenged or threatened or emasculated in some way. So how are you simultaneously exercising strength while also being demure? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's an impossible standard for not just for her, for like any woman, right? Because I don't think that the right would elect Sarah Palin or Lauren Boebert or Marjorie Taylor Greene. You know, like there's no woman that they would, in my opinion, and I could be wrong. And listen, America can prove me wrong one of these days. But like, I don't think there's any woman that they would elect to this high of an office. Not today, not yet. Like I said, I've been paying attention to the lay of the land for quite some time, and I am not surprised by this. And I am curious to see what it looks like when Donald Trump starts to execute some of these policies. Like, he may not. Yes, it'll be insane, and that's what we voted for. It will be insane.
Not what I voted for.
It's right, but this is the way it happens. So the next election, we need to do a better job of educating people. You know, because like the most telling thing to me is when I'm talking to people that vote Trump. And keep in mind, everybody that, I think it's very important to know that everybody that voted for Donald Trump does not necessarily like love Donald Trump, the candidate. There are people that voted for Donald Trump to be president that feel like he is the lesser of two evils, the same way there are people that voted for Kamala Harris that feels like she is the lesser of two evils. Like, I am not excited by her, but of these two choices, this is the person that represents the values.
But they're wrong.
Yeah, I mean, but listen, I'm trying to, I'm more so making a case that like everybody that voted for Trump is not like a super hardcore MAGA Republican. Some of these people are like, of these two people, this is the person that makes the most sense for me and my family. Right. And I get it. But the big thing that I notice when I have those conversations with those people, right, whether it's the super hard right leaning conservative or Make America Great Again, red hats, chanting USA in my fucking face, or if it's the people that's just like fiscally conservative, right? Like there's like, this makes the most sense for my business and my bank account, right?
Some of the Youpers did vote for Kamala though in Marquette. So some of those Youpers.
Oh yeah, Marquette.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Which is surprising. I mean, a lot of my family's from the UP, and they're all racist as a motherfucker.
There are lots of people that are voting for Trump because they feel like he is the lesser of two evils. So it's like I think it would be wise for people that voted for Kamala Harris not to paint the entire Trump base with the same paintbrush, right? I think that's an important thing to understand. Like, we don't paint them all like everybody that voted for Donald Trump is not a racist. Is not a racist person, right? Is not a racist, sexist person. Now, he might have a lot of racists and sexists that voted for him, but everybody. But like, of the what's the number at right now? I think I looked at it up. I think he was at 64 million votes. Nationwide. The 64 million people that voted for him do not represent 63.7 right now, right? The 63.7, like 63 million people are not all racist that vote. Some of them are for sure, but not everybody, right? And I think it's
wise
important that we
man
don't
once said, "It's the end of the world as we know it, and I feel fine. Now take my money before shitty Trump takes it."
Yeah, yes. Everyone take that advice, please.
Yeah.
And start a tip train. Why not get us to 40%?
Yeah, Leah Ashes in the chat says Trump screwed her on taxes. Hey, Trump screwed me on healthcare. Okay, I went as soon as he became president, my job as soon as they got those tax credits, the first thing they did was cut our insurance benefits.
Yep,
it was
absolutely.
it was absolute. And that. Yeah, like I said, I think it's important not to paint everybody with the same paintbrush. And the things that he said he was going to do, I want to see what it looks like when he imposes all these things, and then see how Americans respond. Because, like, when I have those conversations, this is the point that I was trying to make. When I have those conversations with people that vote for Trump or are voting for Trump, what I notice is when we have conversations, there are large chunks of information they are not getting. When I'm watching.
Yeah.
When I'm watching the news, right? Left-leaning news and right-leaning news both do this thing where, like, they only show you like a piece of the story. They don't tell you everything, but they'll tell you enough, right? The difference is in the left-leaning spaces, they give you more different types of news. Like, so on left-leaning news, you might see something along the lines of like a local station showing you a Jewish heritage festival happening in your town, right? Or you might hear about like a Vietnamese religious holiday happening in your town, or you might hear about like Kwanzaa celebrations or Rosh Hashanah or whatever 5% celebrate, or like a Greek heritage festival, right? In the right-leaning news, they only get stories. They get like a very limited scope of the news, and they're not getting those other stories. They don't hear about these different things happening in their towns or areas, because 9 times out of 10, those things aren't happening in those spaces. So like you remember the hurricane in Puerto Rico 6 years ago? Donald Trump is shooting paper towels like free throws. Like, I've talked to people that have never seen that footage, never heard about that footage. They don't know nothing about that footage. But they can tell you ad nauseum about Hunter Biden's laptop. They have different information that is being marketed to them, right? And if we look at it like, well, how could you vote for Trump knowing that he did all these things? And what I'm saying is all those things that they're talking about on MSNBC and CNN and Axios and Politico and The Hill. What I'm saying is, that audience, that Trump audience, they don't even get that news. They don't even know those stories.
Well, okay. I'll agree to a certain extent, but the other thing too is that the Trump cult, the Trump religion, even when they do hear those things, there's always an excuse. There's always some way to like pass it off, brush it off, push it down the road. Like it's not that big a deal. Or it's conspiracy, or it's this, or it's that. And like, you're right. 78 million people are not racist. They're not. Just because you voted for Trump doesn't mean that you're racist.
Mm-hmm.
But this is key. Voting for Trump might not make you racist, but Trump is actively making more racists in this country. Like, actually making it worse. Is actually making people fall into extremism. Is pushing things so far harder right. And the thing is, it's like that old. It's an old saying. It could happen here, right? It could happen here is a very, very poignant statement that says nobody is immune to no country, no demographic, no peoples, no enlightenment makes you immune from the possibility that you will fall into extremism. Anybody can. Cults don't court stupid people. Cults court smart people very often, and the smart people drag stupid people along with them. This is like how all of this shit works. This is how extremism works. This is how like getting brainwashed into cult-like behavior. This is how intolerance works. This is how bigotry works. This is how hatred works. And so it's true that just because you vote for Trump might not make you a racist. But if you vote for Trump, you are actually helping make the country more racist. That is just fucking true. I think
it definitely emboldens more people to do things like, and I think that was a big part of that. That is a big part of Trump's appeal, is that there are a lot of people that felt like the country was being taken from them, that the speed and the speed of the transformation of the country was something that they were uncomfortable with, right? And here's Donald Trump saying all the things that you're not supposed to say. He's like, yeah, Mexico is bringing rapists and murderers. You know, we want to ban these Muslim countries from being able to come into our shit. We're going to, build a big, beautiful wall and make Mexico pay for. Like, he's saying all the things that they want to hear. And like, whether he delivers on those promises
that's the
or
thing.
not.
He doesn't deliver on it.
Yeah, like he doesn't even have to deliver on it. He just has to say that he's doing it.
Oh, he tried.
Yeah,
he did ban Muslim countries. He did 5 different Muslim bans. Like, he did do that shit.
Yeah, no, that definitely happened.
Not Saudi Arabia.
I remember the people trying to fly into the country being stuck at LaGuardia, being stuck at JFK, being stuck at LAX because they was like, we actually don't know if we can let you in the country right now or not. Yeah, like it's. Listen, this is the time for everything to happen that he said was going to happen. And for all of the conservatives, for all the people that voted for Donald Jehoshaphat Trump, I hope y'all hold his feet to the fire and be like, hey, you said you were going to do this, so do it. Right? Because understand, if Kamala Harris didn't legalize marijuana, I was going to be the first person being like, yeah, you remember you had said this? Okay, we didn't have Dusty the Beautiful Bird on the show for you to not legalize marijuana, Kamala.
That's right. Goddamn right. Yeah, it's I guess like there's just so little left in me to be chill anymore, or like. Or to try and be nice about it, because I can understand people being ignorant and not understanding these types of things, but I can only make an excuse for it for so fucking long. Like, it's crazy, it's absolutely fucking nuts. And
it is.
And the thing is, if there was some way to just isolate these poor decisions, these uninformed voters being the only ones to have to reap the repercussions of that kind of shit, that'd be great. No problem there. But it kind of makes it everybody's problem. So I don't know. It's frustrating. But again, like, I live in fucking Oregon. I'm gonna be fucking fine. Like, it ain't gonna fucking impact me over here.
Listen, I live in Georgia, and I am if I said that I was mildly terrified right now, that would be hyperbole. I'm not mildly terrified. Like I said, I've been planning for this for the last couple years. And like I've been mentally prepared like that. That's why my hand isn't trembling right now. I saw the writing on the wall, and I've been saying for a minute, I was like, man, the Democrats have a marketing problem because the way they package their ideas is just it requires too much explanation. Like, you know, like the Republican shit is all easy, man. It's like, you know, life begins at conception, you know, avoid the woke mind virus, fucking no death tax. Like it's simple, easy, snappy shit. Make America, like it's snappy, fast, easy shit, right? Defund the police. You got to explain that shit to people when you say it. You know, I actually don't mean I want to take money from the police. What I want to do is take this money and give it to these people so they can create this other. That's too much, okay? Like the reason Amazon is so effective is one-click shopping. You see the thing, you click the thing, you bought the thing. That's it. If you added two clicks, the whole site would just fall apart. Like the reason it works is that you click one button and it's over with, right? And what they have done is they have marketed their ideas and their policies to people in the simplest terms possible. Do you want men playing in women's sports? That's it. That's it.
Yeah, dude, and that's it. No more context. It's just done. And you're still right about the fucking defund the police thing too, because like. You know, I'd have that conversation. I had the conversation with a family member a few years back, and I was like, well, that's not actually what it means. And I explained what defund the police means. And they're like, well, yeah, that sounds good, but why don't they say that? Because defund the police sounds fucking stupid. I'm like, well.
Yeah. You know, it's just
trying to make a slogan, but they're
horrible marketing, you know, and I'm just like, I've watched how the conservative movement has done an excellent job in marketing and promoting their ideas over the years, and I'm just like, yeah, this is what, like, Democrats will have more popular policies and still lose. And I'm just like, yeah, it's a marketing thing. And, you know, also, like, running Kamala wasn't like, and I get why they chose Kamala, right? The only way they could get access to the money that had been raised up until that point would have been like, all right, if Kamala runs, then because her name was already on the ticket, she gets access to this war chest. Otherwise, we got to have an open convention, have a bunch of people run, and that's just not a good look for us. Like, I understand the plan that they ran. It was based on the available options that they had in the moment, I think that was good. But like them being unable to answer simple questions, like going on Fox News and having Brett Baer ask you a question like, when did you guys know that Joe Biden's health was in decline? Right? And not being able to not being able to answer that question, right? Like don't tiptoe around it. Just say what the answer is, you know?
Don't fuck around. Just say it. Just fucking say it. Yeah, man, it's so crazy.
Yeah, it's a marketing thing. Look, guys. First off, I appreciate you guys having me on. It has been a pleasure watching. You know, the last bits of American civilization happen.
Yeah. Happy end of the Empire Day, right?
Hey, man,
it looks like she might lose Michigan. I don't know.
Oh, and then. Oh yeah, if she loses Michigan, it's over. You know, I mean, it was already over, but you know,
it's still only 64%, but she's slipping. You know, look at this. She only has 45% now.
No, somebody in the chat was talking about defunding the police being just an idiotic idea. No, defunding the police is an excellent idea. It's like, you know, like if you call somebody, like if you call the police because somebody in your house is having a mental breakdown, I need a psychiatric resource officer, not a person with a pistol coming to the door.
Yeah, well, dude, legit. So in Eugene,
but when you say defund the police, that's not what you hear. What you hear is take money from cops. You know, and like there were states like Georgia, like in Atlanta, where it was like defund the police, and then our then Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms just turned around and then gave the police department a shit ton of money. And the current and the current mayor Andre Dickens did the same thing. Like is like giving corporations carte blanche to invest in Cop City. You know, people don't know what defund the police means. You know, and it's like terrible marketing. Terrible marketing.
All right, so that this whole fucking thing with defund the police is fucking crazy because of a couple of reasons. Number one, like there's programs in Eugene. We've got one. We've got a program called Cahoots. Somebody's having a mental health breakdown and shit. They call Cahoots. They don't call the fucking cops. Cops can do backup maybe, but you don't need a fucking armed enforcer to go there when somebody is like having a PTSD fucking break. You don't fucking need that. You don't need an armed fucking officer to go and enforce traffic laws. That's fucking stupid. Just fucking tag their license plate, send them a fucking ticket. No reason to do it. The other thing though, and this is fucking key, is a lot of people got this cuffed ass fucking attitude about cops, saying that cops prevent crime. Cops don't fucking prevent crime. They respond to fucking crime.
Yeah.
Cops don't prevent crime. You know who prevents crime? Neighbors. Neighbors fucking prevent crime. If you got this cuffed fucking attitude that you need to give more money, more fucking tanks to police officers, and they're somehow gonna keep somebody from breaking into your fucking house.
Yeah.
Well, when's the first time you've ever heard a cop is actually going to actively be stopping crime? It happens rarely. Most of the time, they just respond to it.
Yeah, I know King Cobra's out there watching, and he knows all about. You remember his trolls would send the cops to his apartment all the time.
That's lame as fuck.
And he would have to, and he'd have to deal with cops knocking on his door all the time.
Lame.
That's the thing too. The cops shouldn't be doing that. The cops should instead be using that time to investigate shit that might be like bigger crimes, like fucking human trafficking and shit, or like sex crimes, that sort of thing. They shouldn't be wasting their time with like SWAT calls or like mental health crises or any fucking thing like that. If you relieve the cops from having to do all this mundane stuff that doesn't require somebody with a fucking gun,
right,
and you instead allow them to actually investigate, to maybe prevent crime, then the cops are going to be more effective. They're less pigs, and they're actually more civil servants helping their communities. And overall, everybody fucking works. That's the essential quality of what defund the police is supposed to be. It's just stupid fucking marketing.
Yeah, I think I like that one, and defunding, disbanding the Department of Education. Those are the ones that I think that are like the super dangerous things, like having a girlfriend, a mom, and a sister that all work in education. It's just like, yeah, that is insane to me. And I'm just like, I can only imagine where America is in 4 years with a bunch of people like forced to homeschool their kids in like super rural conservative areas that they can't get access to the resource that, oh man, listen, this is what America voted for, and we deserve everything that we get. We deserve every bit of it, right? And then in 4 years, maybe we can make an informed decision, because that's typically how it goes, right? Like, after 8 years of Obama, we had a white lash, we got Donald Trump, right? After 4 years of Trump, the world was like, fuck that, we need anything but Trump, right? And I feel like if we had gotten 4 years of Harris, it would have been a severe white lash.
This is the end of America, Hannibal.
Yeah,
the end of America.
Yeah, and instead it's just like, so we get 4 more years of Trump, and like he's going to do what he does, and like this time he'll be more informed.
There's going to be
this time he'll have smarter people around him.
There's going to be a refugee crisis to Canada. There's going to be people crossing the border illegally and seeking asylum. I'm going to hire a coyote to smuggle me into Canada.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah.
I keep trying to tell Mems that we should move to the Philippines, but she won't do it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is Duarte still in charge of the Philippines?
I'd take it. I'd take Duterte over.
He actually has ridden around on a motorcycle and like shot drug dealers before.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, listen, Kamala Harris has already said that she will address the crowd at Howard University tomorrow. She's not saying anything today, so which that tells me that, like, she has determined that she is lost and is in the process of writing her concession speech. Yeah.
Well, I'm tapping out then. Fuck it.
I was actually just about to say the same thing. I'm actually also going to go after a couple of hours. It has been fantastic hanging out with you, Ben.
Yeah,
Jefferson,
you too.
Aloysius, Holiday. It's always a pleasure. DP audience, thank you guys so much for hanging out with us tonight and letting this guy with a mask talk politics with y'all. I actually appreciate the conversations that we get a chance to have. Tomorrow night on Hannibal and Monty. I don't even know what we're talking about tomorrow. I know we won't be talking about the election though. So if you want to hang out with us and talk music stuff, art stuff, and black people culture, come hang out with Hannibal and Monty. We probably won't even mention the election happened.
Yeah, I mean, I won't want to talk about it. Like I've had my fill of it.
Yeah. And look, like Cobes, I just want you to know, man, we have this thing on the show where it's like we have this segment called Season to Unseason when we watch food video. We watch a lot of videos. The segment is us watching white people do black people shit and trying to determine if it's season to unseason, right? And we watched a handful of your videos, sir, and we are going to have Monty remake a Cobes sandwich and see if he can make it in a way where it's not gross.
Hey, his food's not gross. What are you talking about?
Listen, I watched him eat that sauce sandwich and I almost threw up watching you eat it, man. I was like, bro, this shit is insane. Like, the Skittles mead was also a fun one to watch, too. I would love to know more about how your stomach works. I would love to know who your gastrointestinologist is, because you listen, you be pulling off some shit, man. Like fucking the bug brain burger, my personal favorite is when you take the pizzas, like you order a pizza with a bunch of shit on it, then you put a bunch of more shit on it. I'd be like, this man Cobes is a fucking madman, right? And you a musician that also makes fucking wands. Why are we hanging out more, man? Okay, we need to just saying, make some shit shake.
I got a Cobra Craft wand right over there on my desk, man.
See, I need one. I need to be casting I need to be casting a bunch of fucking spells. You know what? Right now, what I need to do is create a bunch of Horcruxes of myself, okay? Because I need different bits and pieces of my soul spread out over many different states right now. Because I don't really like what's happening in the country. But thank you thank you, Ben Pye. Jeff, always a pleasure. DP audience, always fun hanging out with y'all. I'll make sure Monty knows that he missed a great one.
Wow.
Yeah. Later, buddy. Good to see you, bud.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Yeah, I've done a couple of Cobes recipes. I made one of his chicken wing recipes, and it actually turned out really, really good. Really good. I like that one a lot. I only modified it insofar as like I just have like different cookware than he uses, which might have kind of helped a little bit, but it was pretty much exactly the same recipe, and that actually turned out really good. The one though that I did do that didn't turn out good was the pink salmon ramen. That one.
Pink. Yeah, I watched that. Yeah.
That one wasn't great. But the chicken wings were lit. They were pretty fucking lit. I've done a few of the drink combos. A lot of his like Mountain Dew combos are pretty good. But there was a peach abuse one that he did with like an E&J peach brandy with peach ice cream. Yeah. And it was
called Pennsylvania for Trump. I
Whoa!
think this might be over, boys.
That's game over if that's real. Right?
And yeah, hang on. I just got to finish my thought before I collapse. It was just too much sugar. It's just too much. The flavor was great, but it was just too much fucking
Very
sugar,
sweet.
Man. Oh my god. So who called Pennsylvania?
I don't see it on this map. Let me see.
Fuck, man.
Damn. Let's see.
Maybe I should start doing some cooking videos.
Yeah, why not? All right.
Dude, what I should do is, like, if I get a chance to go to Sturgis next year, I should try and swing through Casper and see if Cobes wants to make fucking pasties with me. Like, I'll buy some groceries, swing by, and he and I can make fucking, like, Hot Pocket homemade meat pies. That'd be fucking dope.
Fuck yeah,
I make
dude.
some great fucking homemade, like, they're like Hot Pockets, but they're Finnish themed, you know? Real savory. Like, you got the pork, you got the beef, potato, rutabaga. It's fucking delicious. And like,
I like
crispy,
rutabaga.
crust. Oh. Me too. Yeah, I made some.
So did
this evening.
Did Kamala hit, or did Trump hit 270? I believe he may have hit. Let me see.
I mean, fuck, man. I'm just gonna go buy Amma tomorrow. Whatever.
I'm not seeing conclusive evidence yet that. Because according to 270 to win, that website, they're claiming Trump has 270. So there's that. But CNN isn't calling it yet. Google has an official election counter. They're not calling it yet. Let's see.
Well,
yeah, it's gonna be something like. People were telling me like they were convinced that Trump couldn't win, but I was like, I'll
Sorry,
never
this
underestimate
is happening
Trump.
to you guys' heart, but woohoo, no woman president. We are still a serious country party poppermint.
I think that was mint salad.
Son of a bitch. That's pretty fucking good. That's pretty good. Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
Not bad. Oh, man. Well,
I don't see it conclusive yet, but I mean, it's the writing's on the wall. If Pennsylvania is really called for Trump, I don't. Does that give him the 270?
I don't know. I'm gonna go crash.
It's cool, man. It's cool.
Know, I gotta make sure I'm rested just in case tomorrow is Civil War, you know? My guns are clean. Just gotta run out to the fucking buy mart first thing in the morning and stock up on 9mm. Alright, well, you know, happy last day of the Empire, DP fam. Love you guys. I'll
thanks for
guys. Catch you cool cats later.
Later. All right. Now I'm all alone. Or is Dusty still here? I don't think Dusty's here either. They're all gone. All right. Kaboom. There we go. So let's take a look here.
Very good. And they mentioned the gender gap in the regard that there was so much made about this so-called silent Harris supporter who might, vote for superstar.
Oh, God, I don't want to. Son of a bitch. They're playing commercials and shit. We don't want this. CNN still has not called Pennsylvania. %94 of the vote in. Michigan, just like. Michigan is flipping to being a red state. Man, I got like really high. And I've been streaming for so long. But I was telling everybody that I could very easily see Trump winning. So I'm not surprised. Not that he's been declared the winner yet, but it's looking like it's trending in that direction. So, yeah, at this 270 here, that might be game over. To me, it looked like Trump had a clear lead since the beginning. It just got it got larger over time. I'd like to know if this is real. They're eating the dogs. So fucking ridiculous. Holy shit. When are we going to see, like... Yeah, I don't think Trump has it yet, but it's looking like it's trending. All right. We'll go back to Axios here. You know what? I don't know if they're going to call Pennsylvania. Holy shit. Shit. Cracking open a carbonated water. Woo! Yeah, yeah, I guess we'll see what the ending results are. How many more votes do they have in Michigan? Man, even Wisconsin, Arizona. Arizona's very close. Holy shit. Yeah, sorry I seem really tired, because I really am. But I'm just like, man, I really want to see the end to this. You know, everyone else got tired, tapped out. Ooh. Yeah, damn. We got to 35% of the goal. That's pretty sweet. Yeah, Arizona 53%. I got like really, really high. I was like just smoking some doobies and shit. What is this?
Perhaps another presidency if and when Pennsylvania is called. That is, as we've been saying, the battleground of all battlegrounds. Really, both campaigns desperately needed a win in Pennsylvania. Our decision desk not ready to call that state. There is still outstanding vote. And so let's get over to Rick Klein. That path,
I think news anchors like these people should be high like I am now
and if she
when
were
they do
able
this.
To pull it off in Pennsylvania, she'd also then need Michigan and Wisconsin as well, where she's trailing in both states at this hour.
Yeah,
too.
she's exactly right. We're up to 94% of the vote in Pennsylvania,
She's
and we've gotten a lot more
fucked.
vote in Philadelphia, as well as some additional estimates. We think there's actually maybe as few as 30,000 additional early by mail votes still out there to be counted. And right now, with the outstanding vote in Philadelphia estimate, even if she won every single one of those votes, as well as all the votes in Delaware County, in Chester County, Montgomery County, I mean, you'd have to run up enormous margins to begin to close this gap. So all the votes
votes are going to be counted. Our decision desk is looking at the data, being very careful with any kind of a projection. But this is a very large lead this late in the evening. Michigan is a little bit of a different story, just because we're waiting on so much vote still out of Wayne County, Detroit, Dearborn, the 600,000 outstanding votes. You can see something coming together there. I think it's even a little more possible if you look at Wisconsin. Although again, we have so much of the vote in, it becomes hard to make up this margin. Pennsylvania, though, to me at this hour looks like the steepest climb of the three. And just to give you a sense, that's 19 electoral votes. That would put him at 265. The reason that it isn't quite at 270, Alaska, where polls have, I believe, just closed pretty recently. They're going to take a while to count. There's also one electoral vote that has not been awarded in Nebraska that usually favors Republicans, and one in Maine. So you add those 5 together to the 19, and you get to 270 electoral votes.
Wow.
Got it. But those haven't been called.
They have not been called.
Alaska,
they have not been called, but it's probably happening.
Extraordinary care that our decision desk is taking with the votes outstanding. John Carl, any new reporting from the Trump campaign?
Thanks. Waiting on him to come out to deliver what will be a victory speech. I mean, he's gonna
I nominate Ben, Peasant Prime,
again,
as Dusty Cockatiel's Secretary of Defense. With his steadfast vigilance, altered perspective, and connections with the people, he has the means and the will to see it through. This is sadly how Navy evils are written.
I had no idea. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And thank you for the nomination. I am honored.
The effect it's had down ballot, immediately down ballot in the key Senate races, which will then, should Donald Trump return to the White House, he'll have not only just the majority of the Senate, but quite possibly a significant majority.
Yeah, he could have a significant majority in the Senate, David. This is already sort of the outlook for the Senate right now. Republicans expected to take the majority.
Pretty sure it was rigged, guys.
Let's go back to the nationwide map. I'm going to highlight the states that will ultimately determine how big this majority is for Republicans. And just a reminder here, these blue walls where we're seeing former President Donald Trump still have the lead. In every single one, the Republican also still leading over the Democratic candidates in all 3 of these states. So yes, it becomes a question of not whether or not they have the majority, but simply just by how much.
That's pretty extraordinary. John Tester also in Montana.
John Tester in Montana, the last statewide Democrat in Montana. Take a look here. John Tester, 47%. Sheehy at 51%. He's leading by 7,000 votes. Still only about 31% of the vote in right now, so we're still waiting for a lot of this to come in.
That'd be so
again,
cool to have Mickey Mouse as your governor.
Into the state of Montana, even though John Tester, a 3rd-generation farmer, Montana through and through, a question of whether or not that even really matters. Tim Sheehy, not even from this state at all, but still appealing to voters here clearly, and also potentially getting a boost, maybe by former President Donald Trump.
Also getting a boost, Sam Brown, it would appear.
I feel like everyone has that one Trump sycophant uncle who will be insufferable for the next 4 years now.
Yeah. It's true. A lot of us have that.
Trump, I was just in the state of Nevada with the former president and Sam Brown, both together campaigning. Take a look at this. Jackie Rosen, 47%. You have Sam Brown. He's only ahead by a little bit here, 636 votes, 71% of the vote currently in. But yes, once again, David.
And in Arizona, perhaps the one Republican candidate who was most loyal to Donald Trump with her rhetoric and sticking by him and not conceding in her own race for governor a couple of years back, she might be the only one, perhaps at this point, that it looks like might not be carried with this Trump wave, if that's what it is that we're witnessing here tonight.
And I think more than any other Senate candidate, I think Kari Lake was really hoping to ride on the coattails of former President Donald Trump in this state. She was driving around this state in a campaign bus with her face, Donald Trump's face next to it. She basically has been pitching herself along with the former president. Yes, this is Kari Lake, who obviously still has not conceded the election that she lost against Democrat Katie Hobbs in this state, like former President Donald Trump, who never conceded his own race in 2020. But this is where we are starting to see the split ticket voting here. Ruben Gallego, he's up by 109,000 votes, and you have Donald Trump ahead by 16,000 in this state.
Okay, two quick questions. Yeah, real quick, John, just because I want to.
By the way, all military. We've got Sheehy, right? We've got Sam Brown, who was a
Afghanistan vet, right?
Yeah, this is all just.
deplorably wounded.
And a roadside, right,
With burns by a roadside bomb. I think he'd only been there about 4 months and was badly wounded. But again, they don't know him very well. But these are the people who've gotten, except for Gallego. But he also a combat veteran. A lot of those, about 100 veterans.
And I was just going to say, Democrats right now are looking at one thing, especially tonight, where they still are clinging to hope. And that is the House. As Rachel just walked us through a little while ago, we're probably not going to know who controls the House for maybe, it might even be a couple of weeks till the final results in California, which can take a long time. But I talked to Hakeem Jeffries yesterday, and I asked him, do you see a scenario where Donald Trump could get elected president and you could still become Speaker of the House? And he said, absolutely. I see it's so close. It's on such a knife's edge, the House. So we don't know what's going to happen. We haven't declared the presidency yet either. But
I think
the
he's
House
got
is
it.
very much still in play.
It
either
looks
going
like
to
he
be
has it.
Democrat
but I'm not an
takeover, Speaker
expert, but it
Jeffries,
looks
or
to
it's
me
going
like
be
he has it.
narrowest of narrow majorities for the Republicans.
And those are two very different scenarios.
Of
If you have
course.
Speaker Mike Johnson, you have a Republican Senate, not just by 1 or 2, but possibly by several Senate seats, and Donald Trump in the White House. That's quite something. It's very different from Hakeem Jeffries suddenly playing the role that Speaker Pelosi played for a few years of a sort of a check and balance between Congress and the White House.
And that's what you're hearing from Democrats. That's the place. That's the place that can be the bulwark against a full Republican takeover. But we may not know for a while.
Yeah, and of course, we still have been called the biggest race of the night. I do want to ask, we are waiting to hear from Donald Trump. When he takes the stage, we'll go out to him. I want to take this back to Kate Shaw and to Dan Abrams, our legal team back here, because one of the other questions always with the presidential election is the Supreme Court. The makeup of the court. Donald Trump had a profound impact on the makeup of the court during his first presidency.
Yeah, this is...
if he's declared the new president of the United States, how many justices are we looking
He'll
at
have the
potentially
court
retiring,
again.
And what's his opportunity moving forward if he's the next president to shape the court even further?
Well, I would expect that Justices Thomas and Alito would be at the top of the list, likely to
What
leave
could
the
possibly
bench during
prevent us
Trump's
from
second
getting
term, if in fact
to
he's going to have
40%?
one.
Nothing.
And that would mean they'd be replaced by much younger justices. And so that doesn't change the composition of the court, but it cements for many decades a very conservative supermajority. And then, of course, if one of the Democrats needs to leave the court for health reasons or others, you go from a 6-3 to a 7-2 conservative supermajority, which is an enormous difference. So I think all of that is obviously on the line.
And if he's declared the next president, Dan Abrams, does Jack Smith go away? Does the federal prosecution goes right away?
Absolutely. Jack Smith's going to get fired, done. Those prosecutions are over. The more interesting question is going to be the 2 local prosecutions, right? The one in New York, where he's already been convicted, there's a sentencing scheduled for the end of November. Think about that. The president-elect would be sentenced for a New York State crime at the end of November. It is hard to imagine a judge even considering, at that point, jail time. The Georgia case would, at the very least, get delayed until 2029, if disappear altogether. Just one other point on the Supreme Court, which is, remember, this is why the Senate becomes so important, and it's a follow-up a little bit on something that Chris Christie said earlier. The more you get in terms of the majority in the Senate, the more autonomy that Donald Trump is going to have in who he picks, right? I mean, he might pick someone who some Republicans even have concerns about, but if you don't have enough Republicans to object to that, he's really going to be able to pick anyone that he wants. So the Senate becomes very important with regard to what happens with the Supreme Court moving forward.
All right, Dan Abrams, Kate Shaw, thank you. We're going to go to break, a very quick break. The moment we hear from the former president, we'll come right back to you. Stay tuned.
We'll check back in with that in a minute here. Holy shit. I don't know. I was really hoping I could be streaming while they have the results, but maybe they're gonna do. How many people out there think that we'll get results tonight? I'm struggling to stay awake right now. Like this many hours of this shit is incredibly grating after a while, but yeah. So fucking tired. Yeah, I'm just wondering when we'll figure out the results of all of this. Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, once he gets the 270, it's like, that's what it is. Right? Close these. Okay. Are we back?
Welcome back, ABC News Live coverage. We're expecting to hear from former President Donald Trump at any moment in West Palm Beach, Florida, where a crowd has gathered at the Palm Beach Convention Center, with Johnson also there among the crowd. Whit?
Yeah, David, the crowd is cheering very loudly. That's because some other networks have projected the race for Donald Trump. Of course, we are still waiting on a few states to come through, but this is the cheering that we're hearing in the crowd, just adding to the anticipation of the former president, who they expect to be the new president once again, to come in here and speak. We did see the Secret Service peeking through the curtains, checking out the room, but as far as we're told, the doors are still open as they're letting people out, and the big signal will be when those doors close that it's likely that Trump would come speak to this crowd. But I'm also thinking about some of the things that we heard in the closing message down the stretch here, because I spoke to a lot of different Trump supporters at some of these different events, and most of them focused on the top two issues that we heard over and over again: the economy and immigration. And one of the things that we heard from Trump on the campaign trail,
yeah, I think we're gonna.
Rallies, is he would ask
I think we're gonna figure it out.
Are you better
really
off
quick
today
here?
Than you were 4 years ago? And thousands of his supporters would yell no. And that was really the message that they were trying to hammer home down the stretch, that Kamala Harris and the Biden administration broke it, but Donald Trump can fix it. And we have to say, like, we've been talking to, I mean, he's been running for president for nearly a decade now, and we've seen him take over the Republican Party and really transform this MAGA movement. And the crowds here are much different than they were in 2020. They're different than they were in 2016.
Yeah, Fox News is projecting that Trump has won.
Despite what a lot of critics thought, that he wouldn't be able to bring together this diverse crowd, we are certainly seeing this in this room tonight. We've been seeing it at the rallies lately. So again, we're still waiting for some information on when exactly former President Trump is going to speak. But there's a lot of anticipation, a lot of energy and excitement in this room, David.
All right, Whit, we really appreciate it. We'll come right back to you as soon as we hear from the former president. I want to get right back over to Rick at the big board here, because it's all, you know, obviously this hinges on Pennsylvania here being called. I know we're being extremely careful. Can you show us again where the outstanding vote is? Maybe that other map that you have that shows sort of the dots where there's any blue or any red left on the map?
Yeah, 188.
Do you want to, Egghead, do you want to come on and vent your frustrations? I notice you're still awake. Egghead, do you want to come on and just tell the DP audience right now how you feel about the election?
Now we think we've got about 3/4 of the mail vote.
Well, I don't know. You're in a chat room.
So even if this number's right, and that's probably a little bit high right now in terms of the estimated remaining, that's not really nearly enough to begin to make up that gap. And if you look even in the other populous counties here, 44,000 estimated votes in a 55-45 Trump county. If you assume they go the same way, 60-40 county with about 65,000. I mean, look,
The egged.
Slice and dice. You've got to really you'd have to have a perfect inside straight at this point for the Harris campaign to catch up to a margin that big.
You could easily see some narrowing, but not narrowing by.
Correct. It almost certainly will narrow, and that's what the Harris team is pointing to. But it's very hard to see how any of these numbers are going to break in a way that overcomes a deficit like that. So our team's being cautious about it because the stakes are so high, and that's the prudent thing to do. Everyone's vote should count. And of course, that doesn't account for Michigan, where there's a lot more votes still outstanding, but a larger margin of more than 250,000, and Wisconsin, where there's 120,000 that's separating the candidates.
Did the Trump team, and there'd be a number of things to look back at both of these campaigns. One of the things, though, did they flip the script on early voting, getting the early vote up, and then sending people out on election day as well, and forcing the Democrats really to try, and we heard it from Donna Brazil, you have to really overperform in the urban areas. You have to overperform in Detroit, in Philadelphia, in the collar counties. You have to overperform in Madison, in all these battleground states in the key urban areas. It really put the Democrats on defense come election day to try to catch up with the Republican turnout for a change. And I know that was Donald Trump driven, because 4 years ago he said don't vote early, and might have hurt himself back then by doing that. But tonight this election, it seems, by really encouraging the early vote and then continuing to push to get people out to the polls, that was clearly a strategy that worked.
Pokemon go to the polls.
4 years ago, it's been called political malpractice, what he did to downplay and actively urge his supporters not to vote early, especially during COVID, when it was made easier to vote in so many states, and there was a record turnout. More than 100 million people voted early, and that meant that Republicans went into election night. 44% of the electorate early was estimated to be Democratic, 34% Republican. The difference coming into today, instead of a 10-point gap to make up on election day, they only had to make up a 2-point gap. So early voting was no doubt a major part of the strategy. And yes, Donald Trump reluctantly and sometimes contradicting himself inside the same sentence embraced early voting in a way that Republicans took advantage of. And we were told by the Democrats, look, don't worry about it. We've got our own ground game. We're gonna overcome that. That does not appear to be the case tonight in the major battlegrounds where we have vote-in.
I want to bring this to Terry, because first of all, this time Donald Trump embraced early voting, right? And the fact that the Democrats were then on defense come election day to try to run up the total, to run up the score in these urban areas. Have the Democrats, one of the things in the postmortem, I think, for both of these campaigns, but certainly for the Democrats, will be,
they're waiting forever to call it.
Areas. You've got to connect with rural America, with working class America. You can't win these races. You showed the evolution of the electoral map over the last several presidential cycles. Moving forward, the Democratic Party is going to have to figure that out somehow, are they not?
This is a moment of truth for Democrats. 10 years ago, what was it? A little bit longer. That Democrats thought demography is destiny, and they are the natural party of government, because America is becoming more diverse. There'll be a lower share of white voters, and it turns out that's completely wrong. You have to talk to people, meet their needs, and answer their questions, and that includes rural voters as well, and it includes, voters that for whatever reason have bought into what Donald Trump stands for, which is the end of the ruling establishment. Not just in government, but in all kinds of institutions, including the media. People like that.
Yeah, and some of it might be that, the institutions, but some of it's just, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? I felt like my money went further. There are a lot of people, I think, hurting in the country, even if they see the stock market, 401ks going up, or interest rates finally coming back down. I do think that this is what Martha and I hear when we're out in the country, that the people just, they want to feel like they've been heard. And so, yes, I think.
And Donald Trump does say, I can help you stabilize and get rich. But he says a lot more than that. He says, let's go get him.
Yeah, very true, Terry. Okay, so we're waiting on Pennsylvania. We're waiting on
Donald
Trump to take the stage here in Florida. John Santucci, who has reported on Trump for some time for ABC. John, talk to us a little bit about some of the people that you recognize there in the crowd, some of the people who certainly were helping Donald Trump. They were the architects of this moment, this what appears to be a very real comeback. Who do you see there in the room?
Well, so far, David, it's interesting. So I've seen some of the junior level campaign staff that have been working with the former president. I haven't seen senior staff just yet. But David, just off the stage is a little seating area, if you can believe it, somewhere up there. And so far, we've seen former White House press secretary Sarah Sanders, of course, Donald Trump's former White House press secretary, now the governor of Arkansas, obviously someone who was with Donald Trump all throughout his years at the White House, David, and was campaigning with Donald Trump in just the last couple of days on the trail. I've also spotted South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem. We know another person that has been with Donald Trump on the trail. And David, also earlier tonight, I actually laid eyes on Rudy Giuliani, Donald Trump's
Oh no, the goblin himself.
one-time attorney that dealt with so many matters that were in the White House. And we know, of course, David, coming into this cycle, it's been a different legal team. Our colleague Catherine Falders actually spotted moments ago members of Donald Trump's current legal defense team. I know we were talking earlier with Dan Abrams about some of those cases. That sentencing Dan mentioned just a couple of weeks away for the Manhattan DA's case. A question, though, about how soon Donald Trump would do something about the special counsel's cases, David. As people have been pointing out to me, the first thing they can't wait, as one person said to me, can't wait for Donald Trump to do is fire special counsel Jack Smith. We know from Donald
Waking up
Trump's
to
own
these
words,
election
David,
results
that would be the
makes
first
me
thing he
want to
would
go
do
back
within
to bed.
2 seconds
Thanks for
of
nothing,
taking
Ben.
oath of
Thank
office.
you.
Let's stick with this live picture and bring Pierre Thomas and Aaron Gatursky into this conversation. Pierre's our Chief Justice Correspondent, as many of you at home know. Aaron Gatursky, our Chief Investigative Correspondent. Pierre, you heard the John Santucci report there, and it's not a surprise that getting rid of Jack Smith would be one of the first actions. And Aaron Gatursky, you can speak to the felony charges and convictions here on the local level here in New York City. Pierre, let's start with you, and what
God,
your
this is
sources
taking
within
forever.
sort of the justice community make of sort of the evolution of this evening.
Well, David, if this holds up, and it looks like it will, Donald Trump is about to become the most powerful president in modern history, primarily because of the fact that the Justice Department will be completely at his beck and call. The Supreme Court basically made that clear. And think about this. The FBI director, Chris Wray, is probably on borrowed time as we speak. He'll be gone, more than likely. And he will have the ability to install, after Senate approval, a new FBI director.
Kid Rock
That
will
person
be the new
carries
FBI
extraordinary
director.
Power to investigate. And at the end of the day, in terms of the DOJ, the president, because of that Supreme Court ruling, the Supreme Court basically said it's okay for the president.
We're back to Bizarro world, everybody.
And all these different guidelines that the Justice Department has
It's gonna
set up in
be
terms of the president should
insane.
not weigh in on criminal cases and all these things. That is likely to potentially be null and void.
Aaron?
And David, the former president scheduled to be sentenced November 26th here in New York after he was convicted of 34 felony counts of falsifying business records. His attorneys who were there with him in Florida successfully delayed that sentencing twice. That's looking like a pretty prescient decision because it's hard to imagine now Judge Juan Merchan sentencing him to anything that would represent a meaningful sentence for that felony conviction. The sentencing can go forward, but undoubtedly the judge will be influenced by these new circumstances.
A lot of people watching the developments as they unfold tonight. Aaron, Pierre, our thanks to you both. As
Oh,
well.
my God, J.D.
Any
Vance.
numbers from Pennsylvania, Rick, particularly
Not
Philadelphia?
really, David. We're waiting on Philly and waiting to see if we get a little bit more. It is just such a daunting math, and I've been clicking around on this board to try to find any way to piece together the votes. And look, there's always a hypothetical. You could say, well, if all of these votes that we think are out break in one direction, then maybe. But it is just really hard to strain to see the numbers in this one state, to say nothing of the 3 states that we're talking about. What we saw across the country tonight was a right shift.
I think we're gonna right. It's Trump. Trump wins, right?
Red areas
I
and blue
mean,
areas and purple areas, all the same. Pennsylvania tells an extraordinary story.
Trump
We're looking
wins.
at-
Let's be
at-
realistic
you
about
literally
it and
draw
just
a line
accept
through,
it.
through the state, from Erie
Right.
through State College, all the way to Northampton County, to find places that should have been and would have been trending toward Democrats. Democrats thought they had a good chance there, and that seems not to be the case. And then
I know it's going to be, there's going to
turnout in
be some
cities appears to have been
disastrous
down,
shit
and
that's going to
why you see
happen, but
very
we'll
narrow
see.
margins in places like New York and New Jersey and
That's all
Rhode
you can
Island
do.
and across Blue America, where the voters just did not turn out in the same numbers.
I'm so curious, Lindsay, do we have a handle at the end of the night from exit polling, the gender gap nationally. There'd been so much talk going into this election day that if Kamala Harris was going to be elected, it was going to be through the power of women voters. And you saw Donald Trump surrogates, even in the 11th hour, even today, signaling on social media, men, if you're out there, you need to vote. Otherwise, Kamala Harris will win if it's only the women, in so many words. And I wonder where we landed tonight.
It looks like, and John, I just want to verify that. Was it 54% for females? 54% of females went for Kamala Harris. And 44% went for Trump. And we don't have the graphics in that moment.
10-point gender gap. And what was it for men? Do we know?
And for men...
Sorry to put you on the spot with your producer,
no
John,
problem.
but he's
54 went for Trump, and 44%
So it's
went
10 and 10.
for Harris, yes.
And Gary Langer, just real quick for you, Gary Langer is our pollster here at ABC
Pink
News.
alert.
Going into election night, what did the final ABC News poll, if you can pull this up on your head, I'm sure you
I'll
can.
give you some ABC News
What was the
polls.
gender gap in the final poll?
Very similar to that. This gender gap is dead normal. It's almost exactly the average gender gap we've seen in exit polls since 1996. And women are more apt by about 10 points to be Democrats than men, and therefore to vote that way. So it's a typical gender gap. What's interesting, though, is that Harris's number among women was a few points, 3 or so points, off of Joe Biden's.
Okay,
So
CNN.
worse among women than Joe Biden?
CNN currently projects. Okay, CNN just made it official and called Pennsylvania for Trump.
Gary also, he had another point, which is this is the first.
So CNN just called
election
Pennsylvania
since
for
we've been
Trump.
doing exit polls, 1976.
He's
where
5 votes
Republicans
away
outnumbered Democrats
from the
winning
win.
polls.
It's a certainty at this
Right,
point.
Gary, I have you right on that, right?
Yeah, just by a couple of points.
I can't believe ABC hasn't called it yet.
1976. This is the first time we see
Stand by, we do have
Republicans
Here it is. Here it
Here's
is.
the call of the night. We can project now that Pennsylvania, the biggest battleground prize of the night, will go to former President Donald Trump. ABC News can now project that Donald Trump has won the 19 electoral votes in the state of Pennsylvania. We had said for many weeks leading up to this election that this was a must-win state for both Kamala Harris and for Donald Trump. ABC News now projecting Donald Trump wins the state of Pennsylvania. Rick Klein, take us to the board. That essentially gets him the presidency, although we have not called what he absolutely needs to get there, right? But you
Yeah,
see the path on the board. Talk us through it.
I want to be careful with the math here. That gives us, according to ABC News projections, 265 electoral votes for Donald Trump. And I want to then play things through a little bit and make the assumptions, and they are assumptions, but this is how things work in politics. If everything falls into place for some of the remaining places, Alaska with the 3 electoral votes would be a shock if Alaska did not land for Donald Trump. One of the congressional districts in Nebraska, where he's currently leading, he's already been awarded one of them, and one of the congressional districts in Maine. This is what we're looking at. That would be 270 electoral votes. So again, being very careful here. We have him at 265, but you don't
So
have
that
to
number up on the board is the hypothetical.
That is
if he
a
gets what's
hypothetical.
expected to go his way, the final dominoes here. But Mark Burstein, our producer, just tell me again what Nebraska 1 goes to Trump. There we go. We're now projecting one electoral vote from Nebraska will go to Donald Trump. That's the one that you thought would go his way.
Yes.
Again, this is still the hypothetical number we have up there. So the chips are falling into place in so many words here.
That's exactly right. I mean, Alaska is a very Republican state. It's going to vote for Donald Trump almost certainly, and that
Which gets into 269.
That would be that's correct. 269, which would be a tie in the Electoral College under the rules. It would be broken by the House of Representatives. Almost certainly, the House of Representatives will be controlled by enough Republican delegations to give Donald Trump the presidency. But that other district in Maine would be the majority maker. And look, we still have Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada, and Arizona.
And he leads in Michigan and Wisconsin.
That's correct. Right now, based on the numbers, 266,000 votes in Michigan, although there's still a lot of Detroit left, and 120,000 or so votes in Wisconsin. The Nevada is still coming in. Trump is up there right now by about 99,000 votes and up 19. So he's up in every other state that we have
won by a
on the board
lot
tonight.
So we're waiting to hear from
That's
the
what he
former president
says.
here.
I won
Obviously,
by
we
a
just
lot.
projected, ABC News projecting Pennsylvania, the biggest prize prize of the night among those key 7 battleground states goes to Donald Trump. Really not a path here on the board for Kamala Harris at this point. It's just the final chips for Donald Trump.
Yep, Donald Trump
I'm
wins.
so curious, though, will we wait for the former president
Donald
and we
Trump
wait for
wins.
the final math to come in? States like New Hampshire we haven't called yet.
Yeah.
Minnesota, where Governor Walz is from. Can you just click on those and bring us up to speed on where they stand?
Sure. I mean, look, it's with 80% of the vote in, Harris is up 86,000 votes. It's going to be a lot tighter than it's been in the
Trump
past.
said
New
we'll never
Hampshire
have to worry
looks
about
like
another
it probably
election.
Lands in the same place at the end of
You
it.
never have
But
to
look,
worry
we've
about
talked
another
this shift everywhere.
election.
That's the popular vote. 5.2 million votes more than Kamala Harris. He's in a very strong position to break 50% for the first time.
Please
He did
like
not
the
get-
stream, by the
he didn't
way,
really
and
get that
subscribe
close.
and all that
our
cool
polling
shit.
Didn't show him really north of 47, 48%. Either of the times he ran before, he served without getting a majority. Tonight, he could get it.
And just a little perspective here. Hillary Clinton won the popular vote by almost 3 million. Joe Biden won it by 8 or 9 million or so.
Yeah, we can go right to the
7 to 8
historicals.
million?
You can see exactly where the numbers were. It was a 7 million vote edge. He only had 47% of the vote. 4 years earlier, he only had 46% of the vote, lost by about almost 3 million votes. This is a different night. This is a different electorate. This is one that has fallen fallen in Trump's direction in a very considerable way. Red states, blue states, and everything in between.
So you're looking at popular vote, obviously, and electoral college. We've had a lot of discussions in this country, particularly with recent elections, where popular goes one way, electoral goes another. That's certainly not the storyline, at least not at
does not
this
appear
hour.
likely to be. There's still a lot of vote out west in particular, a lot of it in California. Those margins, I'm sure, will tighten. But right now, that's a pretty strong advantage and a very strong likelihood that he will win not only the Electoral College, but also the popular vote.
And that's really going to matter, John Carl, to the former president.
I mean, absolutely.
It's gonna matter
and,
to the-
and let's not
yeah, of
forget,
course it is.
Republicans have had a hell of a time winning the popular vote. George W. Bush won the presidency in 2000, but lost the popular vote. He did win the popular vote
2004,
in 2004. But Donald Trump wins the presidency and loses the popular vote in 2016. This is a and by the way, all indications, we don't know what overall turnout's going to be, but this is going to be a high turnout election. This is going to be a very high turnout election. It may even approach the kind of turnout that we had in 2020, which was the highest percentage of eligible voters voting since 1900 in America. So Trump is going to claim a mandate, and he's going to have reason to claim a mandate.
No question, and people will look back at the different avenues, the different routes to reach the voter that Donald Trump used this time around. You know, he had a 3-hour conversation with Joe Rogan very late in the campaign, a huge audience, and a lot of people said that he was reaching out to voters and men and young men in particular in ways that campaigns hadn't used before. Now, Kamala Harris went on Howard Stern, Charlemagne the God, so she did try the podcast route too in these very popular programs on, Sirius XM.
Come on.
But to go on Joe Rogan, for example, and then to have Joe Rogan endorse him in the 11th hour, those are, in 2024, those are powerful things to do, apparently, and they work for a campaign.
And it was an effort to get people to vote who didn't normally vote. In some cases, never voted. And I think, and I'm sure Lindsay's got the exit polls on this, but we see Trump doing better than Harris, significantly better among those who are first-time voters.
And for all of those efforts to outreach, the Harris campaign thought all of that was just playing to his base, that it was doing nothing to expand his reach. Clearly, not the right assessment.
Yeah, we're going to stay with this live picture. We're waiting for the former president, but just talk us through what you're seeing there, Linz, with the new voters.
With the first-time voters, that's 8% nationwide of the electorate. 54% went for Donald Trump, 45% for Kamala Harris. What I think is really interesting, what's different, Rick Klein said tonight is different. One thing that's different is America,
My brain
of course,
is like
a more
mush
diverse
right
country,
now
but the
because I've been
electorate
streaming
tonight
since
is less
3
diverse.
p.m.
And so,
my
for
time,
example,
and
if you
now
look
it's
at
like
1992,
11
82% of
p.m.
the electorate was white. Okay, fast forward to 2020, we saw this big decrease. 67% of the electorate was
smoked
white.
a lot of
fast forward
weed.
to tonight, it went up by 4 points. So you
Been
have
watching this shit the whole
71% of
time.
the electorate was white, and that broke by and large for Donald Trump in his favor by 12 percentage points. Those white voters who showed up. Now, the biggest significance that we've seen as far as any racial group, Latinos, the highest
You really
shift
did peel off
of
Latino
any
support.
exactly. 13 18%
I'm not
over
crying.
Hispanics from 2020 for him. 18% increase over Hispanic males from 2020.
I am sure
And so
everything will be
quite
fine
a
in the
big
U.S. in
difference
the
for
long
him. He
run.
went after and
However,
targeted
having
those
to live
Latino
with Trump
voters,
for 4
and
more
it worked for
years
him
and the
big time
following
tonight.
madness is
That was a
going to
main goal
cause
of this
mental
campaign, was
fatigue
to try
for
to
the
peel
majority of
away,
the world.
Latino support.
This timeline we live in is
Mark,
jumping the
Maria
shark.
Elena still with us? Do you know, is she listening in on the conversation?
She couldn't make the case what she does as vice president that affects our lives in a
Maria Elena, when you hear those numbers that Donald Trump was extraordinarily successful tonight, peeling away some of the Latino support that Joe Biden had 4 years ago, and Lindsey Davis describing the electorate as more white than it was 4 years ago, and comparatively to previous presidential elections. What do you make of that and the success in his campaign, his outreach to reach Latino voters? And as you have said many times on our air, you know, Latino voters in one part of the country are not the same in every other part of the country. It's very nuanced, but he did have significant success tonight.
That's true, David. And I am a little bit surprised. You know, Latino voters still support Vice President Harris and Democrats in general at higher numbers than Donald Trump. And Florida up to now has been the outlier.
I just want them to get it over with.
The majority of
Like,
Latino
let's
voters
get Trump out here. I don't
former
get
President
how.
Trump, but we'll have to
There's
see
already
if that
several
changes
news
tonight.
sources
You know,
reporting
Republicans don't
that he
really need a
won.
majority
There's
of
no
Latino
way
voters
she can
to win. They
win.
just need to cut into Democrats' lead.
Why are we
It
waiting?
looks like from the numbers that Lindsey's giving that might have happened today. You know, the Republican
He's got
presidential candidate that
266.
has gotten the highest percentage of the Latino vote was George W.
Yeah,
Bush.
he will come out. It's just like not everyone's
40%.
official
But, you know,
with it yet.
Martha was right that this time
But
around,
it's like
the economy
it's
is the
already
top issue for
there. It's
Latinos,
already
and
happening.
That's what they're voting for, putting
All
a
this-
roof over their heads.
All
and
this
feeding their
fluff while we
children,
wait for Trump to
and
come
they
out
trust
is
Trump
just
on
dumb.
the economy. And as far as immigration
I
is
don't want to
concerned,
end the
you know, it
stream
used to
without
be
getting
that
Trump
an issue
coming
that
out
drew
and
Latinos
doing his
to
thing.
Democrats with the promise of an immigration reform that never materialized. The views have now shifted, and they prefer a more hardline approach at the border, especially in states like Arizona. They don't want to be associated with the chaos at the border and those that Trump calls criminals. You know, just a few weeks ago, David, there was a New York Times poll that showed that 2/3 of Latino voters felt that when Trump was disparaging immigrants,
Coming out and doing a
calling
mic
them
check.
criminals, saying that they poison the blood of our country, he was not talking about them. He was talking about other immigrants. So, you know, it is surprising. It's also surprising that a sizable number of Latinos said that they support mass deportations, maybe without realizing that it would not only hurt the economy, but it's going to lead to a separation of families.
Maria Elena
Hell
Salinas, thank you.
yeah.
Your context is always so helpful. We're waiting to hear the former president here. Eric Trump, his son, has just sent out on social media this image of the former president, presumably holding the speech that he will give tonight. We had reported earlier that he hadn't
God,
prepared
his
a speech
fucking
for this
hair.
evening, but if the time came and he needed one, he said he would put one together quickly. Eager to hear that here tonight with the rest of you. And John Santucci's reporting the entire Trump family is there at the convention center, his children, including Ivanka and Barron, and his wife, former First Lady Melania Trump, also there. We saw her voting with the former president.
Ramaswamy. What a goofy
Yeah, David,
man.
It's remarkable, actually, because this is the first time that since the Republican National Convention that the entire Trump family has been under the same roof. And think about, David, you know, the Trump 1.0 White
Trump
House,
has
if you will.
basically
You know, we know
won.
that
They just
Ivanka
won't
and
say
Jared
it yet.
Were right there by Donald Trump's side. Jared Kushner's office, right off from the Oval Office. Ivanka Trump, right above the Oval Office. The Kushners have said that they are not going back to Washington. They have not been involved in this campaign. So should Donald Trump be declared the winner, do not expect Jared and Ivanka to go to the White House. It does beg the question, David, and I've
Come
asked
on.
many sources over the last couple of weeks, would any member of the Trump family go? And as we've been reporting, David, one of the members that has been very active in this campaign is Donald Trump Jr. I spoke to him earlier tonight. He said that his family feels incredibly vindicated by the results so far. And one of the things he said to me is that he felt that so far he had an impact on this race. And as we know, David, we reported on the air with you, it was Don Jr. that really was the driving force behind J.D. Vance being on the ticket with his father. Tonight, Don Jr. telling me my guy is going with my father potentially to the White House, David. We'll see if any member of the family joins
Any
them.
word, John, on who worked with the former president on his remarks for tonight and what the tone will be here?
You know, it's evolved, David. And when I say that because as results were pouring in, sources were telling me, you know, he's going to go right up to the line from declaring victory. I can now agree with my colleague John Carl, hearing the same thing. It does indeed feel like Donald Trump's going to come out.
I'm just stepping away from the computer for a moment here, but I'm staying connected and listening.
The question of tone is going to be quite interesting. And I say that because think about 2016, pretty much at this hour of the night when Donald Trump came with his family into the Hilton Hotel, just steps away from Trump Tower. It sounded like a speech of unity. I don't think we're going to hear too much of that tonight. Maybe some tenors, but look at where Donald Trump has been. Look at the words that his son tells me, as I just reported a few moments ago, vindicated. I do think you're going to feel a little bit of those tones that we've been reporting over the last couple of days. Some of the darkness, some of the things that he's been talking about, feeling and seeing around the country, talking about the southern border. I'm actually curious, David, in addition to the tone, how much of the first steps of an agenda do we hear from Donald Trump tonight? Those first actions he would take come January. David?
John, stick with us here. I got a question for you. I saw some faces in the crowd there. Former Governor Doug Burgum, Governor Kristi Noem, Vivek Ramaswamy. Two of the three actually ran in the Republican primary, though they never debated Donald Trump because he didn't show up, and that turned out to be a strategically smart move for him, not to put himself up there with them. But those three names, Doug Burgum, Vivek Ramaswamy, Kristi Noem, are they all potential players in a future Trump cabinet?
Of abortion because
everything is potential right now, David. Listen, we are not at the point of any short list. We are in the long list phase. We are in the multiple list phases. Different people have been submitting lists at this point. So I think anybody right now is possible for sure. I mean, there are already aides that I've spoken to talking about who would be the next press secretary. Some people talking about what positions they want. So it felt like over the last couple of weeks, David, if I'm being honest from talking to sources, some of them were in a place of measuring the drapes.
I had to go
they
pee.
Wanted in a future administration. So I do think for the group of governors and senators and members of Congress, I know Elise Stefanik is around here somewhere as well, another loyal supporter of Donald Trump, highest woman-ranking Republican in the House. They are definitely all on a potential list. But David, let's be clear. These are lists that have been built by folks without talking to Donald Trump. So whatever the lists are and have been, that's going to be a very different story come tomorrow morning, David.
Senator Marco Rubio talking to Newt Gingrich there, two other names, and certainly Senator Marco Rubio would be a real contender to be some sort of position in a potential Trump administration, which looks obviously very likely at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, Marco Rubio clearly positioning for a cabinet secretary job. Senator Tom Cotton, another one. They'd probably both imagine themselves as secretaries of defense. You know what Donald Trump's going to do? It's to a degree we did in 2016 after he won, although this time, as he's told me, he knows people, but he's going to do the apprentice thing. He's going to bring people in, talk to them. I've asked him many times about what his cabinet would look like and what his White House staff would look like, and he's he's a little bit like talking about a no-hitter in the seventh inning. He never.
Thank you.
Wouldn't want to talk
Thank
about
you
it.
for
But he's
watching
appointed a
and
transition team,
helping us get closer to the goal, and we got a bunch of
Schwarzenegger,
super
which was
chats.
CEO of Cantor Fitzgerald, and he's
It's amazing.
They've been establishing lists of names for him. They have begun the process of vetting candidates. I mean, the key thing you're going to see this time that's going to be different than last time is the emphasis, the primary emphasis is going to be on loyalty to Donald Trump.
Loyalty and the lessons he
Very
learned.
interesting with the military, right? I mean, how do you do that with the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, which isn't a political position?
They're in Florida
And he
right
has
now
said
here,
already he will
right?
get
So
rid
it's
of all
like
all the woke generals.
It's like
But
2 in the
I think
morning
in some
there.
ways you'll see a loyalty test there.
2:30,
with the military as
2:22.
well. I mean, the current chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, he may look at and say, "Oh, this general is woke. I want him out of there."
Yeah.
CQ Brown had a very emotional videotape that he released right after the George Floyd murder, talking about diversity, talking about racial injustice in this country. I'll be very curious to see what he does there.
So, Martha, how did the senior officers deal with that? Because when he chose Mark Milley, he thought he was choosing somebody that was going to be loyal to him. And Mark Milley turned out to be the ultimate, in his mind.
Well, yes, and we all know what the turning point for General Milley, Chairman Milley, was, and that was walking across Lafayette Park during George Floyd protests, and Milley peeled off and said this is political, and later apologized for that. So it certainly at that point for Donald Trump, he was no longer a loyalist, although he managed to stay.
Rachel Scott, from your reporting on the trail, names that you have interacted with that you think have potential shots at being part of a Trump administration.
Yeah, I had my eyes peeled on Doug Burgum, who was there, former North Dakota governor, and also Vivek Ramaswamy, who was there as well. And you're reminded of just how much this is a party that has coalesced around the former president. We all remember after January 6th, you had Mitch McConnell at the time saying that Donald Trump was morally responsible for what happened that day.
Someone said this time it feels different than 2016. Yeah, because I'm not surprised this time. I told everybody, like, anyone who thinks they know that Trump's going to lose is just delusional. Like the polling was so close. So it was like, I don't know how anyone could have thought that.
Let's listen.
Oh, here he comes.
And the Trump family, accompanied by Vice President-elect J.D. Vance, Second Lady Usha Vance, along with friends and campaign staff.
No, I gotta mute this dumb fucking song. It's his entrance music. Look at tall-ass Barron Trump. Holy shit. I see Dana White. Is that Dana White? It is, isn't it? Or is that a Secret Service guy? No, I think it is Dana White. I think it is. All right. Are they still playing that? All right. There we go. No, they're going to still play a little more. Fucking Dana White. And then there's freakishly tall Barron Trump. Like what? Fucking J.D. Vance. I really can't stand him. I cannot stand him. Oh my God. This shit. I'm just like, are they done playing the... Oh shit, hold on. Doot, 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 doot. Oh God, they are still playing that. Hold on. What's going on with Ivanka's face? Has she had some work done? What kind of work did she have done? Can we stop playing this song? All right, is he ready?
Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement.
Thousands of friends.
This is a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country. And
oh, there you are, you big gay
and
guy,
it's going to reach a
Shabisky.
new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have
Hold
a
on,
country
Shabisky. Oh,
needs
okay. Here
help,
you are. Here you
and
are.
it needs help very badly. We're gonna
Hold
fix
on.
our
What the fuck
borders,
is going
we're gonna
on
fix
here?
everything
Trump
about
won.
our country, and we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that.
Nothing going on.
We overcame
Can't believe he
obstacles that
won.
nobody
This is
thought
wild.
possible, and
I watched this
it is
happen
now
8
clear
years
that
ago
we've
live on
achieved the
DP,
most
and now here it
incredible
is, happening again.
There it
This
is.
for you,
happened. Isn't
man.
this crazy?
Thank you. Yeah. I wasn't sure, but I knew that this was definitely a possibility.
Our country has never seen before nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president.
Okay, there. Wait. Okay, Vince. Okay,
And to every citizen, I will fight for you, for
Okay.
your family,
Vince throwing me
and
off.
your future.
You're
Every
drunk.
single day, I will be fighting for you. And
What'd
with
you say,
every
babe?
breath in my body,
I don't hear you through
I will
Skype.
not rest until we have delivered the strong,
Say,
safe,
is
and
it
prosperous
you?
You're drunk.
America that our children
Yeah, now I
deserve
hear you.
and that you
Okay.
deserve.
Yeah, I'm drunk.
This
Yeah.
will
Well, we're
truly be
drunk,
the
okay?
golden
I'm not
age
drunk.
of America. That's what we have to have.
Shut up. I can tell you drink.
No, I didn't drink.
Oh.
This is a
Oh, you just sound
magnificent
extra dumb
victory
today.
for the American
No, I'm really
people
tired because I've
that
been
will
doing this
allow us
for
to
like
make
almost 8
America
hours, and
great
I smoked a lot.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah? I'm about to
In
do
addition
some of
to
that. That
having
sounds
won the
cool.
Battleground states of
Yay, I'm a big fan
North
of you.
Carolina, I love these places.
I love these
If
places.
you look at him right now, his face literally looks like
We are now winning
a gold
in
statue. It looks
Michigan,
golden.
Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska.
Looks
which
like
will
a
result
you
in
know?
us carrying
He looks
Looks
like
so
gold.
fake.
There used to be a
electoral
wrestler
votes, but-
back in the day named Gold Dust, and he painted his face gold.
okay.
But
Yeah.
it's much easier doing
Like
what
that.
the
He's trying to be
networks did or
the next
whoever
gold
called
dust.
it,
What's up with that?
because there was no other path.
He should
There
wear
was
Gold
no
Dust
other
wig.
path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great.
I knew he would mention that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice. Very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling.
Very
of love.
nice.
We have a
It
great
was very
feeling of love
nice,
in
very
this very
nice.
large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote.
His skin looks so
I don't think you're
unnatural.
gonna be
It's
looking
weird.
back
I
someday
feel like
and
it
say
gets
that was
more
one
and
of
more
the
unnatural
truly
looking.
important
He
moments
uses
of my life
bronzer.
when I voted for this
Yeah,
group
like this
of
is the
people
most.
beyond
I feel like
the
this is the
president.
weirdest
This
I've
group
seen
of
his
great
skin
people.
look.
He uses bronzer
America has
to get
given
that
us
bronze-like skin
unprecedented
tone.
He's
and powerful
yeah, he's
mandate.
he's made of copper
have
or something.
taken
I don't
back
know.
Control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate.
I see Linda McMahon.
Look at that big hair sticking out the back of it.
I see Linda McMahon, Vince McMahon's wife,
Michigan,
up there.
Wisconsin, the great
You know, the
Commonwealth
owner of, or the
Pennsylvania,
former owner of
were all
WWE.
won by
Yeah, she's up there.
MAGA movement.
He's
They
not
love
up
so
there.
much.
I'm not sure if I know what she looks like.
And in those cases,
She's
every
like
one of them
an old
would work
lady,
with the senators
basically.
in tough races, and
Well, yeah, I know
I mean,
the other
the
person now. I just
number of
not sure if
victories
I
in the
know
Senate was
if I've ever seen
absolutely
her.
incredible.
Yeah.
We did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them, and
She's a female.
sometimes we did 2 or 3 for.
Look at all these
and it was
American
amazing
flags.
to look
He's
at all
so
of those victories.
patriotic.
Nobody expected that. Nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And we have, you have.
I
some
think it's
great
kind of
senators and
unpatriotic
some
to
great
not
new
let the
senators.
flags kind of
And
breathe.
it also
Give
looks
them a
like
little
we'll be
room.
keeping control of the
Yeah.
House of Representatives.
You can't. They barely have any room.
There's Linda McMahon in the red right there.
And I want to thank
That's
Mike Johnson. I think
Vince
he's doing a
McMahon's.
terrific job.
Okay.
Terrific
Is Vince
job.
McMahon still alive?
I want to
He's
He is,
still
right?
alive. He
Beautiful
got
wife,
like
Melania, First Lady.
canceled and sued and fired. and all sorts of shit. And then he has a giant
Who has the
son.
#1 best-selling book in
Yeah.
the country. Can you believe that?
Look at him. His son is a giant.
You look. I like how next to his
No,
parents, he
she's
makes
done
them
a
look
great
like
job,
little
works very
midgets.
hard.
Yep.
Works very hard to help people.
Oompa Loompa.
So I just want to thank her, but I want to thank my whole family,
Donald
my
Trump, the
amazing
Oompa
children,
Loompa.
and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law.
That's a lot of
Victor, was
fucking
tremendous,
flags.
and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we?
Oh,
huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out.
266.
She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D.
Ah, God, I can't stand him.
Boo!
Yeah, I don't like him.
He seems like just such a dork just to begin with.
Yeah.
He's a sellout.
The
dork.
worst.
Fuck
And his
him.
absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fun. He's still like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it. And then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
Oh, God.
Wild. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America.
That's the greatest, of course.
The greatest. You know that.
Yeah.
He stole your shit.
Yeah, fuck him. I'm gonna sue him.
For your dreams,
little fucker.
for the future of your children, and after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're gonna lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Woo! Crawfish! Woo!
Thank you very much.
The way his
He's
skin
turned out
looks
to be a
and
good
stuff
choice.
is so like unnatural. You can compare it to anybody, and it looks weird. You take that, put that on anybody's face, and it'd be like, why do you have that on your face?
About as good as it gets.
It's like a
And we love
clown
the family, and we're going to have
outfit
a
he wears.
great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special.
They still haven't called it on here on ABC, and it's like, come
And
on.
lost that little
Seriously.
that little thing called
Yeah,
special.
it was
We
what,
have to make it so
266?
we're gonna
Yeah,
make this
it's
so
like
great. It's the
dumb.
greatest country and
Yeah,
potentially the
266.
greatest.
Yeah, because
country in
you
the
need
world by far,
270.
and right now we're going
Yeah, and she's at 194.
Yeah.
We're going to make it the best it's
She's
ever
far
been. We can
from
do that.
winning.
We just, if we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going
That
bad,
sucked.
and it was going bad fast.
But also, I don't know. I
We're
kind
gonna
of
have
wanted
seal
him to
up those
win.
borders,
I
and
don't
we're gonna have to
know.
let people
I didn't
come
want
into
him to
our
win, but I'm not going to freak out or anything.
We want people to come back
I
in.
kind of figure it's going to be the same regardless either way. So
Well, not exactly. There are
but they have to
differences,
come in
but
legally, they have to come in
I
legally.
guess they just
Let
seem
me
like
also
two.
express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris.
Come here,
Come here,
Susie.
Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in
I
the
mean-
back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden. We call her the Ice Maiden. Come on, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, say something.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
It kind of feels weird having him as president again, though.
Yeah, I mean, he won't officially be president until January.
Yeah, it's just like I feel like there was this kind of release or just kind of whatever burden off of my shoulders or some kind of feeling that came off of me when he wasn't president anymore. Now he is again. It kind of feels weird a little bit.
Yeah.
The idea of him being president again.
Oh, just wait. Buckle up.
Oh, buckle up.
Yeah.
Different parts of Pennsylvania.
I sure wish Lee Harvey Oswald was attending this right
Right meow.
I saw that rocket. I saw it coming.
Cheers.
I saw it. It was when it left. It was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour and it was burning like hell.
Oh,
I said,
shit.
What happened to your paint job? He said, We've never
So many hours sitting in this chair.
And,
You need a cool standing desk like me. I'm standing. Look, I'm
Oh,
jogging.
God. Meow.
I'm jogging in place. Look at me go.
Yeah.
Can you do that right now? No.
No. I could, but I don't feel like it. Like I could move my chair.
And I tell the story. I told it.
You're lying.
I had a man on the phone.
No.
I had the screen muted. No
Shut
sound.
up.
I was talking to a very important man. Happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space age movie or something. I put the phone down. What the fuck? But I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight. And it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible at all?
I have no idea what
for you
he's
to speak
talking
to
about.
Elon Musk? We need Starlink.
I don't
I said,
either.
what's
I'm
Starlink?
just
It's a form
waiting
of
for the story to end.
I told you.
And I'll tell you what, he had. And
Like,
it was
I don't
so
even
dangerous.
know.
People
He's
died.
just
They had no
blabbing on.
communication. All the wires
told
were down.
you.
I called Elon
I didn't
Musk.
pay. I didn't
said, Elon,
pay attention
you have
from the
something
start,
called
so it's like
Starlink.
I'm not
Is that
going to be
right?
able to
Yes,
tell
I do.
shit
What the hell is
halfway
it? He
through.
said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it
Something
really,
about
really
Elon Musk
badly in
in a
North
rocket.
Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today, the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. He's slightly longer than me. Hits the ball a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh.
Bryson! Get the fuck out of here. Who's Bryson?
He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's
hitting
balls.
He's hitting balls.
Bryson.
He hitting balls.
Look at him.
Oh, this? Fuck this guy. Whoever he is, I don't like him already.
He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job.
Yeah,
and
whatever.
we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job.
Dana White?
He's
Dana
a
White.
tough
Oh, right
guy.
there.
Dana White.
So Dana started UFC.
Sure he has a girl name, but he's still really cool.
Came to me, do you mind if I use your... Nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy. What he does, he gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful
grab another
sports
beer.
enterprises anywhere,
Okay.
anytime. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words, because people love to hear from him.
They love him. They love to hear Dana.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine
I'll be right
comes
back.
after you. What you've seen over
All right,
the last
baby
several
boo.
years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family.
Who's that?
I want to thank
Who's that
some people real
plastic
quick. I want to
woman
thank the
behind
Nut Boys,
her?
Aiden
Yeah.
Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bustin' with
Who
the
that?
Boys, and last but not least,
Who
the
that?
mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory. Like really, I probably like no
I'm
other.
the greatest.
This was something special, and we're gonna
I'm
pay you
amazing.
back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around. Fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna
I'm the
do it in every
greatest.
way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be
In
remembered
every way,
as the day the American
gonna do
people
it.
regained control of their country.
Wow. Yes.
So I just want
Are
to
you ready
say
for
that
this? All our bills
on
are
behalf
gonna
of
be
this
like
great group
going
of people, These
down.
are hardworking people. These are
It'll be
fantastic
amazing.
people, and we can
And-
add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in, and he's going to help make America healthy again.
Healthy again? Does he know about being healthy?
No. It's one of the worst
He's a
people to
great
put
guy, and he really means it. He
in
wants
charge
to
of
do
it.
some things, and we're going to let him go.
Yeah.
I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the
He's
world.
like a
more than Saudi
cartoon
Arabia.
character, dude.
We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be
Fuckers, his
reducing
lips like a
taxes.
butthole.
We
It's
can do
beautiful.
things that nobody else can do.
Getting me
Nobody else is gonna be able
excited.
to do it. China doesn't have what we have.
Shut up,
Nobody
Trump.
has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American.
Look at my African American over there.
Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful
We want things
military,
to be
and
good,
ideally, we
safe.
don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars.
That would be
4
beautiful.
years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time.
Record time.
Hey,
yeah,
white
it was
stuff
a world
come out
record.
again.
They ended up on Ripley's.
For freedom. Together we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it?
Oh my God.
I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901, something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important.
Why can't he just stop
were used
existing?
for us to be put in this position
Fuck.
where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been.
I'm
And I said
already
that
tired of
many
him being
people have told
president.
me that God
There you go.
spared my life for a reason.
He's ordained by God.
And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises.
Like in cartoons as a kid,
Nothing will stop me from keeping
they would
my
have
word
like
to you.
stereotypical like little rich kids, and they would always be like this. And it's like,
Yeah.
that's what I see when I see him. It's just this. The way he talks is just so. He just doesn't want to even talk like a normal person. And let's see.
We're going to try.
He's
It's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that.
To me,
I've seen that.
I don't enjoy his
I saw that
personality.
in the first term when we became
You know?
more and more successful.
He's kind of bothering
started
me
coming
now.
together.
Like thinking
Success
about him
is
being
going
president
to
again.
Bring us
I'm like,
together,
fuck,
and
you know.
we are
But
going
also,
to
I kind
start
of didn't like
by
Kamala
putting
either.
America
It's like
first.
it's
We have to
both
put our country first for
shitheads.
at least a period of time.
For sure,
We have to
who I'd
fix it.
prefer.
Because
Really.
together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is.
Like
I want to
Kamala
thank
is just
you.
a bunch
I
of
will
lies,
not let
just
you
like he
down.
is.
America's future will be
Not
bigger,
as many.
better, bolder, richer,
Yeah.
safer,
Maybe.
and stronger than it
doesn't give
has
enough-
ever been
gives enough
before.
chance, though.
God
She hasn't
bless
been a
you,
president.
and God bless America. Thank you very much.
She's been vice president for 4 years. And during the debates, Trump lied way more. But there you have
Yeah.
it.
President Donald Trump speaking to his supporters, thanking
Yeah,
his
he
supporters,
does like
thanking
to
his
lie.
family, his
It's like,
campaign team, and
more he lies,
thanking
the less
American voters who have
people notice he
stood
lies.
loud and clear tonight across this country, and in particular among those key battleground states.
Oh, yeah,
As
Cobra.
you know, we have
I'm
just
not going to
called
lose my
ABC's
shit.
projecting a short time ago,
I just
Pennsylvania,
Hey,
the biggest battleground
Cobra.
state
I just accept it. You know, I didn't want Trump to win, but there's nothing I can do about it.
Yeah, just like I said, I didn't want either one of them to win. Honestly, I should have won.
Results to come in Wisconsin.
No, you know what? Cobra should have won. I would have preferred for Cobra to be president than either one of these fuckers.
The stage. He said we're going to fix
Cobra for president.
It's
That
the
would
biggest
that
political
would
victory
be
we've
heaven.
ever seen in our country. He spoke of his campaign and returning to the presidency, saying he will return as the 47th president, that it will be the golden age of America. He talked about winning the popular vote, mentioned it a couple of times. Said
He
it's a
did.
very great
He won the
feeling,
popular vote.
feeling of love,
YMCA.
he said a star is born. And
Trump
Elon
will
Musk
fix
mentioned
it.
Some of the others.
I don't know why that's
that
the
helped
first
him
time
win,
I've
who have
seen that
supported him.
logo or that
And,
motto. Trump will
perhaps
fix
we'll
it.
have rolls down the road. RFK
I have
Jr.
no idea.
said he'll
That's.
I've seen other
work
ones.
on the health of
Have you seen that
Americans
before
across
this
country.
day? Before today, Trump will fix it.
Nobody deserves this more than him and his family. The head of UFC, the CEO of the UFC, said when he was brought to the microphone to thank him for his support. Thanked Joe Rogan.
They're playing
for his support as
YMCA.
well, the UFC.
Yeah,
CEO.
dance, Ben. Come on, get up, boogie down.
Damn, dude.
Damn, dude.
Oh, damn.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Cobra for president. Cobra for president.
Cobra has to wait till he's 35.
Aren't me and Cobra the same age? Is that what it is?
Yep. So it's coming up.
I mean, yeah, me and him are both 33.
Yep.
Okay. Forget when his birthday specifically was.
Same year as you. 91, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, obviously, because, or, you know, most likely because of the, you know, but.
I think his birthday's in March.
Okay, yeah. Then, yeah, he's just a little bit older than me, I guess.
By a few months.
I'm in August, yeah.
Yeah.
That's neato.
So, yeah, I mean, I don't see the point in streaming this election coverage anymore because it's like there's no way Trump won't win. He already gave his acceptance speech, basically. Like,
Yeah, and look at that fucking
his
map.
victory
Well,
speech.
Oh, the guy ruined it, but I was saying, look at them. Yeah, look at that map. Like, fucking A.
I mean, the map, I mean, a lot of these states we knew were going to go this way. There was only like 5 states that we weren't sure who was going to win them. And Trump won more of them than we thought he would. And that's the big difference. But like a lot of the states, like Nebraska and Kansas and all the really big ones, those are easy to like predict, like Montana and Wyoming and Utah. And then
I'm gonna throw a fit after this stream about this. Okay, I might write. I'll think about it. I'm considering. Just an idea. I was thinking of doing that regardless of who won. I just didn't want anybody to win. Except for Cobra. Obviously. Look, KAMALA. Wait, did she win? Oh, look,
she won New Jersey.
Oh, that was New Jersey. Okay.
And there you have it. Kamala Harris, 218. Donald Trump, 266. Though, as Rick Klein mentions, we see where the math will come from that will put him over 270. We're just waiting for the official projection a
See,
number
it's
of other
already
states
guaranteed.
that should be coming, we think, within the next hour or so.
Next
That's
It'd be pretty
where it
crazy
stands,
if he
right now.
lost at this
He,
point.
yeah, I
John
don't.
Carl, let's talk about. You want me to mention to some
He's
stations
so
in the West
close,
lead us
and
now? I know
she
you're
has
standing by to bring your local
still
news.
It's not
good amount
happening.
of
Local
distance
news, so
away. Yeah.
we'll let you do that. Thank you for joining us.
Be an
Local
amazing-
All right.
newscasts are going to begin now, and I'll pause
Yeah.
here for them
Gonna
to
call it.
join their own audiences. And we'll continue here with the rest of the network. And thank you for being here. This is ABC News Live coverage of Election Night 2020.
All right. Yeah, I just don't see the point in going any further. Plus, I'm tired. I need to stop streaming.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Sorry I could only be here towards the end,
No,
but
it's cool.
I tried to come in as soon as I still saw you were streaming, so I was like, all right. But if you guys want to click that link in the chat, you can follow me over, and I'm gonna go live in a second, stream for a little bit.
I just wanted to see the victory speech from whoever ended up winning, and then I was like, oh well, that's good enough now.
Yeah, I didn't see that until I popped over here.
Yeah. All right.
All right. Have a good night, everybody.
All right. Good night, everybody. See you.